72 loyalist skulls in the pile. 72 loyalist skulls. Crush one to dust and drink it with blood. 71 loyalist skulls in the pile. Now, the timeline has advanced. It is now 1995, December 21st, 14 hours, 54 minutes, 17 seconds. And with that established and determined, greetings and welcome. I am Karyunta, and today we are going to be doing something called... There we go, there it is. And there's the music as well. It's got some nice background music. A little game called The Way We All Go. It's some kind of horror romance blend thing. I'm not sure what that's about, but we'll find out. Got plenty of bad endings, so that's gonna be fun to discover some of them. I wonder how many I will blunder into. Beyond that... Oh, right. It's still summer for stupid reasons, even though it's like late August almost. So I have to have the window open, so there might be some background noises happening every now and then. I apologize in advance, but I'm not going to melt into a puddle. I'm not going to do that. But I want to start this and do things here. But beyond that, first. There's one thing we must do first. We must exercise the vocal cords. And in order to do that, we must consult with the ever-abundant and omnipresent writers from the only news source that's valuable in any regard, from a subatomic level to the scale of God. From theonion.com, everyone on defense team an equally matched romantic interest for member of prosecution. From March 24th, 2015. Yes, important. This is incredibly critical knowledge for us all to know. Boston. Noting the sexual tension between several pairs of opposing attorneys as they argued the criminal case this week, Suffolk County Courthouse sources said that each of the defense team's 4 members appeared to be a romantic interest and equal match for one of the 4 prosecutors. According to reports, the chief prosecutor and lead defense attorney, former rival classmates at a top law school now squaring off in a high-profile trial, exchanged rapid-fire arguments as they examined and cross-examined a key witness Tuesday, at one point prompting a square-jawed deputy prosecutor to make a biting remark that was quickly answered with a clever jab from a fashionably attired assistant defense attorney. Though all 8 lawyers vocally sparred with their counterpart on the other side and exchanged heated looks on the courtroom floor, sources confirmed they are privately impressed by the intelligence of their respective opponents, and do not appear unhappy about bumping into them in the hallway during a recess. At press time, the defense counsel had decided to stop by a local bar near the courthouse where the prosecutors were already 2 rounds into their drinks. Good to know there's camaraderie between professionals. It's an important reminder that hope is not lost. Oh, incidentally, the horrors of a trial alongside romance. I did not deliberately pick this. I just randomly picked the Onion articles based on when the closest to when the game I'm covering or starting off it was released to. It just happened to be that. Interesting coincidences happen semi-frequently like that. The predictive nature of the Onion.com. We cannot underestimate their godlike powers. No, we cannot. But beyond that, I said my piece, I think. I don't think there's anything else for me to say. It's a visual novel with choices and bad endings, and horror and romance. And I know nothing else about it, so let's just dive in. Eventually, whenever this decides to. Come on now, there we go. It's doing a thing where the full screen doesn't allow me to. Oh, no it does. Okay, that functions. Anyway. It's fine. Let's just start. I really think you should tell her, you know? I know, but... Are you scared? I'm not scared. My eyes flicker open. I wake up in the compartment of a train. My head is leaned back against my seat, a strand of drool dripping from the corner of my mouth. Achan. What? Wincing, I wipe it away with the back of my hand. Drooling? At my age? Look, that's just something that happens, okay? It's gonna happen more as you age older, even. That isn't very mature. You can't control your body like that. Deal with it. I thought I stopped doing that when I was a kid. I need to get together. You're unconscious when you sleep, dude. You can't control jack shit doing that. Act more like an adult. Adulting sucks. Don't do it. Be more like embrace your inner child. That's what I keep telling myself, but it never seems to work out. It doesn't need to work out. That's partially why I decided to take this trip alone. This isn't some kind of crazy, coming-of-age, quest for maturity kind of adventure, though. I'm not going to go to far-off lands and slay dragons, or pull swords from stones or anything. I doubt I could do that even if I tried. I'm just going to visit my grandparents, who live all the way out in the countryside. That's all. Well, that's nice. Still, I think it'll be nice going back home. It usually is. I've only been away for 2 years, but it almost feels like a whole lifetime. I mean, it depends on what happens those 2 years. It can be a whole lifetime changing experience. A lot can happen in 2 years. Or basically not a lot. It's been 5 years in my end and jack shit's changed in my prior life. So, I wonder if anything will be different. Yes and no. 2 years might seem like a short amount of time, minuscule when you consider how old the Earth is. A lot of things can change over a period of only a few days, let alone years. I hope Amu's okay. It'll be strange seeing her face again. She sent me some photographs, but a photo isn't the same as seeing a person in real life. And I wonder... I lean my head against the window, staring outside. A rough movement of the train jerks my head against the glass, bumping my forehead and knocking my teeth together so they chatter. But I disregard, so that's how we look, Achan. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid. I can see fields, dark blue under the evening sky. I'm not in the city anymore. I'm far away from my new house, my new school, my new friends. Oh, so you aren't just school. So you're still just a kid. Saki, Miho, and Yuna. What are they doing right now? Saki, with a love of horror stories. Miho, who always scores the highest in karaoke. Yuna, who wears red ribbons in her hair and keeps falling asleep in class. But these idle thoughts soon fade away. I'm going back home. And maybe I'll see her. She was always so quiet, never talking to anyone other than me. Will she be any different now? I hope she's at least made a few new friends. If she hasn't, then... would it be my fault? No. No, that's not good. Why am I worrying about already? I haven't even made it to the village yet. Stupid. I chastise myself, shaking my head in an attempt to dissuade my steadily mounting feelings of guilt. I don't want to ruin my trip before it even begins. But if I did, it wouldn't be too surprising. I'll stop being such a self-doubtful little derp. Come on. Maybe I deserve to feel bad. No, nobody deserves to feel bad except people who do really bad things. Like fucking Vince McMahon. He deserves to feel bad. Anyway. Listen to a podcast describing all the horrors that he's done for the piece of shit. Anyway, that's unrelated. I should have told her. Why didn't I tell her? Because he was scared. I muttered this under my breath. It doesn't matter. Nobody can hear me. I'm the only person on the train, after all. And some music just cuts off. Okay. Hello, Granny, and... okay, that's a good shirt. I like that shirt. Grandpa is a good shirt. I want a shirt like that. I want a shirt like that. That's totally something I would wear. Darling, welcome back. It's good to see you again, lad. You want a hand with your luggage? I stand outside the small, dilapidated train station, gripping my single suitcase tight in my hand. Since I'm only going to be here for 3 days, I didn't bother to pack much. I can make do with only a few pairs of underwear and my pajamas. I don't need anything else. My grandparents are standing before me. They'd come to greet me at the station with wide smiles, comforting in their familiarity. Their home is only 5 minutes away from the station, so they didn't need to bring the car. This is probably a good thing. My mother keeps saying my grandparents' eyesight is getting worse and worse. Yeah, that's just what happens at age older. Nowadays he can hardly read the newspaper without the aid of his thick glasses, which he hardly ever wears, given he keeps losing them. And yet he's still allowed to drive a car, something he frequently does, according to my mother, just so he can feel superior to other people. Sure, I mean, fair enough, little joys in life. Hey, you gotta find them. At least this is a fairly rural area, so there aren't all that many cars around to hit. Oh, you don't need to carry anything, Grandpa. I'm good. I return my grandfather's smile and make a show of lifting my suitcase, trying to prove that I can handle it. He, seems skeptical. Nonsense. You made all the effort to come out here, and on that blasted train too. You must be exhausted. I'm fine. I'm not a child anymore. You basically are. Grandfather peers at me, frowning. Maybe he's trying to verify the validity of my statement. I wonder if he's forgotten how old I am. Doesn't matter, you're still not even 20 probably. What's this? You still look like a youngster to me. Yeah. Hey, I am 16. Oh yeah, see, 16, you're still a child. And I'm older than 60. The gulf between us is as wide as the Kitakami River. My grandmother giggles. Come now, dear, don't be silly. You're getting old and your eyes aren't what they used to be. Nonsense. My eyes are just fine, Chia. And yet you keep wearing that ugly shirt. Hey, it's fucking beautiful. Grandpa, Grandma. Grandpa has taste. This shirt isn't ugly. Absolutely agree. It's fantastic. It's very cutting edge. I'll have you know. What the fuck does that mean? Cutting edge? No, it's just fucking awesome. All the youngsters are wearing them. No, they're not. No, they're fucking not. They should be, because it's awesome, but they're not, because they think it's lame, but it's awesome. Fuck hell. Our dear grandson isn't wearing one. To his detriment. Absolutely fucking agree. Grandpa is right on the money on this. That's an awesome shirt. Everyone should wear things like that. It enhances a man's natural charm and shows off his true character. Absolutely. Yes, this man knows what he's talking about. It shows he's starting to get senile, perhaps. Nonsense. Nonsense, Grandma. Gio, you can be a very cruel mistress. Now, don't bully Achan too much. You old boy. I'm just saying it like I see it, Gio. To me, he'll always be a brat. That's very true. On the contrary, I think he's going to be rather handsome. Handsome? I don't know about that. Well, you know what they say. Good things come in small packages. The way I see it, you're just being modest. I don't know if being short is the same thing as being modest. My lack of height wasn't a conscious decision I made. If anything, I'd like to be a couple of inches taller. It's fine. That way I wouldn't get teased so much. Yeah, that'd just be being assholes. Being the shortest boy in your class can be pretty depressing. Nobody likes being picked last when teams are being formed B, and nobody likes being laughed at. I'm not really modest, you know. I think you are. You're just proving my point, dear. Well, our Irie has raised you well. You're such a little gentleman. Little being the operative word. Oh, fuck's sake, you know she means it well. You must get it from your side of the family, Chia. You've always been tiny, haven't you? Yes. I simply have a weak constitution. See? Even though he's 2 years older now, he's still a runt. I think you should let me carry your case, lad. It's for your own good. No, I'd feel bad. You don't need to put yourself out for me. Grandmother grins, beckoning me close. Look, he's old, he's retired, probably, and like he's got nothing better to do. He wants to have some fun. Well, not really fun, but just like, do something. Grandmother grins, beckoning me close. I follow her crooked finger and she leans in towards me, whispering in my ear. Don't mind him, dear. He just wants to show off. Exactly, let him. It's fine. Let him carry your case. You'll give him something to boast about with the neighbors later. Oh, well, if that's how it is, it is. No matter how old this man gets, he's just a child at heart. Good. That's a good thing. He's kept his inner child alive. Grandma and I laughed together, co-conspirators, before I turned my attention back to my grandfather. Alright, I reconsidered. I guess I am a little tired from the journey, so you can carry my case if you want. Excellent! I I see you talk some sense to him, Chia. You used your feminine charms, did ya? Even at the age of 80, I still have it in me. Must be all the homegrown vegetables we eat. They're good for your skin, better than the vegetables at those so-called supermarkets. You got that right. No tomatoes taste as good as yours, Chio. Fucking hell, I love this guy. As my grandparents laugh together, sounding so carefree, I feel something lift from the pit of my stomach. Could it be anxiety? I started to get worried during my journey here, but maybe those fears were unfounded, probably, except for the fact that this visual has horror in it, so probably not, but you know, we'll see. Simply seeing my grandparents has made me feel more at ease. I guess I really do belong here. It's where I was born, after all. It's good to be home. Alright. How was the journey here, darling? It was fine. It took a while, so it was a little tiring, but other than that... Yes, it really is a long journey. It's 6 hours or so, isn't it? Take a nap. Watch a movie, or 3, or 4. Oh, I guess if it's modern movies, maybe you can get 1.5 in 6 hours. Something like that. I had to change a few times though, and wait around for a while. Ah, okay, changing trains makes sense. So maybe it was more like 7? 7 hours? My grandmother tuts disapprovingly. You poor dear, it must have been dreadful. Yeah, changing transports during journey sucks. You need to eat more. Here, take this. Obviously. We're at grandparents' house, you gotta eat. Thanks. I look at my loaded plate with suspicion. It's good food, dude. Eat it. Even though grandmother said all that stuff about me being grown up and handsome, did she really believe it? She's a grandmother. You're 16. She's like 80. Mate, literally 5 times your age. Sounds like she'll always worry about you, mate. If she did, why did she make me so much food? Because she's a grandmother. Like, you're visiting for the first time in like 2 years. That's just how it works? That's just how things work, kid. It's almost like she's trying to feed up a starving kitten. Because you look scrawny and tiny, that's how it works, mate. There weren't many people on the train, though. For the last 2 stations, I was the only one. It wasn't too stressful. Ah, well, this is a very small village. Not many people come up here, and more people have been leaving. Huh? But why? Because there aren't enough good jobs to go around. Means there's no reason to stay. Now most of what's left here is just old people. It's sad, really. I don't think I should ever like to leave. It's just so peaceful. And the green beans that grow in these parts are the best you can find. I even hear they are going to discontinue the train line here. I guess it makes sense, since it's hardly ever used. And the current track is getting old. Huh. That really is sad. I pick at my dinner despondently. Even though I don't live here anymore, hearing that this village is starting to decline is just a little depressing. All my childhood memories were created here, every single precious moment of my youth. Going out for walks in the forest, catching cicadas in the summer with a net and an empty mayonnaise jar, my extravagant and slightly unrealistic plans to build a treehouse with Amu, which never managed to become a reality. And, of course, there was her, my best friend, Noelle. Alright. I mean, hey, memory, world changes, stuff happens. That's just how it works. You move on. Okay, Saki. Hey, Achan. God, it's been too long. Saki's voice, wry and quietly sarcastic as ever, comes through to me from the other end of the phone. The phone in my grandparents' home is fairly old, more of an antique than a fully functional means of communication, and it distorts her voice, just as ripples across the water can mar a reflection. Even so, I recognize it. How could I not? That kind of tone could only belong to the Saki I know, and sort of, with a certain amount of fear, love. I smile, shaking my head. She's acting like she hasn't seen me in years. It hasn't been that long. Only a couple days. But it feels like an eternity. I've been so bored. I'm sitting on the floor, cross-legged, the cord of the phone snaked about in my lap. My hair is damp from the bath and my face feels slightly flushed. I think I used a little too much hot water. I've always loved hot baths ever since I was a kid, but sometimes I go overboard and emerge from my long soaks on uneasy legs, my skin bright pink and puckered like a prune. I yawn, holding one hand up against my mouth, and shift slightly, balancing the phone against my shoulder in the crook of my neck. How can you be bored? You have all those brothers and sisters to look after, don't you? Responsibilities. Don't remind me. Only you just got them all off to bed. It's so unfair. If my parents wanted to go off on a romantic holiday, they should have thought twice before having so many kids. Why should I have to stay behind and look after them just because I'm the oldest? But you wouldn't have wanted to go on holiday with them either, would you? With my parents? Of course not. I'd rather die. Did you know they've gone to Okinawa? Who wants to go to Okinawa? I went there on a school trip a few years ago and it's a complete tourist trap. Tacky merchandise everywhere, and it's all so bright and noisy. Not to mention the weather. Saki has a very pale complexion which she guards jealously. She always slathers on sunscreen inches thick whenever so much as a single glint of sunshine can be seen peeking out from behind a cloud. And then I don't know why you're so unhappy. If you didn't want to go with them in the first place, then there's no problem, right? Oh, dude, it's not the point. It's the principle of the thing, that's all. I'm hurt. They didn't even invite me. Because they knew that you wouldn't want to go. But I still would have liked an invitation. It would have at least have given the vague illusion that my company is in high demand this holiday. What about Miho and Yuna? Yuna went to stay with her big sister for a few days, and Miho's out camping with her parents. Saki sighs. This is so pathetic. I'm the only one who doesn't have anything to do. Not a single thing. But taking care of your siblings is a noble job. It's a job, though. Yeah. Noble. Saki laughs dryly, without any trace of humor. If you think watching reruns of Heidi for hours on end is noble, then sure. I kinda liked Heidi. I had the whole series on VHS, and I used to rewatch it regularly, even up until my early teens, when I was feeling bad. That is until my mother rummaged through my bedroom when I wasn't home, and threw all my old VHS tapes at, oh, you don't do that, that's not a good idea. I was pretty sore about that at the time, and I still am actually, yeah, that's just, you don't do that. Most of those shows don't get aired on TV anymore. But you can find them on the internet, it's fine. I liked it too, but that was when I was about 5. Most of your siblings are 5. I know. It's so depressing I could scream. However, I will refrain, because that would make those monsters up again. It sounds rough. You have no idea. You haven't known true torture until you've had the task of putting 4 young children to bed. Oof, 4. Good lord. Having met Saki's siblings several times during my trips to her home, I know better than to berate her. Although I genuinely like young children, Saki's siblings are something else altogether. They're more like gremlins than cute kids, and they're so loud too. It's no wonder Saki always has such dark bags under her eyes. Living in a small home filled with tiny children, prone to waking up in the very early hours of morning and slipping into their big sister's bed must be incredibly exhausting. It's getting so bad that I'm starting to think Okinawa would be better after all. Okinawa! What a joke. Why couldn't they go somewhere classy like France or Italy? And if it absolutely has to be Japan, then Ginza would definitely be the best choice. My parents have like no sense of style. None whatsoever. A sigh. Anyway, I hope you're having a good time, at least. I'm not entirely sure yet. I only just got here. Your train journey was that long? Yeah, like 7 hours or so. I would hate that so much, being kept cramped on a train with strangers coughing on me. It really wasn't that bad. It was pretty quiet, really. That's good, I suppose. More than can be said for my day. A pause. Hey, Achan. What is it? I hope you have a good time on your trip. Honestly. I'm not just saying it. Yeah, I know. I hope you get along with your friends. Your old friends. And, I shuffle around, trying to get comfortable. My bare feet, toes twitching, are starting to feel strange, slightly heavy. Have they gone numb from sitting cross-legged on the wooden floor for so long? If you ever feel overwhelmed, you can always call me. I probably won't be doing anything interesting. If anything, I'd appreciate having somebody to talk to other than the mothers at the local playground. Sure, I'll try to keep in contact, if I have time. But I am going to be back in 3 days. Just try to hold out until then. I'll do my best. 3 days of endless Heidi reruns and pillow fights and takeout pizza. I'll have to grin and bear it, I suppose. Not that Saki grins very often. that would conflict with her pale-skinned, dark-eyed, eternal queen of the night appearance. Oh, and one more thing. Make sure you bring me back a souvenir. I need some kind of excitement lingering on the horizon to get me through this living nightmare. Otherwise I might snap and stab myself in the eye with a wax crayon. Well, that's what Hell Final intends there to end that scene. I lie in my futon, staring up at the living room ceiling. Since my grandparents' house is pretty small, there was nowhere to put me other than here. Still, I don't mind. It reminds me of the times when I was a child, and I used to stay here overnight when my parents were busy. I would lie on the same futon, in the same living room, with the light turned on, reading comics and eating slices of stolen tangerine. My fingers would always get stained with yellow from the rind of the tangerine, and I never had the foresight to wash it off before I went to sleep. Oh, that's a fucking bad idea. My grandmother would see my yellow fingers in the morning and see the missing tangerines, but she never scolded me. It's just a tangerine. Who gives a shit? Instead, she asked, in an overly theatrical tone of surprise, "Where have the tangerines all gone?" And I'd say, "I don't know, maybe it was a bear." They really were fun times. But I'm not anymore, you're 16. You're not that much different, kid. I'm getting older. I'm too big for this futon now. The tips of my toes are poking out from under the sheets. Put on some socks then. I close my eyes and curl up into a ball, listening to the sounds of the cicadas outside. The windows are all shut, but I can still hear them. This is something I forgot after living in the city for so long. It's only been 2 years. The small details vanished from my mind, as though they were never there at all. No matter where you live, there's always background noise, especially in the city. In the city, it's cars and drunken arguments at 2 AM outside your apartment. In the countryside, it's cicadas. Cicadas and the wind. I snuggle under my blanket. For some reason I feel cold, and not just my toes. All of me, my whole body. I shiver. Maybe it isn't the weather. Maybe it's my mind. I'm probably overthinking things. I always do. Thinking about tomorrow. Thinking about her. I should have told her. Why didn't I tell her? That's the last thought I have before I fall into a deep, dreamless sleep. More background noises. Sunlight streams through the window. I can feel it brushing against my face, trying to snake itself. Snake and shake. Keep confusing those letters. Itself through my closed eyes. I curl up even tighter into a ball like a hibernating hedgehog. The new day crept upon me far too fast. I haven't had any time to prepare myself yet. I'm still tired and my feet are cold. That's what I get for sleeping on a futon, slightly too small for me, I guess. I can't hear any cars. I can't hear any people. Everything is still. Quiet. Maybe too quiet. I start to fantasize, making up imaginary scenarios of natural disasters, nuclear wars, a zombie apocalypse. Where have all the people gone? It takes me a few moments to remember where I am. I'm not in the city anymore. No, there's only like 5 people around. You, grandparents, Noel, and maybe someone else. I sigh, breathing in the cool country air. It's invigorating, waking me up more thoroughly than a bucket of cold water could. Now then, where should I go? Who should I see? When you have Noel. Amu told me, in a letter I received a few days ago, that she was going to spend most of the golden week working in her parents' cafe. Since it's only 11 AM, it seems likely she'll be there. In that case, if I want to pay her a visit, I should dig my old bike out from my grandparents' back garden and take it for a ride. It takes about 40 minutes to reach the town where that cafe is by bike, probably slightly longer if I walk. By slightly, I mean, I guess it depends on the road conditions here on the bike track, but like 40 minutes on a bike at a moderate pace, that's like at least, what, 8, 9, 10 kilometers? I mean, again, depends on the road conditions. Walking is at least twice as long. Minimum. I haven't been on a bike in a long time, doesn't matter. I wasn't on a bike for like 15 years and knew how to ride it immediately again. Thinking about it makes me feel a bit nostalgic. The wind in my hair, the scent of the flowers in the fields, the earth under my tires. It's an enticing idea. But on the other hand, there's always Noelle. I definitely owe her a visit. And yet it's been so long. I can't help but feel anxious. But I know one thing is certain. If I keep deliberating like this, I'll never get anything done. Yeah. Look, let's find out who this Noelle is. Childhood friend, best friend, romantic interest. Let's visit Noelle. We haven't seen her in a while. In 2 years. Let's see who she is even. Amu's doing fine. Noelle needs some friends. I stand in front of that house for the first time in 2 years. It feels almost unreal, like a dream. The only thing that reassures me that this is reality is the anxious beating in my heart, the knot of worry coiled up inside my chest. I want to turn, I want to run, but I know I despise myself for it. I've come this far already, so I can't turn back. I need to focus my breathing, steady my heart. Breathe in, breathe out. Look at the house. Look at the house and remember. This is an old village, with roots that can be traced back centuries. Most of the houses here are wooden, long-lasting remnants of an older time, constructed almost a century ago. In comparison, Noelle's home is strikingly modern, a large structure with glass windows and a garage. To my younger self it seemed almost like a palace, a home for a princess. I used to come down this path on my bike every few days when I was young, often with Amu. We'd watch this home being constructed bit by bit, starting from a distance, with wide eyes as it all came together. To me it seemed like magic. But now, the house doesn't look as grand as I once remembered. It seems smaller, somehow shrunken. That's probably because I've been exposed to so many towering skyscrapers in the city. I don't think that's the only thing though. Somehow the house looks a little bit like a shell, a fossilized remain. Maybe I'm just being sentimental, but the atmosphere feels a little off. It's cold. There's no warmth here. And in the garden, there's a sign. A sign that reads, quite plainly, in large characters, "For sale." This unexpected news makes my eyes open wide. The house is for sale? I had no idea. Amu never mentioned this in any of her letters. Does this mean Noelle is moving? Did something happen? Maybe Noelle's sick. She's ill and her parents don't want to stay in a small village like this any longer, so far away from hospital. Or it's her parents. Maybe something unfortunate happened to them, an accident, and they're in critical care, or worse, dead. Noelle will have to stay with distant relatives while her old, beautiful home goes to ruin. No, that's ridiculous. Way too over the top. Then, maybe her parents got remarried? They're getting divorced and they're selling the house. In that case, Noelle will end up living with a new step-parent. Maybe they're cruel, and some wicked stepsister, or... But if I keep going down this line of thought, I'll end up like a fairy tale. Something simpler then. Just go and find out. Something more likely to have actually happened in reality, and not inside my overly anxious, melodramatic mind that's been warped from watching too many TV dramas. Her parents probably got a new job. That seems like the most likely option. My grandparents did say more and more people were leaving this village. It is a small place after all, even if it is very pretty. There just aren't that many jobs here, and driving 40 minutes to work every day isn't practical. And yet, even though I know it's foolish, I can't help but worry. Noelle was always so quiet, so shy, so reclusive. Even though there were only 33 students in our whole school, she hardly ever spoke a word to anyone other than me. If Noelle's parents are moving to a larger town, how will she cope? What will she do? But it's not my place to worry. I scoff at myself, shaking my head. I don't deserve to act so righteous, pretending to be oh so concerned for Noelle's happiness. If I was, I would have told her. If I really valued our friendship, I wouldn't have let it fall apart so easily. My legs remain frozen to the spot. I have to exercise a great deal of willpower to get them to move. Feeling as though I could fall over at any moment, I make my way up to the front door. I knock on the door, and wait. I wait, and wait, and wait. The seconds go by slowly, agonizingly, like trying to squeeze the very last remnants of toothpaste out of a tube. When the act of waiting gives my brain enough free time to start panicking, I knock on the door again, just to give myself something to do. But there's still no response. There's nobody home. Noelle isn't there, and neither are her parents. Well, that would explain why that car isn't in the driveway. No car. No people. I can't hear a single sound, not even from a stray bird or a lonesome cicada. There's nothing. It really does feel desolate here. I guess there isn't much I can do, then. I say this aloud, attempting to organize my thoughts. It might be easier to do in words, rather than in the stifling confines of my own skull. I'm not sure whether I'm relieved or not that Noel isn't home. At least it means I don't have to face her, for now. This gives me a little more time to prepare myself and figure out what to say. It's difficult though. I don't know if there's anything you can say after abandoning your best friend for 2 years without a single word of explanation. Oh yeah, that's bad, that's not great. Well then, I guess, since Noel isn't in, this means I can pay Amo a visit. I turn away from Noel's home and make my way back to my grandparents' house. I know my old bike isn't being stored somewhere in their back garden, waiting for me to ride on it once more. Alright, Okay, it's an okay road. It's taking longer to reach the next town than I thought it would. I'm slumped over the handlebars of my bike like a slab of freshly cut meat. My face is just as red. Slow down, take your pace, man. Although I guess it would be uphill and stuff like that in some parts. I pant heavily, trying to get my breath back. Sweat beads on my forehead, dripping down the contours of my face and off the tip of my nose. This gradual degradation must be what happens when you move to the city. Since everything was all so convenient, I stopped walking and cycling everywhere, and instead started to rely on the godsend that is public transportation. I took the train to and from school. When I wanted to go shopping, I went on the bus. I hardly ever had to walk, unless it was to the convenience store, and that was only 3 minutes away. My heart burns. Pace yourself then, slow down, fucking hell. My face is on fire, stop and take a break, you'll pass out then. At least one good thing's come from all this. When I blush, my face gets so red it helps to obscure my freckles. I've never liked them. I've wondered about wearing makeup to conceal them before, but it might be kind of strange asking my female friends for advice about that. It's fine. I don't know if they'd tease me. They would a little bit, they would help. Like, hey, they've got like a fucking a new face to put makeup on. That would be probably fun, maybe. I don't know. Well, even if I wanted to reinvent myself, it's already too late. The people at my new school already know about my freckles, so what's the point? I mean, so? I wouldn't be able to fool them. So? I'm just the same as I used to be, all those years ago. Or am I? If that were really true, then why has cycling suddenly become such a chore? Because your body's out of practice. Could I have changed more than I thought? Also, from going from 14 to 16 years old, yes, that's 1/7 of your life. Of course you have changed. It'll be disappointing if you haven't. My legs hurt. After that strenuous cycle here, I don't even want to look at my bike, let alone ride it. Unfortunately, I can't just abandon it somewhere along the street. That would be irresponsible and somebody might trip over it. Burdened by my own code of ethics, I end up towing the wretched thing along behind me, holding it by the handlebars. Maybe it wasn't my fault I got so tired. After all, this is an old bike. I guess if you didn't do any maintenance on it to make sure the brakes aren't like skidding against the tire, like the rims all the time, slowing it down. Like, whatever, anyway. Perhaps one of the tires is flat or something, and the brakes aren't very good either. You should check that stuff before you get on it, you know? That's really dangerous to not check. It's not my fault. Yes, it is. It really, truly isn't. Or at least, I don't want it to be. Yeah, you're still a child. Jeez. Trying to distract myself from my concerns on my physical fitness, or lack of it, I take a look around at my surroundings. Can't think of it, I really should be paying more attention, given I'm wheeling along this unwieldy vehicle. I don't want to run over any small children. The streets are pretty crowded. Since it's a warm day, the whole street is flooded with life. Young men and women strolling along hand in hand, parents pushing baby strollers, old men and women shielding from the sun under the bus shelter, laughing over private jokes. There are young children clinging to their parents, wailing for ice cream, a group of teenage boys with their hands thrust deep into their pockets sporting backwards baseball caps, a gaggle of girls with fake tans and long fingernails laden down with shopping bags. Everywhere I look, I can see something happening, and almost everyone seems to be smiling. Is that because of the warm weather, This town really does have everything. Large businesses, buildings with more than 3 floors, a library, a hospital, a police station, a church, several shops, an elementary school, middle school, and a high school. Not combined into one classroom like the school in my old village. There are even ice cream vendors in the street, a couple of fast food restaurants, and a movie theater. Truly, this place is a metropolis. At least that's what I thought when I was little. Littler than I am now, I mean. Now I know that isn't really true. This is only a small town, with a population of about 30,000, and that's normal. It's not really as cosmopolitan as I thought, that's plenty enough though. When you get older, your perspective really does change. Well, not really necessarily getting older, it's being exposed to more things is what changes your perspective, because you have more things to reference and compare to. The 5-story company buildings that were once so impressive are less grandiose now. The single library is sadly understocked, the ice cream vendors nothing special. In bigger cities, you can also buy crepes, yakisoba, and takoyaki on the street. Now where was the cafe again? If I remember correctly, it was just down the street and then to the left. Not too far away. This is only a small town, so of course it isn't too far away. Nothing is. I feel a little bit worried about my disheveled hair and sweaty brow though. If I go to see Amu looking like this, it won't make me a very good first impression. I bet she'll make fun of me. Should I try to find a public restroom somewhere so I can freshen up? I'm not so sure. It sounds like too much hard work. If it's Amu, she'll make fun of me no matter what I look like. That's just her thing. If Amu laughs at me, she laughs at me. I don't think I'll mind. It's how she communicates with people. I think, right now, all I want to do is see a friendly face. Coming back here after so long feels stranger, more unsettling than I thought it would. It might. God, the music just cutting off on the scene transition though. Gets to me, but gets to my brain a little bit every time. And so I finally made it back here, back to this familiar cafe. It's a warm, comfy place made mostly of wood, a small establishment, not very large, with a certain kind of humble charm. And the waiters who comes to greet me... Hello sir, and welcome to Amu Cafe. Hello Amu, will you be dining alone today? Is there anywhere in particular we'd like to... Oh my god, it's Amu. Her pink hair is as messy as ever, tendrils falling out of her ponytail. One hand on her hip, she looks me up and down, her mouth parted slightly. Okay, I think the music is a little bit too loud. Let's reduce that a little bit. There we go. No way. That's not fair. She's gone over the last couple of years too. I may have entertained some wild fantasies of one day overtaking her, being able to rest my elbows on top of her head just like as she always did with me. But of course, it didn't work out like that. The best laid plans never do. I didn't go at all these last 2 years, but Amu, she's sharp just like a stick of bamboo. She's still taller than me. A lot taller than me, actually. How depressing. Amu looks at me in surprise. It takes a few moments until, finally, she's able to greet me. And when she does, the words that come out of her mouth... Cockroach kid. Okay? It's you. Are not exactly flattering. Cockroach kid, sure. Jeez. Amu, that's mean. I'm sorry. I just can't help it. You were always boasting in your letters about how you're getting even taller, you're going to catch me up soon, blah blah blah, but when I actually meet you, you still look like a 12-year-old. You're still the same old cockroach kid I remember. Don't call me that. I'm trying to put that painful chapter of my life behind me. To you it might be a tragic tale, but to everyone else, it's a comedy. Hey, don't go deriving such much pleasure from my past failures like that. It's mean. I'm a mean person, Achan. I thought you knew this already. Amu's laugh is just how I remember it. It's a devilish little giggle that sounds incredibly mocking. That laugh, coupled with a smug expression, makes me feel as though nothing's changed between us. If she wanted to, she could still rest her elbows on top of my head and use me as a coaster. I sigh. Still, I'm pretty grateful. If you hadn't swung by, I'd still be stuck working in that crappy cafe until 4. I owe you one, buddy. Laughing, Amu claps me on the shoulder. She used too much force and it hurts more than she probably intended. I wince, rubbing my shoulder. I hope that she doesn't leave a bruise. Even though you're working as a waitress now, you're just as violent as ever. Me? Violent? No way. You could have dislocated my shoulder.
Sorry. I guess I was just so happy to see you again I got a little excited.
Amu giggles, waving one hand as though it's no big deal. Because Amu never takes anything seriously, being with her is always pretty relaxing. Which is kind of remarkable, given how much she beats me around under the flimsy guise of friendship. Perhaps Amu's easygoing nature comes from living in the countryside, free from strict rules and regulations, confusing train timetables, and angry people in business suits holding briefcases.
Seriously though, you look dreadful. Are you okay?
I look down at myself self-consciously, examining my sweat-stained shirt, my red calves, and my trembling hands. Maybe I should have tried to clean myself up just a little. No, I'm fine. I feel great. Stop lying.
That's a lie.
Shoot, shot down so quickly.
You look like you're on the verge of death. What happened?
I stare at the floor and mumble something unintelligible, hoping Amu won't hear. Of course, this pathetic attempt at resistance proves to be completely futile. Smirking like a proud detective who's just cracked a particularly difficult case, she leans forward, hands linked together on her lap.
You tried to cycle here all by yourself, didn't you?
No.
Don't be stupid. I'll help you chain your bike outside the cafe. Remember?
Of course I remember. It only happened half an hour ago. Amu's always been better at practical stuff like that than I have too. After several failed attempts of me fumbling around with the lock, Amu eventually sighed, hands on her hips, and shooed me out of the way so she could do it herself. I was just taking my bike out for a walk. I thought it needed some fresh air.
I am so sure. You see, this is how I think it happened. Do you want to hear?
Please impart me upon your knowledge, oh great detective.
Well, obviously, you decided to cycle all the way here, thinking it would be no big deal, act like you know it all as usual. Hey, and then, obviously, you forgot just how out of shape you become, using that public transportation that they have in the city.
Don't make me make quote marks with your fingers when you say public transportation. It's not a conspiracy theory, you know. And neither is the city, for that matter.
And then you got all tired and out of breath and gross and sweaty, and you realize you're not as healthy as you used to be.
Amu summarizes with a flourish of one hand, a grin on her face.
Is that about right?
I pout. How's this girl able to see through me so easily because it's very logical and basic stuff? I left out the part where I found a giant peach floating down the river with a small child inside.
Did the child go on to fight off a band of demons with the help of a talking dog, a monkey, and a pheasant?
I think something like that might have happened, yeah.
I'm sure it did, Achan. In the legend of Momotora, maybe.
You're just as mean as I remember, Amu. Amu ruffles my hair, mussing it up between her fingers.
And you're a lot sweatier than I remember, Achan.
Hey, that's not fair.
Neither is life. I'm sorry, but you'll have to get used to it.
I grit my teeth together and glare at Amu, but it's half-hearted. I'm not really mad. This is just how Amu and I interact. After all these years, I've gotten used to our comedy routine, so I find myself automatically acting as the straight man even when I am not so bothered by her silly antics. That we could slip back into our old routine so comfortably after so long. Feels strangely relaxing.
Hey, Achan.
What is it? Amu's smiling, a winsome expression on her face. That's trouble. I know that face well, with more familiarity than I know my own reflection in the mirror. What do you want, Amu?
Huh? How'd you know I wanted something?
Because I know you.
Is my face really that easy to read?
It really is.
It's because I'm a fair maiden.
I raise an eyebrow. There are many ways I could describe Amu, but this combination of fair and maiden is not one of them.
What do you mean? I mean, because I'm so sweet and gentle. I wear my heart on my sleeve. I'm not a dishonest person, you know?
Well, I guess that much is true. But anyway, what are you after? I know you want something.
Well, I've been working hard in my parents' cafe, you know?
I know. So
I could really use an energy boost right now, if you know what I mean.
Like what?
Amu giggles deviously, pressing her index finger against her lower lip. Like a good luck kiss?
I stare at Amu in alarm, my eyes so wide I worry they might roll out of my skull and land on my lap with a plop. What does she mean, kiss? Just a kiss. I couldn't. Who gives a shit? It's just a kiss. Even though we're friends,
I think that's going a little too far. It's just a kiss, it's literally nothing. Sure, you're an adult, you're grown up, fucking child. Oh, Achan, your face is all red. Of course it is. What else did she expect? Well, if a kiss is too much, I would settle for a snack. Food? Okay. That might be slightly more manageable. I just need to get my breathing under control first. Yay! Ice cream! Amu claps her hands together delightedly, just like a little kid, because she is as well. She's also just 16. Even though Amu doesn't look like sweets too much, she does like ice cream. I feel proud of myself for remembering this. Good job, me. You made the right choice. Thank you, Achan. Thank you. You're going to pay for me, right? Actually, on second thought, I mean, what are you talking about? You're the one with the job, aren't you? That's irrelevant. But you have more money than I do. The amount of money doesn't matter. No guy would invite a girl out to ice cream, then make her pay for her own share. That's so cheap. Hey, I'm not talking you out on a date or anything. We're just friends. Exactly. We're such good friends that you'll pay for my ice cream. Well, go on, Achan. Please. Please, 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 please. I'll be your best friend. I thought we were already friends. We are, but, you know, better friends? What does that entail exactly? It means I won't make fun of your height for the rest of the trip here. Sure. Amu's definition of friendship really is something. Come on, let's indulge her, it's fine. Come on now. Just buy her the ice cream, but come on, who cares? And so, as might be expected, I caved in. Yay! This is really delicious. Thank you, Achan. It's no problem. And you have remembered my favorite flavor. I didn't even need to say. Of course I remember. How could I forget? The reason I remembered Amu's favorite flavor of ice cream isn't because we have such an incredibly deep bond of friendship it can never be severed, no matter what. It's nothing as sentimental as that. The real reason I remember it is because I always thought her favorite flavor ice cream was really weird. I mean, green tea? Really? That's the kind of ice cream you'd expect an elegant lady to favor, not It's so good. Not an Amu. Hey, be careful. You're getting it everywhere. But that's part of the fun. And don't talk with your mouth full. That's disgusting. It's just the sight of enjoying it more, Grandma. I'm not like you who ate the whole cone in like 5 minutes. That's because I was being sensible. I didn't want it to melt it on me. But that's so boring. Who wants to be sensible? Don't answer back. Look, you're getting ice cream all over. Right, come here. I move in a little closer, until our legs are brushing. Then I take a few paper tissues from my pocket, there's no harm in being prepared, and start to dab at her face. Amu wriggles in discontent and pulls a face, but I'm relentless. I scrub at her face until it's sparkling clean, no longer smeared with cold, gooey mess. It's always been this way between us. Amu is the active one who gets into scrapes, while I hang behind to clean her up, taking care of her cuts and bruises. I think it's because of my close friendship with Amu that I got into the habit of carrying tissues with me to begin with. Killjoy. Amu pouts, taking another lick of her ice cream. I just want you to look presentable. You're not my mom, and I'm not going to attend a marriage meeting. You don't need to be so fussy. It's in my nature to fuss. If you don't want me to get concerned, you shouldn't act so childish. Blech. Amu sticks out her tongue. There's a glob of green ice cream sitting on it, dissolving slowly. Ew, that's gross. Amu turns her head away and continues eating, taking a few more minutes to finish off her ice cream. This time, she's slightly more careful and is able to finish the job without getting dirty again. I almost feel like I should applaud her for that. She probably made quite the effort there. Still. Amu leans back against the bench, staring up at the blue sky. Life in this small town continues around us as always, and yet, right now, for some reason this moment feels strangely special. Intimate, maybe. I forgot how much you used to worry about me. Getting so much attention feels kinda nice. You just like being taken care of. Maybe a little. It reminds me of when we were kids. Amu turns to look at me. There's a small smile on her face. You haven't pampered me in so long. Not since she came. Isn't that right?
I pause, suddenly hesitant. I know what she's talking about, of course I do. But I had assumed, stupidly, Amu wouldn't talk about her. After all, she never mentioned her in her letters. I thought being with Amu would be safe. I wouldn't have to think. And I wouldn't have to remember. I wouldn't have to feel guilty. Come on, let's find out what's happened. Ask Amu how Noel's. Let's not avoid this nonsense, come on now. Hey, Amu.
What is it?
I shift, linking my hands together in my lap. It takes me a while to form any words. I've been worrying about it all day, but it's difficult to actually say it.
Huh? What are you talking about, Achan?
It's just, it's stupid, isn't it?
I can't know that until you tell me. Knowing you though, it probably is.
I let Amu's comment slide. I know she's just trying to lighten the mood. It's just, I want to talk about it all day, but now that I can, suddenly, I don't want to. But that doesn't make any sense, does it?
Well, I guess not. If you want to talk about something, you should talk about it. Otherwise, I won't be able to understand you.
And that's what I thought. I sigh.
Yeah, it's just common sense. You're acting kind of slow today, Achan. What am I gonna do with you? Seriously.
Amu giggles. Even though the atmosphere is heavy, I'm kind of glad for it. I guess it's hard being too melancholic with Amu around. Even though you act rude, you really are a nice person, aren't you?
I don't know about that.
Amu flushes, turning her head away. Is she embarrassed? That's kind of unexpected. Knowing Amu, I thought she'd brush a sappy comment like that away with a laugh, a slap to my back, or maybe a joke about how I'm getting sentimental in my old age.
Amu pouts. You're thinking I'm strange or something, aren't you?
No. Well, Amu's gaze remains pointed. I relent. I can't keep anything from her.
How do you know? Because I've known you for such a long time, stupid. I can see it written all over your face.
Instinctively, I try to hide my face with my hands. At least Amu seems to find my reaction funny, because she starts to giggle.
But anyway, Achan, what do you want? If you have a question to ask, you should ask it now, or you might forget it later.
Yeah, that's a good point. I was just wondering, I went to her house earlier today. Noel's.
Huh.
There's a small pause. It takes Amu a few moments to regain her composure.
What do you mean, house? Don't you think palace would be more fitting?
Noel's home isn't that big, really.
Says the city boy. I remember when it was being built, my dad was going nuts over it, saying it would tarnish the historical value of our village, or something.
It's a nice house.
Well, you know that better than me. You've been there more than I have. It's not that hard to improve on my record, though, given I've never been invited over once.
Is it just me, or is there a note of bitterness to Amu? Well, there would be.
So did you see the little princess?
No, I didn't see her. She wasn't at home.
Oh, that's a shame. I think she would like to see you.
Are you sure? After what I did?
Of course. She was your best friend, you know. Anyone with half a functioning brain could tell she really liked you.
But it's been 2 years and I haven't spoken to her at all since then, so...
Don't worry about it, silly. You didn't do anything really horrible, and I do understand. It was difficult for you.
It was probably more difficult for her. Amu shrugs.
Maybe. I don't know. I can never tell what she's thinking. And it's not like she ever talks to me anyway.
She's just shy.
I know. But you're kind of shy too, and I don't mind being with you. You're fun to tease.
Is that why you like me so much?
Who knows? Maybe. But with Noelle, she seems far too delicate to poke fun at. Like, it would really upset her. And if I can't joke around with people I don't know how to talk to them.
So after I left, did Noelle not talk to anyone? Amu ponders, directing her gaze towards the sky.
No, I don't think so. Not after you left.
She was all on her own?
I guess, but she always seemed so hard to approach, you know? So distant. I didn't know where to begin.
I wonder if I should feel annoyed at Amu for not making an effort to be Noelle's friend, but it's not like I can't understand what she means. Noelle can be a difficult person. Besides, it's not like Amu has any kind of duty to be Noelle's friend.
If she became Noel's friend purely out of pity or a sense of obligation, that would probably end up as quite a depressing relationship. I don't think it would make either of them happy. Maybe it was inevitable then that after I left, Noel would end up all alone. She never showed any interest in talking to anybody other than me. Maybe that explains it then.
That explains what?
Well, I was just wondering. The thing I was thinking about earlier, that I wanted to ask you. I noticed that Noel's house is up for sale.
Huh? It is?
Yeah, I was hoping you might know the reason why, since your parents are...
Always sticking the nose into other people's business. Yeah. But no, I haven't heard a thing. Maybe it happened recently?
If it was old news, I'm sure my parents would have mentioned it already.
My dad can't keep his mouth shut about the latest village gossip.
I guess there's a mystery that's going to go unsolved then.
It's hardly a big mystery. A lot of people have been leaving the village lately. It kinda seems like a waste though.
A waste?
Yeah. The house that the Sakatas have must have been expensive. I can't imagine they're going to make much of a profit on it.
Nobody's moving into the village either?
Nah.
The houses left by the old families are still empty. Because there are no jobs here, nobody's coming in. Most of the people left in the village are old people who've retired, not families with children. It gets really boring sometimes, you know? And then maybe that's why. Maybe the Sakatas are moving because Noelle hasn't made any new friends at school. Maybe she's lonely.
I guess that could be it, but I don't know. I think it's more likely her parents just got sick of commuting so far to work.
So you don't think this is a big deal?
I doubt it. I think you're just worrying about nothing, as usual, Achan.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Achan?
What is it?
Why are you so worried anyway?
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, Noelle isn't a child, you know? I'm sure she can take care of herself.
I know that, but Amu cuts me up before I can finish. Maybe that's a good thing. I wasn't sure what I was going to say anyway.
If you keep fussing over her, isn't that kind of rude? Like, you're saying you don't think she can take care of herself?
Aren't friends supposed to trust one another? Ah, I hadn't thought of it that way before, but maybe Amo has a point. People don't like being looked down on. I know I don't, and it's something that happens frequently, both literally and figuratively. People are always assuming I'm younger than I am. I've been stopped more than a few times by police officers when going out to the convenience store in the evening. They always ask the same question, how I am, what I'm doing, where my parents are. I know they mean well, but that kind of thing can start to get irritating after a while, not to mention dispiriting. Am I fussing over Noelle because I want to feel superior to her, the mature and responsible one? Is that really it? I don't know. But we know nothing, we've had no communication. I can't help but worry about her though, like, come on. I can't help but worry though.
Why?
I look down at my lap, frowning. I don't know why. Well, I don't really know. Maybe it's illogical. It's just, you know, she's a close friend, that's all.
That's all?
Yeah. Friends worry about one another, naturally, don't they? It's only obvious I'd want her to be happy. There's a small pause. I look back at Amo, peeking up at her from underneath my bangs. She's been strangely silent for a while now. Did I say something to upset her? To my surprise,
she's giggling. Silly Achan, worrying so much about other people.
What do you mean, silly? I'm not silly.
Yes, you are. You're so tiny, maybe you should start to worry more about yourself.
What do you mean? I don't...
And... Hey, Amu. You're so tiny you could be abducted easily. Don't let your guard down or it'll be game over.
That's only because you're bullying me. Let go. Giggling, Amu releases me from her grip. Jeez. I wince, rubbing my cheek with my hand. Honestly. Amu can be such a brute sometimes. She really doesn't know her own strength.
But anyway, Achan, you're being silly, you know?
What do you mean?
I mean, I think if you really want to talk to Nell, you should just do it.
Really?
Of course. If you want to know whether she still likes you or not, and if you want to know how she's feeling,
then all you need to do is ask. That's not so hard, right? Do you really think it's that easy? It absolutely fucking is that easy, kid. Come on now. I know it is, silly. Stop overthinking things and making a big deal about nothing. You'll give yourself an ulcer. You're starting to sound like my mother. Well, somebody has to take care of you when you get all worked up. Thanks. No problem. I like being with you. It's fun. And speaking of fun, let's go and have some right now. I'm tired of sitting around here. Okay, but what would you recommend? I know. Getting to her feet, she turns and offers me her hand. Okay, since you haven't been here for a while, stranger, how about a tour around this town? You mean you want to go shopping? Why, it's almost you can read my mind. Okay. And welcome to the bookstore. Ooh, I can't believe they have the next volume of this out already. Hey, be careful with that. I eye Amu with concern, in the same way a mother might fuss over a particularly spirited child. Amu stands in the corner of the bookstore, flipping through the pristine pages of a brand new manga with such speed, I'm worried she'll crease them. I did wonder why she wanted to drag me to a bookstore of all places, given she isn't one for reading a lot. But now I know why. I didn't know the store sold manga too. I wonder if this diversification is a recent thing. Amu giggles, sticking out her tongue. Fret not, O ye of little faith. I am not a complete klutz like you. I click my tongue against the roof of my mouth. I want to retort, but I know it be for nothing. Amu's right. When it comes to discussions of my shortcomings, of which there are many, Amu is always right. If I were bickering with Saki, maybe I would be able to defend myself. But Amu's known me for too long and has too much material to work with. She even knows about that one time in class with the cockroach. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. I thought I exorcised that thought from my mind completely. Why is it coming back? I need to think of something else. Anything else. Anything to stop the embarrassment. What are you looking at anyway? This? Why, Achan, I thought you would have been able to guess. It's a strange new invention we call a book. I know that. Whenever anybody asks that question, they know that. Then why do people ask it? Because I want to know what book it is. Is that really such a crime? Well, it's nothing special. Just some manga. No big deal. The front cover looks awfully pink. You sound so shocked. I'm not shocked, not really. I just didn't think you'd be interested in something with such a cute cover. Amu giggles coyly, pressing her index finger against her lower lip. There's a lot about me you don't know, Achan. We women are mysterious creatures. And yet you seem to know everything about me. Because you're a man, you're not a mysterious creature at all. Well, of course. That's also part of our mystery. If you say so. I sigh, stretching the joints of my elbows clicking. While Amu flips through various volumes of manga, I have half a mind to tell her this is a bookstore, not a library, but I'm sure she'd laugh at me. I ponder. Didn't Saki ask me for a souvenir yesterday? I don't really know what kind of souvenir she's expecting though. Definitely not a manga you can buy anywhere. Something local. It's not like I've gone to visit some famous tourist destination. This is only a tiny little town near a tiny little village. I suppose I could get her something to eat. Everybody likes chocolate, don't they? Yes, chocolate's good. Even Saki, with her admiration for any and all things gothic, who only ever drinks tomato juice with her school lunch, likes chocolate. It's chocolate. Chocolate is the very special gift though, so what? You can buy chocolate anywhere and everywhere, which to me at least only attests to how incredible it is, but not everybody sees it that way. It doesn't have much heart. What would Saki like though? Knowing her and her ghoulish taste, she'd probably appreciate something suitably morbid, like a badger's skull or a taxidermy bat. But I don't know if there are any specialist stores around here where I'd be able to pick up such questionable items. Feeling a little like I'm cheating, but genuinely curious for an answer, I turn to look at Amu, who is still preoccupied with her manga. There's something strangely relaxing about watching Amu read. Although she claimed all girls are made of mysteries earlier, she's very open about her emotions most of the time. She must have reached a particularly dramatic twist in the story, because her eyes are startlingly wide, her eyebrows raised so high they have disappeared into her hairline. I smile, shaking my head. I can't help but be amused. Hey, Amu? Huh? Amu jumps at the sound of her name, her voice a little more pitchy than usual. I laugh. That manga must be very engrossing, right? Oh yeah, it's not that bad, I suppose. I'm sorry. Did I startle you? No, not really. Jogasaki Amu doesn't get startled by anything. I'd remain completely cool even in the event of the apocalypse. Anyway, what are you calling me for? Do you have a question?
Yeah, actually I was wondering. I frown, rubbing one hand against the back of my head. This might sound kind of weird, but do you know what kind of gift a girl would like?
A girl? Well, well.
A devious smile begins to form on Amu's face.
Achan, you old sly dog. When were you planning to tell me this piece of breaking news, huh?
Ow. I wince as Amu elbows me in the stomach. Hard. Was she trying to hurt me? Or is that just my imagination? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about you getting a girlfriend, of course. Girlfriend? Yes. And in only 2 years, too. I never would have believed it out of you.
I stare at Amu, my mouth falling open in a small oh. Of course, I should have known she'd react like this. And why does she have to be so loud about it? It feels like everybody in the bookstore is staring at me. Saki isn't my girlfriend. She's just a friend.
Oh, her name is Saki, is it? How cute.
I don't know if cute would be the best way to describe her.
Oh, so how would you describe her?
I don't know, maybe scary?
So you like sadistic girls, huh? Of course you do. I should have known. You always enjoy these punishment games we used to play when we were younger, didn't ya?
I didn't enjoy them. I didn't enjoy them at all. And anyway, Saki isn't my girlfriend.
Okay, Achan. Whatever you say. I'm telling you the truth.
Amu smirks. I don't know if she really believes Saki is my girlfriend or not, but it's clear she's going to continue to frame it that way just to unsettle me. Is this revenge for making her jump earlier? If so, it seems a little harsh.
Anyway, why are you so hung up on buying this girl, friend, a present?
She asked for one, that's all. I think she's been feeling a little down lately, so I thought it might cheer her up.
Oh, how noble.
So, do you have any ideas about what a girl might like?
Well, it's a lot trickier than that. Girls are all different, you know. We like different things. And I don't even know who the Saki person is. I'm probably the least qualified to tell you what she'd like.
Yeah, I thought it might have been a bit of a broad question. I sigh, rubbing my side. It still aches after being unceremoniously gorged by Amu's elbow like that. I just thought, is there any gift in particular you'd like to receive? Anything you really want?
Well now, then it would become a case of what I would like rather than what Saki would like. And that isn't what you want to know, is it?
You're right. I'm sorry for asking something so pointless.
Hey now, it's not pointless. I'm sorry I can't be of further use, lover boy.
Lover boy? Damn that Amu. My face feels so hot you could fry an egg on it. A present for Saki though. What would she want? I don't know if I'll be able to find it in this bookstore. Saki does like to read, but she prefers the Victorian Gothic to cute manga, and I don't know which books she'd read and which ones she hasn't. A present for Saki. A present for Saki. A present for Saki. Ah! A sudden flash of inspiration crosses my mind, illuminating my thoughts more clearly than a clap of thunder. There was that store, wasn't there? I used to go there with Noel all the time, back when we were younger. The old man who worked there was really nice, until he got replaced by that eerie woman with the long fingernails and the perpetual look of arch disdain. Just thinking about her is making me skin crawl. Besides, this store is a little off the beaten track. It's not the one of the store situated on the main street. It's tucked away amongst a rabbit warren of residential homes, difficult to find unless one knows where it is. Could I really go there? Would it be worth it?
Hey, what's this? Do you have an idea, Achan?
Well, I frown, looking down at my shoes. Could I really drag Amu along on an excursion like that, just to find a gift for another girl back at home? Yes, she would enjoy this little quest. Didn't I come here so I could spend time with my old friends, rather than fussing over the new? You can do both at the same time. I don't want to upset Amu. I don't know how you could upset Amu. I don't think that it's possible to upset her in any easy way. I do have an idea. Come on, stop being so timid, you little kid. Let's go. Let's fucking go. I need to pause to refill my water though.
Whoa. I don't think I've ever been to this place before.
I'm not surprised. I don't know if many people have. After all, this place is hard to find, tucked away amongst a bunch of residential houses. It took Amu and I 20 minutes to get here. I'm surprised I didn't get lost on the way. From what I remember during my trips here with Noel, the items in the store weren't so much antiques as bits of old junk. and I'm not surprised to see this hasn't changed in the last 2 years. The interior of the store is piled high with junk, but I can't imagine much of it has been any practical use. With just one cursory glance around, I can see several cracked mirrors, an old grandfather clock, display case filled with dolls, a wooden table missing a leg, a birdcage with a broken lock, an ancient iron tea kettle, and a mask that seems to be aping the No theatre tradition. It's been very crudely carved and painted. Maybe it would look good for Halloween, but I can't imagine anybody would want it hanging on their living room wall for decorative purposes. You'd have to have pretty warped sensibilities if that were the case. Although I don't have much interest in things like this, Noelle has always been very keen. I'm not sure why, but she has some inbuilt magpie-like obsession with collecting junk. I think that's natural. I don't think Saki and Noelle are very similar, not by any stretch of the imagination, but Saki also has a fondness for curious old objects. I think she likes the mystery and the romance of it, although personally I don't find broken plates and old jewelry romantic, but they have history to them though. Maybe I have no sense of imagination, you clearly don't. But I worry about, well no, you do, just about worrisome things instead. But I worry about almost everything all the time, so I must have some capacity for it exactly. Just directed in a very unfortunate place. I guess being overly anxious and imaginative are two distinctly different things. The air is thick with dust, so heavy I have to stifle my coughs with one hand. It's nice to know this place hasn't changed at all. It's just as disorderly as I remember. I cast my mind back to the sign displayed outside the door, written in red pen in angry strokes. The sign that reads, "For all to see." To my beloved customers, please would you kindly close the door when you enter the shop, for that is what the door is for. Thank you. And a smiley face. I thought the shopkeeper might have removed that sign during the last 2 years. I was away in the city, but I guess not. The passive-aggressive nature of that warning must be doing wonders for this little store's business, though, because it's completely empty. Not a soul in sight, save for the shopkeeper and you two. So, you know. She's sitting at the counter, leaning over something, a pencil clutched in one hand. Her dark blue hair falls in front of her pale face, obscuring her features. Not really, not in the little sprite here. They're not obscuring anything. I don't know whether she's even realized there are other people in her store, or if she has, she evidently doesn't care. Not even the sound of the bell ringing as Amo and I entered was enough to get her attention. I wonder what her name was. I'm sure I've seen her somewhere else before, and not just behind the counter of this store. Didn't she used to go to my school? I turned to Amo for confirmation. She's surveying the young woman behind the counter with an uneasy look. Do you know who she is? I whisper under my breath. Amo nods her head. It's Eri's big sister, Tsuzumi. Eri? I blink, casting my mind back. Eri. Ah, I remember Eri. She went to my school, lived in the same village. The blonde girl with the corkscrew pigtails, who always used to wear the most beautiful clothes. I think I let her borrow my umbrella once, during a particularly bad downpour, when she had left hers at home. The expression on Amu's face really is curious. She looks as though she's swallowed a lemon, whole. What's wrong? Weren't you friends with Eri?
I was at some point. Now, however,
She winces.
it's a little complicated. I'm not sure whether her big sister will appreciate me hanging around here.
You mean he had an argument?
You could call it that. Personally, I think she was just being stubborn, but
Amu sighs, letting her shoulders sag.
if you really want to buy something from here, I won't stop you, but is it alright if I wait outside? I don't want the big sister to spot me. Is she really that bad?
From what I remember of Tsuzumi, she was only ever rude and sardonic towards me, but maybe she was just having a bad day? A couple of bad days. And we all have moments in our life like that. It wouldn't be fair to condemn somebody based on a mere handful of interactions. Judging by Amu's expression, however, you'd think I'd dragged her up for a guillotine, rather than into an antique store. I don't think I've ever seen Amu, brave and fearless Amu, capable of facing down the apocalypse without so much as a sniffle, look so pale before. Maybe Tsuzumi really is that bad. Now I feel guilty for bringing Amu here. Guilty and ever so slightly frightened for my safety.
It's fine.
Still, I came here to buy Saki a gift, and it would be silly to leave after coming all this way. I square my shoulders and draw in a deep breath, trying to compose myself. I can do it, with or without Amu's support. I can! Okay. You can wait outside. I'll try to be quick.
Take care, Chan.
With a small smile, Amu gives me a wave, and then ducks back out of the shop. The open door letting a brief sliver of sunlight creep down the very ugly patterned carpet before it is finally extinguished with a slam. Somehow, the disappearance of that light seems strangely symbolic, as though my own hopes of escaping here alive have similarly been extinguished.
What a racket.
The sound of the door slamming finally rouses Tsuzumi from her stupor. She lifts her head, glaring, her eyes framed with dark lashes. I whimper. The look on her face. I have no doubt it could bore through solid steel.
It's just a cute anime face so far. Are you trying to give me a headache? I put that sign outside the door for a reason, you know.
So people would remember to close it?
Yes, but that's only part of it. I thought a notice like that would be enough to scare away brats like yourself. But I suppose not.
Then why are you even running a store at all?
Just, what can I do for you so you people get the message? Short of nailing the corpse of a dead dog to the door.
Just close the store entirely. Why even? I can feel the color draining out of my face, as though a plug has been pulled somewhere on the soles of my feet. I must look ashen. I feel ashen too, if it is even possible to feel such a thing.
Oh. Now, wait one moment.
Tsuzumi's eyes soften slightly. One finger, I notice with a gulp, her fingernails are remarkably long and pointed, tapping against her lower lip.
I think I recognize you.
You do?
Yes. That's right. You're not just any old impudent brat after all.
She nods as though reassuring herself of this fact. The two little buns, pinned neatly at either side of her head, bounce slightly as she moves, in a manner that could almost be considered charming. Almost. If her fingernails weren't so very, very sharp, her gaze so disconcerting, her smirk so distinctly unpleasant.
You used to live here, didn't you? In the village, I mean. You went to my school, though you must have been even littler back then than you are now.
Yes, that's right.
Achan, isn't it?
I look down at the floor, hardly daring to meet this woman's eyes. It's a mark of just how ingrained on my subconscious that nickname is that I respond to it almost as though it's my real name. It's not. I mean, I guess Chan is always part of the nickname, but still. We haven't heard anything else. Or did we? It might have been mentioned like once at the very beginning, I forgot about it. By this point, given everybody refers to me as such, even my teachers, it might as well be. If everybody starts referring to me with this diminutive, and nobody uses my birth name, will that rewrite my whole identity? Will the me I used to be before Amu arbitrarily assigned this nickname to me disappear completely? But then again, I was only 3 or 4 when I got this nickname. That wasn't really all that much of me that existed before then anyway. I guess it doesn't matter that much after all.
My sister has told me about you. She said your family got bored of the country and decided to move out to the big city.
Although she's simply stating a fact, it feels as though she's judging me. Behind her eyes, I can see the unspoken words, loud and clear.
Traitor.
Yeah, my dad got a new job, so my parents decided to move. For some reason, I feel like I have to defend myself, even though she hasn't actually made any kind of accusation out loud. But I didn't want to move. I was really against the whole idea. I tried to talk my parents out of it, but they didn't listen.
How sad. My heart bleeds for you. Anyway, if you want to buy something, do it quickly. I'm in the middle of something, and your presence is distracting me.
In the middle of something? I look at Tsuzumi curiously. I can see several sheets of paper spread out across the top of the counter. It looks like she's drawing something, but I can't tell what.
Now, did I tell you that you could try to sneak a peek at my private affairs?
Private?
That's right. What I'm working on is top secret. An uncouth boy such as yourself could never comprehend it.
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to look, I was just curious.
And it was curiosity that killed the cat, as they say.
I bet this woman wouldn't wait a single heartbeat before killing me. Come on now. With those sharp claws, I wouldn't stand a chance.
Now would you kindly get out of my sight? Run along, little boy. Shoo.
Tsuzumi makes a dismissive motion with her hands. I'm more than happy to oblige. My face burning bright-eyed, I turn about on my heels, venturing into the deeper, darker depths of the store. I just hope Saki appreciates the present, whatever it ends up being. I feel as though this gift may very well end up costing me more than the mere money. Bit of your soul, eh? A cursed item. Is this what you want? Yes please. Tsuzumi picks up my planned purchase in one pale hand. I note, with a start, her skin might be just as white as Saki's. Is that because she stays in this dimly lit shop, bat-like, for hours on end? Or maybe it's something more sinister than that. Wasn't there that one countess who stayed young forever by bathing in the blood of young virgin girls? I shudder. The item Tsuzumi is turning over, examining with a critical gaze, is something that certainly supports my sinister theory. It's a pack of tarot cards. I'm surprised I was able to find such a Saki-like gift in here, nestled away on the shelf amongst an old board of Go and a set of nesting dolls. Stumbling across this really was a stroke of luck. The cards are fairly large, about the size of my palm, printed on thick paper that doesn't really yield easily when bent. The prints on them are fairly abstract, with lots of flowers and skulls and gnarled trees. I think Saki would prefer that. It's just a pity there isn't any vampire card, but the odd, goblin-like creature grinning unpleasantly up at me from the devil card seems gothic enough. The cards are a little ragged at the edges, slightly worse for wear, and makes me wonder just how old they are, how long they've been festering away in some corner of this store. Maybe for years and years. Somehow the knowledge that I may be the first person to handle these cards for 5, 10, maybe 20 years makes me feel a little excited. Is this why Noelle enjoys collecting antiques so much? The thrill? After finishing her appraisal, Tsuzumi gathers the cards together and slots them back into the slightly moth-eaten box where they belong.
These are pretty nice. There's only the major arcana, but I don't think any of them are missing.
Do you know about tarot cards?
Just a little. You pick up lots of random bits of knowledge when you write things.
You write books? Once more, the sheets of paper strewn across the counter pique my interest. Are these pages from Tsuzumi's novel? Did she get mad at me because I was distracting her from her writing? Is she actually a famous author? Maybe that's how this store is able to stay open, despite the evident lack of customers. But Tsuzumi snorts, destroying this little fantasy in a matter of moments.
Not books, no. It's something far more exciting. Light novels and manga.
Exciting?
But don't start prying now. It isn't your place.
I look down at the floor, my face flushing. I'm sorry.
You apologize an awful lot, don't you?
Only because your withering gaze and pointed comments make me feel like I should apologize. I'm sorry? Wrong answer. Tsuzumi sniggers.
Well, I should have expected as much. It's just a shame you couldn't have shown a little bit of that humility towards my little sister.
Your little sister? You mean Eri?
Is there any other? How could you forget my dear Eri when she's the cutest, sweetest, most sensitive creature in the whole world?
I didn't forget her, I didn't know I'd ever done anything wrong to her.
Of course you wouldn't remember. Men never do. They're so big-headed and unreliable.
I'm sorry? Tsuzumi raises an eyebrow.
You apologize for being born as a man now?
I guess so. Although it sounds kind of sad the way she puts it that way. Yeah, that's really dumb. With a devilish little giggle, Tsuzumi leans across the counter.
You know, if you ever get tired of being a man, I can help you out.
What do you mean?
I mean, I have a way to end that masculinity forced upon you by birth, forever. When I'm through with you, nobody could recognize you as one of those disgusting, shameless pigs again.
Okay, so she's into cosplay. Although this has... I don't know. I feel a chill run down my spine, ice cold, as though somebody has just slipped an eel down the back of my shirt. For all I know, Tsuzumi could be talking about giving me a makeover, but somehow I doubt it. I think her motives might be rather more unpleasant than that. I'll think about it. In my nightmares. Can I just pay for the cards, please?
Oh, these?
Tsuzumi turns her attention back to the pack of cards, resting innocently on her desk.
Well, I don't particularly like selling my stock to irritating little boys who are so stupid they can't even repent when they've done something wrong. You don't really deserve it, you know.
I know, I'm sorry.
But since I am busy with my work, and I don't particularly want to be disturbed, I suppose if it will be the quickest way to make you leave, I can acquiesce. Just this once.
So, you'll sell them to me?
That's right. And for a discounted price too. If you promise to take them and get out as soon as possible.
I will. I won't come back, I promise. As if I'd want to. I would have to gnaw off my own arm.
Good, good. Then I'm glad we understand one another.
Look, that cold, empty laugh at Suzumi's. It's making my whole body shudder. I'm starting to feel sick. In her dark clothes with those long, fried fingernails, with that laugh, she fits the role of a wicked witch almost perfectly. I wouldn't be at all surprised if this store turned out to be a front for her to carry out her witch-like activities, sacrificing animals at altars and bathing in pig's blood and praying to Satan. Maybe she's cast some kind of curse on me, and when I go to sleep tonight, all my flesh will slowly start to peel away from my bones. But no, I don't want that. Anything but that. Saki, I really, really hope you appreciate your present. His imagination runs wild.
Finally done, huh?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It took a little while to find something I wanted, and I got distracted talking to the shopkeeper. Being threatened and insulted by her, more like. Is casting curses on people illegal? Maybe I should report her. But if I did, she'd probably inflict me with the Black Plague. Amo grins. Her light smile is able to combat some of the unease I felt earlier, making my body feel more relaxed. If Tsuzumi is some kind of demon, then does that make Amo an angel? That feels wrong somehow. An angel who likes to hit people on the back a lot and embarrass them with past memories they would much rather forget. Maybe Amo isn't really an angel after all. Her company is still preferable to Tsuzumi's though. Then again, this might not be saying much given the company of a rabid wolf would still be preferable to Tsuzumi's.
I can only imagine. Tsuzumi's quite an intense person, isn't she?
Yeah, intense is the word.
You're brave going in there all on your own, Achan. I think living in the city has changed you.
You think?
Mm-hmm. I think you're a lot braver now. Far more confident. It's like, cool.
Well, I don't know about that. I think back to my early exchange with Tsuzumi, flushing. Would Amo be quite so keen to call me cool if she'd seen just how much I was apologizing?
Anyway, what'd you get, your friend? What'd you get her?
Oh, nothing special, just this. I draw the pack of tarot cards out of my pocket. Amo examines them with interest, her ponytail bobbing as she tilts her head.
Aren't they like those cards that you used to tell if people are going to die soon or not?
They're for fortune telling, I think. I don't know. I've never used them.
So your friend is into demons and ghosts and creepy things like that?
A little. She does like horror movies a lot.
Maybe that explains it then.
Explains what?
How you end up becoming so brave. If you got a friend like that, maybe her fearlessness rub off on you a little too.
I don't know about that. Whenever I watch horror movies with Saki, I have to put my hands over my eyes during the scary parts. I don't handle graphic depictions of violence very well, especially not when it comes with gallons of bright red blood. Oh, that's just comedy. That's not even horror. That's just comedy blood. Come on now. Gallons of bright red blood. That's a that's a Quentin Tarantino movie, for fuck's sake. That's not a horror movie, that's a parody.
So, Achan, do you want to walk back to the cafe? My dad said he'd pick us up and give us a ride back to the village.
He did? That's kind of him.
Yeah, and I thought maybe you wouldn't want to walk home all the way by yourself, given it's quite a way. And you already did a load of walking just to get here. And to get to the store too.
It's true, my feet really are starting to ache. I think I might have stretched my stamina a little too far today. Walking into town was bad enough, but the extra added journey to the antique store might have cinched it for me. Thanks, I would love a ride back home, if you're sure it's okay.
Sure, of course I'm sure, Achan. Don't be silly. I don't say things I don't mean.
Ow! Did you really need to hit my shoulder like that?
Besides, Dad'll probably love it.
He loves showing off. He must have like 10 or 20 stories of his recent great achievements he's been dying to tell you. Doesn't he tell you them? Amu's face darkens.
He does. Believe me, he does. I think I've heard that tale about the trout 50 times now. If I hear anybody talking about fishing, I might scream.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And so I end up getting a lift from home with Amu's dad. Although I know very little about cars, I know enough to realize this car is pretty old. It does look fucking old, that steering wheel. The interior smells funny, and the seats look worn and frayed. It doesn't help that Amu's dad seems to be driving too quickly out here. As the car speeds along down the country road, I feel myself being jerked about in the backseat, my body shaking like a pinball. Sitting in the front of the car beside her father, Amu complains bitterly, her arms folded.
This car's such a piece of junk. Why don't you get a new one, Dad?
Because times are hard, sweetheart. Times are hard. You've gotta make every penny count. Wahahaha.
If that's the case, maybe you shouldn't be driving so quickly.
Nonsense, nonsense. Driving fast is part of being a man. It makes me feel young again. Besides, I've been with Yukino for almost 20 years now. Yukiko, she can handle it. She's a reliable kind of woman.
Yukiko? Dad calls the car Yukiko. Oh, of course he does. Of course he has a name for the car. It's his thing.
Wahahaha. That's right. I could never part with her. She's like the wife I never had.
But you do have a wife, though. You're married to her.
Amu's dad laughs, slapping the steering wheel of the car in good humor. His hands are so large I worry he might split the wheel in two. Wahahaha. Too true, too true. Your mother's a good woman, dear. But she isn't quite the same as old Yuki here. A man and his car. They have a special bond, you see? Sometimes that bond is even tighter than the bond between a man and his wife. Anyway, my boy.
Yes?
I'll tell you a story. An exciting tale. A story about men. For men. It'll really get your blood pumping.
Jeez.
Even though I can't see her face, I'm sure Amu's rolling her eyes. I keep trying to tell Amu here, but she just doesn't get it. She's not a man, I guess. Doesn't think like one. Even though she acts like one.
Come on, Dad, cut that out. It's annoying.
No, dear. Some people are interested in stories like this.
I am. A bit. I'm curious what he's gonna say.
So, I'll tell you a tale. A tale about a man and a trout. And so Mr. Jokasaki launches into a very long, very detailed, very boring, and very loud rendition of his heroic fishing feats. I sink lower and lower in my seat the whole while, muttering things like, I see, and how interesting. So he knows I'm listening, but I don't think he'd care even if I wasn't. No, he just wants to talk. He's one of those people. It's clear Mr. Jokasaki isn't interested in having a conversation. He just wants somebody to talk to, at, and boast to. Now that I'm in his car, trapped, with no means of escape, I have no choice but to listen. So lad, do you know how large that fish was? Well, do you? Do you?
I don't know how big the fish you caught was. I couldn't possibly imagine, sir.
There's no need to be so polite. There's no need to call me sir. Plain old Kentaro will do.
Oh, yes, of course.
But I still don't call Mr. Jokasaki that. It would seem wrong somehow, given he's such a towering figure. It'd be like calling a mountain a molehill. Oh, so about that fish. It was a trout, you know? A big un.
Amu rolls her eyes. Dad, do you have to? You've told me this story about 1,000,000 times already.
No, Amu, don't exaggerate. It's more like 5 or 6, maybe 7 at a push. But I'm not being prideful. I'm not being arrogant. I'm simply sharing a darn exciting story, that's all. And you've got to admit, it is darn exciting. Mwahaha. You wouldn't understand, Amu. Fishing is a man's world, you know, and only men like me and this young lad here can understand it. You know what I mean?
Not really.
Mwahaha.
I'm wondering how Mom even puts up with you.
And so I spend the entirety of the awkward car journey being shouted at by Mr. Jokasaki as he tells me the darn exciting story of his various fishing exploits.
Well, at least it's something other than...
Anyway. When I get back, it's already starting to get late. I talk to my grandparents for a while, then sit down for another family meal. Grandma really is pulling out all the stops now that I'm back with them. The meals aren't exactly extravagant or complicated, but the quantity of food really is ridiculous. Did Mother tell her I was particularly gluttonous before I came back here? We've been over this, that's just how grandmas are. Maybe she's playing a practical joke on me, trying to pay me back for the time I accidentally overwatered her beloved gardenals.
I hope you like it, dear. Miss Tachibana brought over these spring onions, you know. She grew them in her own garden.
Ah, Miss Tachibana, I remember her. She used to be my teacher. The only teacher in the whole school. As my grandmother talks fondly of our neighbors, I start to feel the color rising to my cheeks. It's kind of embarrassing, but when I was young, I maybe just had a tiny bit of crush on her. I eat my food with a red face, staring down resolutely at the floor. Noticing my discomfort, my grandmother laughs. I wonder if she knows. It's easy to know, like, kids are very open about their emotions. They don't know how to lie that well yet. Even though I never told her about my childhood crush, I wouldn't put it past her. That woman knows everything.
Come on, dear, eat up. Let's put some more meat on those bones.
Thanks, but I sigh. I'm not really hungry.
That might be the case, dear, but this is for your own good. If you eat my delicious, rejuvenating food, you'll never grow old. That's how I've maintained my good looks over the years.
I mean, if she's 80, then yeah, she looks like maybe she's 60 at most, so but it's at the art style. It's, yeah, whatever.
And besides,
she smiles at me craftily.
If you eat a lot, you'll become even handsomer, and then you have all the girls chasing after you.
Grandma, I'm too young to think about that kind of thing. Ha! I like a likely story. I got married to Chiyo here when she was only 17, and I haven't regretted it since. Too young indeed. But I'm not even 17 yet, so that's still far too early.
It's never too early to start planning ahead. The early bird catches the worm.
I don't know if I should think about girls as worms. And I don't think you should start counting your chickens before they've hatched either.
Yes. You just have to do your best. Your grandma will be rooting for you.
I appreciate the sentiment, but rooting for me in what?
Well, you know. This old woman hopes to live to see the birth of some cute great-grandchildren one day, you know.
Great-grandchildren?
Yes. I have started to knit some little socks already. It's the only thing that keeps me going.
It'd be nice to have some little nippers around again. You're getting so old already.
I'm not old. I can't even drink yet. You're not as cute as you used to be. Hey, you would use up far too much wool if I tried to knit your socks now, at your age. A frail old lady such as myself might keel over before she could finish a single pair.
I'm not sure if I'd describe my grandmother as frail. Even though she is around 80, she's as energetic as a small child passing notes and giggling in class. For Chiyo's sake, you'll have to do your best, lad. Why do old people like to tease their grandchildren so much about marriage? Are they really so starved for drama they have to resort to something that cruel? Why can't they just watch TV soap operas like everybody else? They do, and like they still have so much spare time. Some of them are really good. Yes, they are. It just isn't fair at all. Tough luck, kid. That's just how it works. The fresh air feels good. I breathe in deeply. Although it sounds cliche, the air in the country really does feel more refreshing than the air in the city. Maybe that's why my neighbor grandparents still act like great children. Honestly teasing me like that. It's dark outside. I think it must be around 8 or 9 p.m. I'm not entirely sure. That's early. That's fucking early. There are no large roads that run through this small village. As such, there's no need for street lamps. That means when it starts to get dark here, it gets really dark. One would think it unsafe to wander around at night, the only visibility coming from the moon, but like there's literally nobody else around, so fuck all can happen to you. But that isn't really true. Because so few people live here and everybody knows everybody else, the environment is safe. I don't feel any particular worry. And actually, I was feeling more concerned sitting in the living room with my grandparents, being teased about great-grandchildren and tiny knitted socks for tiny newborn feet. I shudder. I know my grandparents got married when they were only 17, but I can't imagine starting a family that young. I do have my friends back in the city, Saki, Miho and Yuna, but I wouldn't consider marrying them. The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. More importantly, I'm sure none of them would want to marry me either. I can't think of anything particularly attractive about me that would make me appealing to girls, and I'd be more surprised than anything else if one of my female friends all did decide to confess to me. Look, you're only 16. Like, that's... whatever. In fact, I'd probably assume it was all some kind of joke. Then there's Amu. I like her a lot, I always have done, and we've known each other ever since we were little, but thinking about that seems kinda strange. It is true that I like her, but I've known her for far too long. She feels like a sister to me. I'm sure if Amu knew I was seriously considering being in a relationship with her, she'd just laugh in my face. And then there's Noelle, who we haven't met even, we don't know what the fuck's happened to her. No way. But the moment I think this, I start to feel guilty. I have to reprimand myself verbally, shaking my head at my own thoughts. It is true that Noelle was my closest friend for a very long period of time, but that is something I don't want to think about. After a few moments of musing, trying to force my brain to think about something less embarrassing than potential wives, I come to my senses. I realize, without being really conscious of my own actions, that I have ended up here. I've arrived at a small wooden building, separated from the rest of the village by fields and trees. It's a worn, ramshackle structure that stands all alone, seeming to creak and moan in the wind. It's the school. The only school in the village. My old school. Elementary, middle, and high school combined. In the gathering dark, with the pale moon beginning to rise, the building looks like something from a ghost story. Eerie. Sinister. I shiver. A cold wind snaking up my spine through my jacket. I didn't notice before, but it's getting pretty chilly. Maybe that's why I can't hear the cicadas. It's too cold for them, so they're all hiding. It makes the atmosphere feel strangely melancholy, as though something vital is missing. I don't really like being here. It's making me feel uneasy. I want to go back. I turn around, ready to retrace my steps, when... I hear it. It's a faint creaking sound, carried over some distance. If I were in a horror movie, this would be the noise that would signal my impending demise at the hands of some apparition from hell. However, even though I'm easily startled, I do know better than that. Although I don't like ghost stories, I'm sensible enough not to believe in them. Even though as a child I did used to check in my wardrobe for monsters every night before I went to bed. It isn't a completely alien noise. In fact, I recognize it. When I was younger, it was a sound I heard a lot. It's the sound of a swing. To be more precise, it's the sound of the old, rusty swing situated in a small playground area around the back of the school. That playground, overgrown with grass and flowers, was where I used to play during break time at school. Even though it only contained a few swings and a slide, I still found it fun. Because there was so little playground equipment, a lot of the bigger children would get there first, shoving the younger ones out of the way. I remember, during that time, the 12-year-old Amo was remorseless. She would shout at the older kids and threaten to hit them, so they ran away in fear. That way the younger children could play. I think the little kids saw Amo as some kind of hero because of her exploits. That really does take me back. But who is playing on those swings at night? I bet it's one of the kids from the village. Though they can't be too young, or else they wouldn't be allowed out by themselves. Even though this village is relatively safe, no parent would want their child out by themselves in the cold. Not at this time. So, who could it be? I'm curious. Silently, I walk around the back of the school building. I take great care where I place my feet, trying not to make any noise. I don't know why, but I feel kind of excited. And also, a little bit scared. My heart pounds in my chest. My thoughts tick over quickly, running through a list of possibilities. Maybe it is a ghost after all. The ghost of a young child playing on a swing in the middle of the night, under the full moon. Yeah, right. As if I'd believe something in like that. I creep over to the small park quietly. The wind rustles through the long grass, the surrounding trees. An owl hoots overhead. I walk closer, closer, and closer. And then my breath catches in my throat. Hello, Noelle. On the rusty swing, moving backwards and forwards through the air, I see her. A figure with pale skin, shining under the moonlight. She's wearing a white dress, sleeveless, far too exposed for this weather, surely. Her arms are long and slender. Even at the distance they look too thin, worryingly so, as though they could snap in two at the slightest bit of pressure. Her white skirt billows out around her bare legs. Her hair flutters around her shoulders, caught in the wind as she moves back and forth. With each movement, I can hear it, the sound of the old swing set creaking in protest. An eerie kind of wail, mixed with the sound of the wind. She really does look like a ghost. Dressed entirely in white, with that pale hair and pale skin. One could be forgiven for letting out a cry of alarm, taking an involuntary step backward out of fear, their hearts stopping in their chests, eyes widening in surprise. The ghost girl playing on the swing in the darkness, under the full moon. An aesthetic experience that would make for a beautiful photograph or a frightening campfire story. But I know it isn't true. This is no ghost. Even at a distance, even after 2 years, I know her. I recognize her face almost as quickly as I would recognize my own in the mirror. It's Noelle. I don't think she sees me. She's still swinging back and forth, like a metronome. Should I go up to her? Abso-fucking-lutely. But what do I say? That's fine. You don't need to say anything. It's been 2 years. 2 whole years. That's a long time. Will she forgive me? You won't know unless you ask. Do I deserve to be forgiven? Come on now. Is she angry? Is she upset? Does she feel betrayed? Or, worst of all, does she feel indifferent? Does she no longer care for me at all? Brain, shut up, go and talk, kid. Communication, once again, the theme of basically all these stories. Communication, just communicate. And you'll resolve all these stupid worries instead of worrying about nonsense. She's only won't be the same girl who used to hide behind my back, clinging to my shirt. Too much time has passed. But she's still Noelle. She's still my best friend. No matter how much time passes, that will never change. Right? But if that's really true, then why is my heart pounding so hard? Approach, for fuck's sake. What even is that other option? That's bullshit. Go home? Hey, what are you even thinking? As if you can just turn around and leave now. I mutter this under my breath, speaking harshly as though trying to chastise myself. I can't turn around and leave. Not now. Fuck no. I know this, even though I still feel nervous. But I can't let that worry get the better of me. I've been worrying about this for far too long. I need to move forward. The sounds of my footsteps, weak and hesitant, mingle with the noise of the swing, creaking in the breeze. My heart feels heavy, as though it's made of lead, dragging my body down. But I don't succumb. I can't. If I gave up now, what would she think? She'd probably hate me more than she does already. I can't afford to let her down. Not again. I don't want to betray her expectations. With this thought in mind, I enter the park. It's eerie, lit only by the light of the moon. I've only ever been here during the day before. Although I've known these friendly, familiar surroundings ever since I was little, they seem strange now. Foreboding. Almost like an alternate reality. I make my way over to the rusty old swing set, and sit down on the spare swing beside Noelle. By this point she must have seen me. There's no way she couldn't. But she doesn't say anything. She just continues to swing back and forth, back and forth. Her eyes look misty and far away. Her pale hair shimmers in the moonlight. I can't help but think, even now, this must be some kind of mirage. It's all a dream. If I were to reach out and touch her, I feel as though my fingertips would poke right through her, out the other side. In that case, if it is a dream, it doesn't matter what I say. Summoning my courage, even though my heart is beating so fast it's a wonder it doesn't leap out of my mouth, I start to talk. After 2 years, I introduce myself anew. Hey, Noelle? It's me. My voice is quiet, but she still hears me. Seeing me to snap out of her trance, she turns her head to the one side, ever so slightly. Her eyes meet mine. They're large, light blue, and lined with long lashes. She doesn't look surprised. Her expression doesn't flicker. Instead, she merely nods, a very slight acknowledgement, as though I'm any old acquaintance. An utterly meaningless person. But at least she stops swinging. Her motions come to a halt. Hello, Erky. Reading a story about kids dealing with emotions. Her motions come to a halt. The grinding, creaking noise dies down, swallowed by the silence of the night, the sound of the wind. Somehow, without that noise, the atmosphere starts to feel even more intense. Although I found that sound grating, now I almost wish I had it back. That Noelle was still swinging. Then the rapid thud 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 of my heartbeat wouldn't sound so stupidly loud. Noelle? I venture again, my voice shaking. In response, she nods her head. It's really you? She gives me another nod. It's a very slight motion, one that could be easily missed, but I catch it out of the corner of my eye. Noelle was always like this, quiet. Do you recognize me? Achan? Her voice is soft. She doesn't use my real name, instead it's that nickname. The one Almu coined for me in childhood, which stuck ever since. Somehow it feels very nostalgic, and very warm. Yeah, it's me. Achan.
You came back?
Just for a little while, but I came back. I was still thinking of you the whole time, though. I missed you.
Ah-chan. Ah-chan.
Noelle looks at me with her large, light blue eyes. Some people say that her intense gaze is disturbing, but I've never thought that. The silence encircles us. It takes Noelle a short while to piece together her thoughts and feelings. That's hardly surprising. It has been a long time since we last saw each other. A small smile, barely visible, begins to bloom on her lips.
Ah-chan. Welcome home.
The two of us sit there for a while, neither saying a word. The cold wind brushes against my skin, making me shudder. It takes me a while before I can find the words, dredging them up out of my head, into my mouth. The words I should have said long, long ago. Noelle, I'm sorry.
Huh? Why are you sorry? I don't understand.
You don't?
No?
Then you're not angry at me?
Why should I be angry?
Because I wince. Because I left you. You were so important to me, but I still left.
I know, but I'm not angry.
Really?
Yeah. It isn't your fault that your parents moved away. Why should I blame you for that?
Because even though we were always so close, I was scared and worried you would be upset. I didn't want to hurt you. I was a coward. I was weak and I never told you. That's right. The reason I feel so guilty is because of that. I never told my best friend I was leaving. One day I was there, eating lunch with her at school and doing our homework together. And the next day, I was gone. I told everyone else, but the one person I didn't tell was the one person who'd cared the most. And it was all because I was coward. Far too afraid to see her unhappy. Too afraid to break the bad news. I really am the worst. Don't you feel betrayed?
Everything and everybody has to change at some point. Nothing stays the same forever.
But you were angry, right? Weren't you angry? Noelle tilts her head to one side, lips parted in a small O.
Do you want me to be?
Of course not, but...
Then I won't be. I don't like being angry. It doesn't ever change anything. It only makes things more difficult. It's a pointless emotion.
But whether it has a point or not, I think that after what I did to you, you have a right to feel just a little bit angry.
Maybe I did. Feel a little bit sad. But not angry.
Sad?
That our fun times came to an end so quickly. It was upsetting.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to make you sad.
It's alright. I'm not sad anymore.
Why not?
'Cause you're here. Come on, think, dude.
A cold breeze runs through the park, making me shudder. The hem of Noelle's skirt ripples like ocean waves. She always did dress in white, didn't she?
Because he came back. He came back to me and said sorry. So there's no reason to be sad. Not anymore.
And with those words, Noelle smiles at me. It's a gentle smile, devoid of malice. The two of us sit together for a while in companionable silence, under the moon. The rusty equipment of this old park is bathed under the silver light from the moon, making the mundane look eerie and haunting. This really does feel like some kind of fantasy. The sharp feeling of metal against my bare fingers helps to keep me grounded. The cold burrows into my flesh, making my fingers spasm. Aren't you cold?
Not really.
You sure don't want my jacket?
I'm sure.
But you're wearing a sleeveless dress. That can't be comfortable, can it?
I'm used to it. People can get used to a lot of things.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I did move to the city after all.
I don't think I'd like to live in a city.
I don't know if you'd say that if you could see the convenience stores out there. You can buy almost anything you want, all around the clock. Isn't that amazing?
Anything?
Yeah, anything. Even those Jello drinks you like so much.
Jello?
Do they sell all kinds of different flavors? Yeah, all different kinds. They're big convenience stores, you know.
Really? Really?
Well, it isn't a lie. Why would I lie about something so trivial? Noelle leans forward on the seat of her swing. It creaks as she does so. There's a strangely happy expression on her face, one that I never usually see. Even her cheeks look a little flushed.
Is there even strawberry Jello?
Of course there is. That's a common flavor.
And melon?
Yes.
Wow. And grapefruit, and kiwi, and apple, and Malay, and grape, and liche. and beet paste, and blueberry, and coffee, and pineapple, and passion fruit, and lemon, and plum?
I think I didn't hear every single thing you said, but, probably. And yet, despite my lackluster reply, Noelle seems satisfied. With a dreamy sigh, she smiles brightly.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, convenience stores really are amazing. If you live in the city, you don't need to walk 40 minutes into the next town just to get some Jello.
What an age we're living in.
It really is convenient, huh? Hence the term convenience stores.
But
But,
that's no good. It's no good at all.
huh? I thought you were excited about all the Jello.
I am excited by the Jello. All girls love Jello.
I don't know if that's true, but I don't interrupt.
If the store that sells this Jello is only a few minutes away, buying it wouldn't be as much fun.
Fun?
Yeah, if you have to walk a long way to buy something, you feel like you're tried hard. So it's okay to reward your effort with a treat.
Yeah, you're going on a quest to get the Jello.
But if your goal is only 5 minutes away, because you can buy a lot of Jello whenever you want, it would feel less special.
Less special, huh?
Yes, things have the most worth if you can't have them all the time, whenever you want them. It makes you appreciate them more.
I'm surprised to hear you say that, considering how much you love that Jello.
But it's precisely because I love Jello that I don't eat it every day. It's so it continues to feel special.
Special. That's a nice way of seeing it.
Yes, just like our meeting right here. This is also special. It might be more special than all of our other meetings put together.
Really? But we haven't spoken about anything important.
It doesn't matter, because it's been such a long time. It's special.
But even if you say that, I'm leaving in 2 days. We're not going to have much time to be together. I expect Noelle to be upset by this news. This is our first reunion after 2 years, and I don't know when I'll be able to see her next. Shouldn't that make her sad? It definitely makes me sad. However, Noelle's reply is strange. It isn't what I expected at all.
2 days is still enough. It's plenty.
Huh?
I mean, the fact that our time together is short, we could feel sad about, we could get angry, we could cry, but that wouldn't create happy memories. To be happy, we should recognize that it is precisely because our time together is short that it becomes even more precious.
I listen to Noelle's voice, letting it wash over me like a wave. I think I'm starting to understand. She's doing her best to find happiness in unhappy circumstances. With her way of thinking, she's able to take things that should be sad and regard them in such a way that it brings her joy instead. She really is a strong person, isn't she? She's far stronger than I am.
Do you understand what I mean? It might be a little too complicated. Maybe.
No, I think I get it. It's like the Jello, right? If you can eat the Jello all the time, you take it for granted. If you only have it every once in a while, it tastes even more delicious.
That's right. That's exactly right. Even though I was sad when you left, maybe it was for the best.
The best?
Yes, that's because it stopped me from taking you for granted, and made me realize just how much you mean to me.
Oh, that's nice. Noelle says this simply, without a trace of embarrassment. She's never been the type of person to get embarrassed. She just states what she thinks. Good, more people should be like that. I, on the other hand, start to go red. I want to reply to her honest feelings. I want to tell Noelle that her friendship, or rather her presence, her existence, means a lot to me. That might be a little too forward though. Maybe Noelle would read too much into it, or maybe I'm the one reading too much into it. Yes, you are, Mr. Achan. I don't know. Be honest with your emotions, kid. You really mean a lot to me too. There we go. Fuck these timid responses. Come on, be honest. I'm gonna force this kid to be as honest as he can be. But even though I mean it earnestly, I can't help but blush as I say such an embarrassing line. I'm just not cut out for flattering ladies. I'm nothing like my grandfather when he was young. Even though we're related, our blood is completely dissimilar. I guess I won't be honoring my grandparents' request for great-grandchildren anytime soon.
What are you thinking about that, Chan?
Huh? I blink at Noelle in alarm, my mouth flapping open like a fish. It's fairly rare for Noelle to laugh, so the fact that she started giggling must mean I look exceptionally stupid.
Your face has gone a strange color. I'm curious.
It's nothing really.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. I just feel a little hot.
Hot? But weren't you saying we were cold earlier? How mysterious.
Yes, it really is mysterious. Life is full of surprises. Noelle continues to giggle to herself. Even though the source of her laughter is my own stupidity, I'm happy about it. Seeing Noelle laugh like this, with a genuine smile on her face, makes me happy too. It takes Noelle a few moments to get her giggle under her control. Once they've subsided, she starts to look a little guilty, an earnest expression on her face. She looks kind of like a little kid who's just been scolded.
I'm sorry. Was I being mean?
No, it's okay. It wasn't mean.
It seems kinda mean, since you're being so kind to me and...
It's nothing really.
But you've always been kind to me, from the moment I met you. That matters a lot to me. It does.
My face starts to flush red again. My cheeks burn. At least it's one way of keeping warm in this cold weather, but...
Thank you, Achan. Even though I was rude and laughed at you, I really am glad that you like me. Truly. It makes me feel happy.
Then I start to stammer. I think in this kind of situation, it would look good if I said something cool like, "Don't worry about it, darling," or "It's fine, baby doll," but that wouldn't fit. That sounds far too sleazy, yes it does. The mere thought of saying something like that is so embarrassing, I think my head might explode. I'm sorry. I'm not very good at this, and I'm not cool enough to receive compliments so easily.
What an odd thing to say. You're funny, Achan.
I wasn't trying to be funny.
Don't worry, I like the uncool you the most. It suits you. That's just the way you are.
Oh, thank you, wait, what? Did she just make fun of me? Oh, come on now. I'm not really that uncool, am I?
It's not a bad thing to be uncool. It's part of your identity. It's who you are.
Noelle smiles at me with the sweetness of a slice of angel cake. But behind that expression, there's something else. Although it looks so pretty, deep down inside, underneath all that artful applied icing, the cake has started to go stale. She's teasing me, isn't she? I mean, a little bit. You're very easy to tease, kid. Being made fun of by someone wearing such a pure and beautiful expression is pretty depressing. Oh, come on. I've been completely defeated.
Was that KO?
Yeah, it was a real ring out, with only 10 seconds left on the clock.
I was that strong?
You really were. It was a very powerful technique. Completely unparalleled.
Yay.
You demon. Noelle giggles, her smiling face bathed under the milky light of the moon. Despite our rekindled closeness, I still feel anxious. I'm filled with nervous energy. I don't know what to do with it. My feet start tapping against the floor, my grip tightening around cold, metallic chains that support the swing. Inadvertently, I remember Noelle's home from earlier, when I went to visit. I remember the darkened windows, the gloomy atmosphere, the "for sale" sign in the front garden. What's going to happen to Noelle?
Hey, Achan.
Noelle's voice, soft and gentle, carries through the wind, drawing me out of my thoughts.
Achan, are you alright?
Yeah, I'm okay. I was just thinking.
What were you thinking about? You look sad.
I'm not sad, I'm just confused.
Confused? Why?
It's just, I went to try and visit your house early today and,
You did? I didn't see you.
No, you weren't in. Your parents' car wasn't in the driveway.
Oh, yes. There might have been something like that.
And I noticed in your garden there was a sign saying your house is for sale.
Yes. There might also be something like that.
Her voice trails off. She doesn't elaborate. Is this something she doesn't want to discuss? If that's the case, maybe I should drop it. Talk about something else. Anything else. What else, though? But just as I begin to open my mouth, unexpectedly, Noelle starts talking. She speaks in a rush, not using the typical measured tones I so often associate with her. It sounds like she's trying to say something quickly. Something painful.
My parents don't like living here very much.
Even though you have such a large house?
They thought it would be nice to live in the countryside. Peaceful.
But I think they're quite impatient people. That doesn't surprise me. I've always found Noelle's mother, with her pristine white blouses and brisk attitude, a little scary. So, you're leaving? Noelle picks at a loose thread in her dress.
I suppose so.
Do you know when?
Maybe when the house gets sold? Or maybe not. It might not get sold.
My grandpa said new people aren't interested in moving here. Noelle nods briefly. The expression on her face suddenly seems so despondent, almost entirely devoid of life. I need to say something. How can I cheer her up? Well, not the last option. Do you know where you're moving to? Do you want to move? Yes, let's get her feelings about this thing. Unbidden, the words from my earlier conversation with Amu come back to the forefront of my mind. Yeah. So after I left, did Noelle not talk to anyone?
No, I don't think so. Not after you left. She always seemed so hard to approach, you know? So distant. I didn't know where to begin.
Then maybe Noelle's family's moving because she hasn't made any new friends at school? Maybe she's lonely? That's why I theorized with Amu earlier when we were sitting together on that wooden bench in the small park. Maybe Noelle's lonely. Is that why she wants to move? It's a depressing thought. I know Noelle always liked it here, with all the forests and the lack of crowds. She doesn't like busy places, but maybe she feels isolated here. She's never really gotten along with the other students at school. Or rather, it isn't as though she doesn't get along with them, she just doesn't talk to them. She doesn't have a bad relationship with her classmates. She doesn't have a relationship with them at all. When I think like that, I start to worry about Noelle. And when I get worried, I just start blurting out whatever comes to mind. I'm sorry if I sound weird. I was just wondering, maybe you don't like it here?
Huh? Why wouldn't I like it here?
Well, I don't know, it's just, I know we were really good friends, and when I left, I got worried. Maybe you were lonely?
I was a little lonely, but I like being alone. I like drawing and walking in the forest, so I wasn't bored, really.
I know, and that's good, but I was talking to Amu earlier, and
Amu?
I blink, surprised. Even though she doesn't sound annoyed or raise her voice, it's still shocking. Noelle isn't the type of person who cut others off while they're still talking. She always listens patiently until the end, replying only after she's had enough time to fully process what they said. Something here isn't right. You don't like Amu?
I don't dislike Amu.
That's a choice. That's a choice statement.
I never said that.
Well, you don't talk to her, do you?
That isn't the same as disliking her. That's simply being incompatible with her.
I guess. You're not very much alike.
Yes, she's too loud.
I know. I get it. She can be a pain sometimes, but she's still a good person.
And is that why you want to see her? Because she's such a good person?
Noelle's expression isn't any different from usual, but her choice of words is a little unnerving one. Her voice is the same as always, and yet even so, there's an odd kind of intensity underneath her seemingly innocent query that makes me feel uncomfortable. It feels as though I'm being accused of committing a crime. I went to see her because she's my friend. That isn't bad, is it? Noelle shakes her head. I mean, we did try and go to see her first, Noelle, then Amu. So, then you don't mind if I see her, do you? It's been 2 years, you know? There is a small silence, before Noelle shakes her head again.
I don't mind. I think Amu's a nice person. Really.
Yeah, she is nice. I feel a bit unnerved at Noelle's out of character questioning, but I try to shake the uncomfortable feelings away. It's probably just baseless paranoia. Noelle doesn't dislike Amu. She said so herself, so I shouldn't worry about it.
What did Amu say? What was it?
Noelle's quiet voice draws me out of my thoughts. She sounds just like her usual self, which is comforting, but I don't know if I want to keep talking about Amu. I'd rather drop it. Look, she asked, let's answer, be honest. Nah. Conflicted, I go along with Noelle's questioning. She just said you seemed a little lonely, like you don't talk to anyone.
That's true. I don't. But don't need to talk to people to have fun.
Well, I'm glad about that.
Yes. I am not like Amu.
Back to Amu again. I shudder, my grip tightening unconsciously around the metallic links of the swing. Oh, is this where the horror element starts to creep in? From this little just innocent childhood romance story? It doesn't matter. It makes no difference. It doesn't stop Noelle from talking.
People like Amu. They're like fungus.
Oh.
They feed off of others to survive.
They can't exist by themselves. Okay, so she's been reading some dark literature in the past 2 years, it seems. Oh dear.
Something like that. I always found it extremely unpleasant. I still do. But I am not a fungus. I do not need to cling to others like that. You know what, friends, I'm able to cope by myself. I can. So, I don't want to be a person like Amu. A weak person. Uh-oh. I won't allow it. I will continue to be strong. I will not be like a fungus. I won't.
Fungus?
Isn't that a little harsh? Some fungi look beautiful. I draw sketches of them in the forest sometimes. Yeah, but to compare a human to a fungus, I wouldn't want to be a person like that. But that doesn't change the fact some people are like that. They can't help it. And I can't help it either. Just because I never want to be like that, it doesn't mean I hate them. It just means I can't understand them. And with that, Noelle finishes her speech. That's... okay. Her pale hands clench together in her white lap, forming fists. Having spoken much more than she usually does, and all in one go, she falls silent. Right. That's a sip of water fun. The atmosphere between us has suddenly become tense. No shit. When I remember the expression on Noelle's face when she spoke about Amo, I start to feel unnerved. Correct? Noelle said she doesn't hate Amo, but is that really true? I don't know if I believe her. What the hell is that? Once more, silence steals over us like a shroud. All I can hear is the sound of the wind through the trees. I wonder how long I've been out there, sitting on these swings with Noelle. It must have been quite a while by now. My fingers have gotten so cold I can hardly feel them. How can Noelle be comfortable sitting out here like this, wearing that dress? I don't understand. She's always been a mysterious person. Hey, Achan. What is it? I was thinking, as you're only going to be here for 2 more days, do you want to see me tomorrow? I look at Noelle. She looks back at me. Just what is she thinking? And what about Amo? 2 days isn't very long, and I already told Amo I'd spend more time with her. But when Noelle looks at me like that, with those large eyes, I feel like it would be cruel to refuse her. I end up giving a vague, non-committal reply. It's too hard for me to say a simple yes or no. I don't want to upset anybody. Oh, trying to please everybody, that's gonna end up upsetting everybody then. I've always been indecisive like this. It's why I get into difficult situations. Saki scolded me about it enough times. If you don't want to do something, just say no. It's not going to kill you, you know? That's what she always says anyway. I should try and be stronger. One day I'm sure I'll manage it. And that day starts now. But right now... one day. That means never. Achan? Now, it's not that time, then it's never gonna be the time. With that kind of mindset. I can't believe this. I feel exhausted and it's only 10:30 PM. The sound of Saki's voice, slightly distorted through whatever wires that are connecting our phones together, makes me relax. My body slumped, boneless, against the wooden floor in the hallway of my grandparents' home. Today was such a busy day. Becoming reacquainted with all the familiar sights from my old life was fun, yes, but also disorienting, as though I'd gone back in time. It almost made me forget for a while that I even have a life in the city to go back to. New friends who are waiting for me, relying on me. Friends like Saki. My face is flushed with heat from my bath, my hair sticking to my forehead in damp tendrils like pond weed. Just like yesterday, I ran the bath slightly too hot and stayed in for far too long, and my body is suffering for it. I feel strangely weak, like a newborn kitten, and it's difficult even to raise my head. The coolness of the wooden floorboards under my bare legs sends pins and needles through my body, making me shiver. I wiggle my toes just to ensure I still have control over them, that there's still a solid physical part of my body. Trying to distract myself from the uncomfortable sensation rippling up through the pads of my feet, I ask Saki a question. Did you have a busy day? It's not even that. It wasn't busy since I didn't have anywhere to go or anybody to see, but it was exhausting. My siblings sure know how to shout, I'll say that for them. Saki groans. I can almost hear her stretching her from here, cracking her joints at the wrists and ankles. That's something Saki does a lot, much to the irritation of our teachers. She's always cracking her wrists, especially during exams when we're supposed to be silent. I think she just has a morbid fascination with human bodies. She is one of the best in our year at biology, after all, and anybody that genuinely intrigued by internal organs of dead animals must have some appreciation of the macabre. Are they still watching Heidi? No, they've moved on from that now. Then shouldn't you be happy? I would be if they hadn't graduated to Tiltil and Mittil. The show about the bluebird? The very one. Saki sighs. And if I ever see that damn bluebird of happiness, I'm going to wring its neck. How cool. Making somebody watch that show for hours on end is the truly cruel thing. I've had that opening song stuck in my head all day. It's a nice song. It's annoying. I'm going crazy here. I think I'm regressing. Almost in unison, as though timed, the two of us yawn.
Despite the heavy bags under her eyes, I don't know if I've ever heard Saki yawn like that before. She has too much pride to display her weakness so openly.
Jeez. Tired at 10:30 p.m. I feel like I need putting to bed and tucking up. How pathetic.
For a girl who loves the gothic so much, going to sleep so early must be nothing short of an indignity. I can't think, off the top of my head, of many vampires who have a strict 10:30 p.m. curfew.
I'm worried Vlad is going to pick up bad habits from all the asin and children's anime he's been subjected to. The poor thing.
Vlad being Saki's interestingly named Peck Budgerigar.
What?
Budgerigar. Okay, what is that? I need to look that up. What the heck is a Budgerigar? Budgerigar. What is that? It's literally a bird. Okay, it's like a. Looks like a little parrot type of thing, but no, not a parrot. It's just a bird. Okay, it's just a bird. It's a bird. What kind of bad habits could a budgie pick up?
Well, I'm not sure. I've been trying to teach him to say a few things like, I am but a bird in a cage, and what is the nature of man?
But it hasn't been going so well. Because Vlad is a budgie, not a parrot. Budgies can't talk.
I know that, but I just thought if I tried hard, maybe we could make some kind of progress. There was a TV show on the other day with talking cats, wasn't there?
I think I remember that. I watched that show with my mother after dinner, thinking it would be something charming, but the sight of those house cats purring out things that vaguely sound like human speech in oddly low, guttural tones was actually quite frightening. It wasn't cute or refreshing at all. Instead, it just made me think, has science gone too far? That's not science, that's just like animal taming and stuff like that. But cats and budgies are still pretty different. More different than budgies and parrots. If I keep making an effort, I'm sure it'll work out eventually. If my siblings would stop watching that crappy kids anime while I'm trying to teach him, that is, it's stunting his growth. I think stunted might be a good term for poor Vlad in general. Living in a home filled with very noisy children really has taken a toll on that old bird. The last time I went to Saki's home, Vlad didn't do anything other than cower in one corner of his cage, trembling, while his feathers fell out. Oh, that's animal abuse almost. That's bad. Anyway, Saki, I'm calling because, I bought you a present. The guile instantly vanishes from Saki's tone. Now she sounds genuinely intrigued.
Oh, you did?
I bought it from an antique store. I think you'll like it.
An antique? I do have a passion for the old and the rustic, it is true.
Although she's trying to sound cool, I can tell she's excited. If I could see Saki right now, I'm sure she'd be smiling. Do you want me to tell you what it is?
Huh? No, of course not. That will ruin the surprise. What's the point buying somebody a present if you tell them what it is? The suspense is part of the appeal.
I should have known. I laugh, shaking my head. Beads of water drip down my forehead at the slight motion, falling from the tip of my nose. Talking to Saki, my last link back to my new life, really is relaxing. And yet, at the same time, I can't quite shake the mounting feeling of dread nestled in the pit of my stomach. It's about Noelle. Ever since I saw her in the park this evening, I haven't been able to stop thinking about her.
Hey, Achan.
Saki's voice suddenly sounds oddly light, a little more reserved than usual, with a single trace of cynicism. Is she worried about me?
I was wondering, how are you finding it, being back at your old home? It's not too awkward, is it?
Well, I pause, pondering. I'm still thinking about Noelle. I cast my mind back to the sign outside Noelle's home. The sign that read, in letters clear as day, "For sale." Noelle is moving. She's not going to stay here much longer, and I don't know why or where she's going. I can't help but worry. It's what I do. I'm good at worrying. It's my special skill. Just like I'm always good at baseball, and Noelle is good at drawing, and Saki's good at telling the most horrific of ghost stories, I'm good at worrying. It's not a particularly useful skill, in fact gets me into far more trouble than it's worth. But it's a part of me, I suppose, and without it, the me I am now would cease to exist. Can I tell Saki about my anxieties though? To begin with, these worries are so vague and nebulous I'm not entirely sure what they're about myself. Besides, Saki already has her hands full with taking care of her rowdy siblings. I don't want to be a further burden upon her. I've already shared my worries with Saki in the past, far too many times to count. If I didn't have Saki to tut and roll her eyes, bringing me back down to reality, I don't know if I'd be able to cope with all the residual, Noelle-related guilt that keeps creeping up on me. Is it really fair to keep relying on her like this? I just don't know. I mean, she's your friend. If she keeps up with that and doesn't complain, and she seems to be the honest type, so like, she would say if you're being annoying, so it's fine. Tell her, fuck's sake, what's with these options of like, no, and all that junk. Okay, I need a slight pause, refill the water and bathroom and stuff like that. Moment. Okay. That's been dealt with now, let's continue. Let's tell Saki about our worries about Noel and everything else. Like, come on now. Communicate, Achan. Well, I shuffle around, trying to get comfortable. I think I might be fighting a losing battle though. My back is pressed up against the wall and I'm starting to get a cramp in my legs. Today I saw one of my friends, Noel. The quiet one who likes drawing? That's right. The one you still haven't sent a letter to, even though I kept telling you it'd be for the best. I squirm, my face flushing. One thing I appreciate about Saki is that she never minces her words. Good. She means everything she says. However, this can be a curse as well as a blessing. Saki's been on my case to write to Noel for the last 2 years, ever since I told her I hadn't done it. According to Saki, ignoring a girl who was supposedly my best friend for such a long time is bad form, completely cold and callous and ungallant. She's not wrong. I tried to counter saying I wasn't all that gallant to begin with, doesn't matter, and Saki rolled her eyes and said, "It's the principle of the thing." No, I never did write to her. Well, at least you got to talk to her. That's better than nothing. Yeah, I suppose. I can't imagine she was too impressed to see you, though. What do you mean? I mean, you left without saying goodbye, and you ignored her for 2 whole years. That kind of treatment's got to sting. I wouldn't be surprised if she was holding a grudge. Well, a little bit. Did feel like that. I thought that might be the case too, but she seemed to take it rather well. No. Then she's the kind of person than I am. Either that, or she's a really good liar. Noel doesn't tell lies. She isn't that kind of person. Maybe she isn't the kind of person to tell a lie maliciously, but if it's a little white lie to save your self-esteem, who knows? Maybe she thought you'd feel bad if she scolded you, so she tried to brush her own feelings under the rug. Maybe she was upset with me. Unless it's some kind of saint, I'd say there's a decent chance. Like 99% or so. It's that high? Well, I can't say. I've never met your friend before. Everything I know about her I've learned through you, and second-hand accounts are never as reliable as first-hand experience. But if I were in her shoes, then I would be mad at you, Achan, no matter how frail and little you are. I'd be really, really mad. I'll try not to get your bad side then, Saki. See to it that you don't. I'm rather good at holding grudges. I feel a shiver creep down my spine. I don't doubt that at all. Given all the gory movies Saki's seen, I'll bet she has a great deal of knowledge on exactly how to settle these grudges too. Maybe that's why she didn't want to tell me. Maybe she was mad at me. Tell you what. I went by her house today and I noticed in front of her garden there was a for sale sign. I think she might be moving. Huh. Now, that is interesting. Yeah, I thought so too. I was really shocked, but I draw my knees up underneath my chin, wrapping my arms around them. I balanced the phone in the crook of my neck, pressing between my ear and my shoulder. I tried to ask Noel about it, but she didn't really tell me all that much. Mom never told me in her letters either. It all feels like some big conspiracy. Maybe she didn't tell you because she didn't want to talk about it. It might be a painful subject. I mean, you never told Noel you were moving either, did you? Touché. That's true. That thought has crossed my mind. And don't feel upset that she didn't want to confide in you. It has been 2 years since you last spoke to one another, after all. She might have felt too awkward. I didn't think maybe it would be hypocritical to complain. I tried not to pry too much, even though I wanted to know more. Well, it's a start. Based on how you treated her, I don't know if you have any right to start demanding answers. You sound like you think I'm a bad person, Saki. I don't think you're bad. Not really. In all honesty, Saki swallows. I can hear it through the other end of the line. I like you. I think you're a sweet person, and thoughtful too. You certainly worry about others a lot, but at the same time, I think you can also be quite self-centered. Self-centered? With all the fretting, I mean. I know you can't help it, it's just part of who you are, but sometimes you worry so much that it stops you from doing the right thing. The thing that you know you should do. like saying goodbye to Noelle, like keeping in contact with her, like being a good friend. I slumped down against the wall, curled up on myself in the ball. My hair is still damp, but not as much as before. I think the after effects of that sauna-like soak are beginning to wear off. I think you're right. I'm sorry, Saki. Hey, you don't need to apologize to me. You've never hurt me like that before. That's right. Saki wasn't the one I hurt. It was Noelle. And now I'm going to have to pay the price, whatever that price may be. I hope I haven't bothered you anyway.
Huh? Of course you haven't bothered me. Why would you think that?
Because, I don't know. Listening to my worries must be quite boring. And I don't want to be a pain.
You're not a pain. If anything, I'm glad you confided in me.
You are?
Yeah. I'm dying for some proper company. I've been surrounded by children for the last 2 days, and I don't know if I can take it anymore. My sanity points are taking a serious hit.
I'll try to hurry back as soon as possible then.
Yes, please do. Otherwise there may be a massacre.
It's really that bad?
It's not just bad. It's awful. I'm at the end of my rope here.
Well, just try to hold on a little longer. I'll be back in 2 days.
Only 2 days, huh? I'll mark it on my calendar.
Saki laughs that dry, humorless laugh of hers, which brings a small smile to my lips. Although it's only been a couple of days, I think I miss Saki too. I've never really realized before, given we've spent so much time together over the last 2 years, but her sardonic sense of humor and sarcastic asides really do help keep me going. I really do appreciate her, and I rely on her too. More than I ever thought. I blink in surprise, pressing a hand against my cheek. It feels warm, and I don't think it's from the bath. I'm blushing. That's fine. In the morning, I lied my foot on my grandparents' home, just as I did the night before. It was nice seeing Noelle again, even though it was a complete surprise, and I was a little nervous at first. But do I want to see her tomorrow? And what about Amu? I only have 2 days left. That isn't very long at all. Noelle or Amu? Do I need to make a choice? Not really. No, you don't. Okay, it's 2.5 hours. You know what? I feel my voice going a little bit away. And this. Anyway, with that, we'll leave the Achan B for now. He can be saved, slotted now, and be done for today. Good Lord, 2.5 hours. It didn't feel that long, certainly. I should make it a habit to take quick little breaks every now and then. I might keep going for longer periods of time instead of the usual hour and a half at the most. Anyway, that's that. We'll leave him to agonize over his friendships and Noelle being weird. What's that about? We'll find out later. Currently, no horror elements, but the seed has been planted. The fungal seed spore has been planted, it seems. That is to remain for next time. For now, we'll pause. Some music in the meantime to look up. Noriyuki Asakura, Kimoadara Mamotte Uru, Mamotte Iru, from Rurouni Kenshin. I have no idea how I found these. I haven't watched the show. I don't even know if it's a show or a game or whatever it is, but whatever. Then ZZ Top Give It Up, then Nazareth Fallen Angel, Garth Brooks Learning to Live Again, and Fleetwood Mac Go Your Own Way. Stuff from my library to check out, and then I will check out myself right now. But we'll see about continuing this soon enough. At some point. I say that and sometimes it's like 3 weeks later. We continue part 2. Oh well, the peculiarities of the mind and life and work and other stuff getting in the way, and that's just how it works sometimes. Oh well, anyway, ta-ta for now. Now, then, continuing on from where we last left off with the kids, the teenagers, exploring their childhood home, Achan. Yes, he met his grandpa with the best fashion sense ever, because of course he does. Of course he has. Grandma is grandma, as you'd expect that to be. Then we have his childhood friend, Noelle, who seems to have gone a bit mental due to isolation, which is troubling. This game has violence and gore tags, And we haven't experienced anything of the sort. So it's gonna take a shift soon enough. And it's because of Noel, isn't it? And, fuck me. It's gonna be tragic and it's gonna be sad. And, I'm not sure how graphic it's gonna be in the depictions of said gore and violence. You've been warned. I've been warned. I should maybe stop, but I won't. We'll see how it goes. But before we do that, before we do any of that, we gotta exercise the vocal cords with another. You go away. The music can go away. That's fine. Well, not the background music, that can stay, but the listicle thingy. Anyway, short start at 52 from June 27th, 2018. This one's a weird one, as I glossed over it. Take the reins, sister. I cannot hear the people anymore. Your voice will have to guide their pleas. You will always better at understanding the troubling side of peacetime. Quiet sobbing. I can't sob on the spot. I'm not good enough to do that. Come now. This is a joyous occasion. I know you feel anxious and afraid. Such power is quite demanding on one's soul. Silent stare. But I believe in your strength. You do not fully know how powerful you really are. Here, it is time you experienced it firsthand. Echoes of winter and summer surrounding the area. Okay. This would work far better with visual medium as well, but oh well. They speak to you so close, yet I cannot hear them at all. I feel lonely. Rushing winds. It's getting warmer. Sister, I do not think I am well. Something is wrong. Please, help me. I can no longer save myself. Roars and chirps and howls in the distance. Soothing rainfall. The sounds, they are fading. The weight of death grows great. Is this how they make that voice? Can you hear me from myself or the world besides? Silence. A light thud noise. Further silence. Sister, please. The fallen are taking me. I am not ready to go. I thought I was, but I'm not. Please, it hurts, yet the pain vanishes quicker every moment. The world desaturates until all is grey. Hello, sister? I want to go back. Please. Right, not sure at all what that's about, but sure. A bit weird and creepy in its own way. Somehow, sometimes these little random short stories I wrote like 4 or 5 years ago have a way of unintentionally connecting. And sometimes they don't at all, so that doesn't matter. It's a pure coincidence if that happens. Anyway, Achan, his friend Ami, who's very energetic and fun, and his childhood friend, best friend Noel, who might start killing people. Hopefully not. Hopefully that's not the case, but who knows? God damn, I don't know. I know nothing, and that's scaring me a little bit. But anyway, let's just go back right in. Let's load the next thing. Day 2. Fuck me. We're only on day 2. Alright. Upbeat music, yay! And yet, despite my constant worrying, the next morning comes inevitably, just as it always does. I'm far too small, far too insignificant to halt the rising of the sun. Yeah, we all are. My minuscule worries have no bearing on the rest of the world. That's how it all works. And so, life keeps on going. I start to clean around my grandparents' home, dusting the shelves and wiping down the tables. Partly it's because I want to help my grandparents, but it would be a lie if I said I didn't have any ulterior motives. I'm just stalling for time. I'm doing this because I don't know what else to do. I mean, that's fair. Your best friend yesterday in the kind of chilly night in a frilly little dress said it wasn't cold and was comparing people to fungi. And like, basically of the mentality that there's parasites. People are like parasites, leeches, and there's individuals who are strong. And it's like humanity like thrives on community and that kind of stuff, all that good stuff. You know, we're pack beasts and shit like that, instead of these lone wolves. But you know, she kind of isolated herself from everyone. Was just like, that's weird. Okay, it's gonna hopefully she turns around. That'll be nice. As such, it feels a little awkward when my grandfather compliments me for being so helpful. Hey, you're still being helpful. Ah, it sure does feel refreshing after a good tidy up. Thank you, lad. Oh, you're welcome? Ah, there's no need for formalities with me, silly. You're a real help. Yeah, I mean, how can you be formal with the guy wearing that shirt? I mean, come on. I wouldn't want to be formal with him. And I would not want anyone to be formal with me if I was wearing such a shirt. Of course, I was going to clean all this up eventually myself, but this gives me less work to do.
Oh, it's no trouble.
You know something? Even though you look so little, Chio is right. You really have grown up to be a fine man, haven't you? I guess looks aren't everything.
Well, I don't know about that.
And modest too. That's an important asset. It'll make you popular with the ladies.
I'm not that popular.
Well, you don't see many men quite as modest as me. I'll mark you that. Sure. In terms of modesty, I really am the best. God damn it, Grandpa's great. He knows he's contradicting himself there. That's why Chio loves me, because I am so modest. God fucking damn it. Grandpa laughs, clapping a hand on my shoulder. But you're getting there, so don't give up hope. Every little bit helps.
Yes.
Aren't you getting tired of cleaning though?
Oh no, I don't mind. I'm happy to help, really.
Really? I'm surprised.
Why?
I thought you'd want to go off and see your friends. You don't want to be shut up in here with us old folks, do ya? Isn't the air in here too musty?
My grandfather smiles, and yet, although he's trying to be kind, I start to feel anxious. Does he want me out of the house? I mean, he wants you to enjoy life. Like, they're old. They know, like, they can tell. Like, you're here to see your friends. That's what you should be doing instead of hanging out with old people. Like, like... No, that can't be... I know I can be annoying when I put my mind to it, but I can't have irritated my own grandparents that much after only one day. It's not the actions you took that irritate him, it's the actions that you are not taking that are irritating him. As in, go have fun. Go experience life, kid. He's just concerned about me. He knows my time here is short, so he wants me to make the most of it, exactly. I remember, Amu said she had to work at her parents' cafe until 12:30 PM today, so even if I went to visit her now, she'd still be working. I could go and tease her a little. Mate, you cannot tease Amu. I mean, okay, maybe he can, but not really. Maybe I could ask her to serve me like a real maid. Okay, I want to see how that situation turns around on you. It might be fun to tease Amu, since she's always poking fun at me. But yeah, but do you have any experience teasing her? I doubt it. They do say an eye for an eye after all. Yeah, but you have to be able to actually poke the other person's eye out as well. I don't think you can, Achan. Not that I want to pull out one of Amu's eyes. And then there's Noelle. Yes, we need to address that, that's more important. She asked me if we wanted to go out yesterday. Maybe I could go by her house and see if she's there. That might be a good idea. Fuck yeah. Although I kept in touch with Amu via letters, I didn't speak a single word to Noelle during my 2 years in the city. We have a lot to catch up on. What should I do? Obviously Noelle. Like, let's resolve that stuff. Amu's gonna bother us anyway. We're gonna see Amu anyway. I mean, we're gonna see Noelle as well, but like, let's prioritize the childhood best, well, not really childhood best friend, but still best friend to like, come on, kid. I find myself staring up at the grandiose, slightly overbearing structure that is Noelle's home for the second time these last 2 days. Just as before, the large sign that reads, "For sale," is displayed in the front garden. A firm indication that what I saw yesterday wasn't some kind of delusion or dream. Noelle's family really is moving away. That is the truth. For some reason, that sign makes me feel anxious. It's not like I'm superstitious or anything.
Sometimes I flip through the daily newspaper to look at my horoscope, but that's about it. I don't take things like that too seriously. They're just a fun distraction. However, it's almost as though that sign is some kind of omen. Yeah, as if the writers put it there deliberately. A portent of misfortune. Although it's a fairly warm, sunny day, it seems oddly cold here. Maybe that's because of the sheer size of Noelle's home. Perhaps it blocks out the sun. Or maybe the sun is too intimidated by the size of her home to shine near here. Noelle's home is the biggest building in the whole village, and it's situated a little way apart from the rest of the houses, which all coexist together in a cluster. Noelle's home is cold and aloof, just far away enough from the rest of the village to make it feel like it exists in its own alternate reality. Now that I think about it like that, I'm starting to feel creeped out. That definitely didn't help. That definitely didn't help her socializing stuffs. Was that really just the wind against the back of my neck? Or was it an invisible, ghostly hand? Ridiculous. I'm being stupid. These thoughts are completely useless, worth even less than manure. Hey, manure has use. You couldn't even fertilize a field with the contents of my head, so fair enough. There's no point pondering this any further. Shaking my head in derision, I try to drive away the rest of my weird thoughts. I stride forwards with a new sense of purpose, down the front path and right to the front door. I stand on the doorstep and knock. There is no reply. I wait there a while, arms hanging at my sides. I'm standing so stiffly I must look like a scarecrow, which might be a useful talent if there were any birds around here that needed scaring. But there aren't. Noelle's home remains quiet, desolate, a wasteland. Is anybody home? I raise my fist again, ready to knock, but this soon proves to be an unnecessary action. Standing in the entrance is a woman. She's tall to an almost intimidating degree, and the serious expression on her face doesn't help. Her hair is long and blonde, tied back in a ponytail so tight her forehead looks unnaturally taut. She's wearing a pristine white blouse, ironed without a single crease, and a pair of tightly fitting black pants in equally perfect condition. It's Noelle's mother, Sakata Lucy. Hello. Alright. Here you go. One marshmallow tea. Now she doesn't get a Sprite. Miss Sakata places a willow-patterned cup of freshly brewed tea, complete with matching saucer, down on the kitchen table before me. I bow my head in silence, thanks, my face flushed pink. Somehow it feels wrong accepting tea brewed by the hands of this woman. She seems so incredibly perfect, so completely above any other person I've met, that having her serve me tea makes me feel like I'm being waited on, hand on foot, by a real member of royalty. It's not as though I asked her for the tea, however. I didn't come here and start barking orders at her. Look, it's just basic politeness. I doubt she'd have listened to them. Miss Sakata ushered me into the kitchen of her own accord, then asked me if I wanted anything to drink before I'd even had the chance to get my bearings together. I thought it would be rude to reject her offer, especially as she'd already started riffling through the cupboards with army-like efficiency, so I weakly muttered the name of the first tea that came into my mind. I can't bring myself to say anything. Instead, I just sipped my tea in silence, watching Miss Sakata pours herself her own cup. It really is interesting to watch her. She doesn't waste a single movement and does everything with poise and grace. She makes even a simple task like pouring water into a cup look like a work of art. This person really is incredible. She's incredible, but at the same time, a bit eerie, eh? Too perfect, eh? Frightening, yeah. The kitchen doesn't help soothe my nerves either. Yeah, it's all pristine white and stuff like that. The stark white walls, clinically clean surfaces, and modern coffee maker sitting on the side makes me feel like I'm not even in the same village anymore. Noelle's home feels like a completely different universe, separate from anything and everything else. It's a strange world where every single thing is in its proper place, not a speck of dust in sight. An odd, sterile environment which lacks any real warmth, infused with the smell of detergent. It feels more like I'm in a hospital than in somebody's house. That, or a spaceship. The atmosphere is oppressive. My fingers tremble when I reach for my cup of tea. I mean, it would become much easier if you just started talking. My eyes dart around uneasily, unsure where to rest. Once Miss Sakata pours her own Mrs. Right. Her own cup of tea, she takes a seat facing me at the spotless table in the center of the room. The two of us sit together in silence, in her cold, impersonal kitchen.
So, I see you've come back.
Yes, I have. Not that I need to confirm it. That much should be obvious, given I'm sitting right here, right now.
That's good. I think Noel missed you quite a bit.
I'm sorry?
Oh, there's no need to apologize. You don't have to be so formal.
Mrs. Sakata offers me a small smile. Oh, it gets lost in the cold atmosphere of this room, and none of its warmth reaches me.
How long are you going to be here?
Well, I have to go back tomorrow.
Ah, so not very long at all. I suppose you don't want this old woman keeping you then?
I flinch. I might have been thinking something along those lines, but, I don't think you're old at all. Come on.
Well, thank you. That makes me feel a little bit better.
With a stilted laugh, I turn my attention back to my tea. I want to drain my cup as quickly as possible, just so I have an excuse to get out of here.
Still, I really can't thank you enough.
Thank me? For what?
For being Noelle's friend. She doesn't have many of them.
From what I'm guessing, he is literally her only friend.
Huh? I don't think Noelle has been feeling too well lately.
Now she's thinking about people as fungus, so that's, yeah.
She became even quieter than usual after you left. I'm worried that she hasn't been able to make friends with the other children in the village.
Mrs. Akata looks troubled. Well, yeah, her daughter is going... like, she thinks her daughter might be depressed or something. I start to feel even guiltier for wanting to escape. Even though Mrs. Sakata is quite a serious person, she certainly isn't a bad one. No, she's still a mother who cares about her daughter. It's clear she really does care about Noelle.
Oh, I apologize if it's awkward to talk about such things. It might be a bit unfair.
No, it's alright. I don't mind.
It's just, I do worry about my daughter. She's always been so quiet. She's never been very good at talking to others, and I get concerned about it.
Oh, it's alright. I'll be Noelle's friend.
I know you will. You're already a good friend to her. A very good friend.
Well, I don't know about that. She is a little bit quiet, but that's no problem. I like being with her. And because I like her, there's no reason to thank me. Since I joined being with her, I'm benefiting too. Although saying it like that makes it sound like a business merger. What do I mean, benefiting? I smile awkwardly, unsure whether I've worded it right. It's hard to get my point across. You're 16. It's fine. She gets it. You're awkward. I guess I just react badly to being complimented. It makes me anxious. If people compliment you, it means there's a greater chance that you'll let them down in the future. Really? Compliments seem to weigh even more heavily when they come from a woman like Mrs. Sakata. And why should she compliment me for spending time with her daughter? That makes it sound like a chore. Being with Noelle, it wasn't a burden. It was fun. Every day with her was so much fun. I really didn't do anything special.
It might not seem like anything special to you, but I appreciate it all the same. On behalf of my daughter, I would like to thank you.
If you're sure, but... Really, being praised like this? I don't know if it's fair. Can Mrs. Sakata truly, honestly say that I'm a good friend to Noelle? How can I be a good friend when I betrayed her? Oh, he's riddled with guilt. Mrs. Sakata stands by the sink, washing the used teacups. Her blonde ponytail bobs with her every movement, not a tendril out of place. The sound of running water fills the kitchen. It's comforting, though I'm not sure how. Maybe it's homey? At least it makes this place feel less stagnant, less sterile, less detached from the rest of reality.
Thank you for humoring this old woman. I'm sure you didn't come here because you wanted to talk to me.
I still don't think you're old, you know.
That may be true, but I am old enough to know better.
Huh? Mrs. Sakata continues to clean the inside of the cups with a flannel cloth over and over again in a circular motion. But she looks distracted.
I shouldn't burden you with my troubles. You're just a little boy.
Hey, I'm not that little.
You are compared to me. I know it isn't right for me to burden you with my worries. It's just...
Mrs. Sakata sighs again, her shoulders drooping.
I don't really know anybody in this village. It's such a tightly knit community, and I feel like I'm still considered a stranger, even after all these years.
Well, how you become a not stranger is you interact. That's just how it works. Some people become like friends with everyone literally the first time they meet somebody, because they're just social butterflies like that. Others remain strangers after like spending years, maybe in decades, in the same community, because they just don't engage. I'm one of those people who doesn't really engage that much. So it's like, I'm a stranger to a lot of people who I've known for years. Effectively a stranger. Because, yeah, it's just different people, different things. That's just how it works.
It's claustrophobic.
I don't say anything. I mean, she realizes it though. And sees it as a problem for herself. There's ways to solve that. Like, I don't see that as a problem for myself, so that's why I don't change anything about that regard. Like, it's a matter of perspective. I don't really know what to say. Yeah, of course you don't. Mrs. Sakata finally turns off the faucet. Yeah, that was a very loud noise, honestly. The sound of running water fades away, enveloped by the silence that rushes to meet it. Once again, everything is deathly quiet. This house really isn't in a secluded area, isn't it? If a person feels isolated already, living in a place like this, where not even the sounds of the cicadas can reach you, must only serve to make you feel even more alone. I can imagine why Mrs. Sakata feels unhappy living out here. Maybe that's one of the reasons why the family has decided to move. I'm sympathetic towards this, but at the same time, I'm anxious. What about Noelle? How will she cope if her family uproots and moves somewhere else? I keep thinking back to the for sale sign in the garden. I can't shake this ominous feeling I have about it, no matter how hard I try. The worried look on my face must be obvious because Mrs. Sakata frowns, clicking her tongue against the roof of her mouth.
Are you alright?
Oh, I'm fine.
Are you sure? You look a little bit pale. Would you like me to get you some medicine?
No, I don't think I need any. I'm good. Mrs. Sakata doesn't look fully convinced, but she relents anyway.
Well, if you're sure.
I'm sure. There's no need to worry. She purses her lips, arms folded. It's the same face Mom wears whenever I tell her I'm too sick to go to school. Like you're clearly lying. Like you're just 16, kid. You don't know how to lie properly to an adult. Unconvinced. Yeah, no shit.
Noelle never tells me when she's feeling ill either.
Well, we are kind of alike.
I suppose so.
That must be why you get along so well. Maybe it's something I'm too old to understand. Mrs. Sakata sighs, turning her head away from me. For those few brief moments, she looks unusually unsure of herself. She really is worried about Noelle, of course she is. That much is obvious. But if that's the case, why is she leaving? Hey, I was wondering...
Yes?
Do you want me to get you that medicine after all? No, it isn't about that.
Are you sure?
It isn't any trouble. It seems that Mrs. Sakata is quite a doting parent after all. No, I was just curious. I hope you don't mind me asking, but
I won't know if I'll mind you asking until you ask it.
True. You can't argue with logic like that.
No, I am very difficult to argue with.
Well, at least that's what my husband says. I can imagine. Okay. Not that I'm trying to sound rude, just ask the fucking question, god damn. I wasn't trying to offend. God, just ask the question, god, with 5 sentences to away.
No offense taken. I prefer it this way, being ever so slightly intimidating.
Okay, at least she's aware of that. It means people take you more seriously. A bit too seriously. Mrs. Sakata smiles. I wonder if she's just joking or not. Both. I can't tell. It's both then. Even so, I can't help but smile back, my face flushed light pink. It's just, I noticed that your house is up for sale and I was wondering if you're planning to move anywhere. A pause.
Yes.
That seems like a fair conclusion to take from that piece of evidence. That was an oddly roundabout way of confirming my statement. The expression on Mrs. Sakata's face too. All of a sudden it started to look strangely grim. Okay. I should be careful with my words. I'm worried now. I might upset her if I asked the wrong question. Fuck me. Like, we need a direct answer. But like, she didn't actually say that that's what they're doing. She said that's a fair conclusion to make based on the evidence. She didn't actually confirm that they are moving. That's the thing. That's the thing. Why are you moving? That's the important question. Like, you need to deal with these things. Oh god, this is gonna be... Let's save. Fuck me. I wonder if I'm being too forward again, asking all kinds of impertinent things, but I still want to know, yeah. I'm curious, and I'm worried about Noelle too. The reason behind their sudden decision to move. What could it be? Oh, it isn't anything particularly interesting. Miss Sakata shrugs her shoulders, but her expression remains grim. My husband was offered an opportunity to work elsewhere, and he simply decided to take it. That's all. But what about Noelle? I thought she liked it here. Of course, we factor Noelle's feelings into this as well. What kind of parents do you take us for? Although Mrs. Sakata doesn't sound angry, exactly, she doesn't sound entirely calm either. Ah, there's skeletons. I think I might have offended her, that's fine. I wince, scooting back in my chair as far as I can go. The truth can be unpleasant to deal with sometimes. I've never liked being scolded, especially not by people a lot older than me. Hanging in my head, I mutter some kind of apology, face flushed. Don't need to apologize. I'm beginning to feel like I'm overstayed my welcome. At least Mrs. Sakata takes note of my discomfort, because her expression instantly softens, as does the tone of her voice. No longer sounding like a stern schoolteacher reprimanding a student for handing in a subpar essay, she instead takes on a gentler tone, more fitting for a discussion with a friend around a tea table. I'm sorry if I was a little terse. I've been on edge lately. It's okay. I was out of line. No, that's fine. I know you only asked because you care about my daughter. It's admirable, really. I don't know. I know. I know you're a nice boy. I didn't mean to snap at you. I'm just stressed about moving. Yeah, my parents got stressed about it too. There was a lot of stuff to sort out. Lots of paperwork, I think. It's true. It is a tiresome process. But it wasn't a decision made on a whim. I discussed it with my family at great length this last year. Of course, I wasn't doubting that. Even so, I'm still not sure if it's the right decision. But I've become so tired of living in this village. Tired? Yes. There's so little to do here, and everything is so far away. It feels like my brain is stagnating. Mrs. Sakata rubs her forehead, a complicated expression on her face. Maybe this sounds selfish, but I only moved here because of Noelle. If it wasn't for her, I would never have come here at all. I don't think it's selfish. The fact you sacrificed that much for your daughter is admirable. I think. Really? I hope so. Mrs. Sakata sighs. She looks at me with tired eyes, underscored with lines. The markers of old age. I think we need a change of scenery. A change of pace. I think it'll be doing Noelle some good. Yeah, generally, changing the environment kind of forces you to rethink things and change your behavior and stuff like that. Typically, it can be good. I mean, depends on what kind of environment you end up in. But still. Maybe a sudden move will shake her up a little. That would be good. And it'll do me some good too. It's all I could think of doing. Silence descends upon us. In this kitchen, in this house, in this isolated part of the village, it really is complete silence. It is Mrs. Sakata who finally breaks it. Still, look at me, talking about myself so much. You must be bored. You want to know where Noelle is, don't you? I mean, not bored, but like... well, I suppose so. That is the real reason why I came here. though it would seem rude just coming out and saying it. I think Mrs. Sakata knows this already though, of course she does. She folds her arms, pondering. Well, let's see. Noelle has been spending a lot of time outside lately. I think she went into the forest this morning with her sketchbook. Okay. She must have gone to do some drawings. In the forest? Right. This might seem like a fairly vague description, but I have a pretty good idea as to where Noelle will be. She and I always used to go to one particular clearing, not far away from the main walking path, to draw. If her routine has remained the same, I don't doubt she'll be there somewhere. I think she may have taken a picnic hamper with her too. Maybe she's expecting company. Company, as in you. That's right. So you should hurry along. If you're only staying here for a few days, you should make those days count. Yes, Mrs. Sakata. And you don't need to call me that. I get enough of that at work. Well then, I floundered around my words, unsure of what to say. What other way is there to address a woman much older than you? Seeing my distress, Mrs. Sakata starts to laugh. She actually laughs. It's the first time I've ever heard her sound so casual, so it takes me by surprise. When Mrs. Sakata laughs like that, she sounds like a different person altogether. A much younger one. Her blue eyes suddenly look a lot brighter, and her face seems to radiate youth. The only way to really describe it is girlish. Girlish and strangely sweet. If you want, you can call me Lucy. That's fine. That's a nice name. And now into the forest we go. I walk through the forest, sticking to the familiar, well-worn paths Noelle and I used to take in the past. Foliage and loose sticks shift and snap underneath my feet. I can hear the cicadas chirping in the distance, mixed with the noisy chatter of birds amongst the trees. Around me, and everywhere I look, tall trees stand proudly, their trunks thick, boughs laden with leaves, large branches shielding me from the sun. The sunlight that is able to filter through down to the forest floor is tinted green by the leaves. The air smells damp and earthly, and of soil and moss, browns and greens. The earthy scent fills me with each breath I take. This must be why my grandparents still look so healthy despite their old age. It's because they live in a tranquil place like this. Compared to the city with its dull, grey buildings and constant strings of cars congesting the roads, this is far more peaceful. I really do think that humans were meant to live up simply like this, surrounded by nature. Surely this is the best for both the heart and the body. Even the convenience stores are a long way away, and it's not so easy to get hold of the jello that Noelle likes so much in this forest. Or any food at all, really. I mean, the forest is full of food, that's why it's so full of life. You just gotta work for it. I certainly wouldn't be able to have any ice cream. And if it started to rain, I don't imagine it would be so nice to live out here. It would get pretty damp and muddy. And what if you happen to catch some kind of disease? I mean, yeah. Medicine is like the best thing ever. It's only getting better. Would you just keel over and die, right there, here in the open, with festering wounds and infected cuts, teeming with maggots? I mean, yeah, that's how it used to happen, before medicine was a thing. I guess I was being a little overly sentimental earlier, when I claimed that the forest was so much better than the city. Medical treatment, access to food, and a roof over your head when weather is poor is essential if you want to live a comfortable life as a human, I think. No, that's actually correct. There's no thinking about that. That's fact. Still, this place really is pretty. Yes. It's nice to have, like, you need those three earlier things mentioned as a baseline, and you can have nature as a access option as well. I walk deeper and deeper into the forest, the trees cluster around me like commuters on a train. It's almost as though I'm sinking to the bottom of a pale green sea. Finally, I make my way to the small clearing where Noelle and I always used to go. The ground is soft and mossy, the soil light brown and loosely compacted like sand. The trees in this area are especially dense, forming a circular shape with a small plot of ground nestled in the middle. There, sitting at the base of a large tree trunk, weathered with age and almost completely covered in moss, is Noelle. Excellent. She's sitting there on a picnic blanket, spread out on the ground. Just like yesterday when I saw her in the park, she's wearing that white dress with the long, billowing skirts. The lack of sleeves exposes her long, thin arms and sharp collarbone. Her legs are crossed demurely, feet bare, toes twitching. She must have kicked her shoes off somewhere. Noelle never did like wearing them very much. On her lap rests a sketchbook. In her right hand is grasped a pencil. Her eyes are focused downwards. She only occasionally glances upwards to look at the subject of her drawing before returning to her sketchbook. I don't think she's spotted me. She isn't paying me the slightest bit of attention. This is so very like Noelle that I can't help but smile. She's the sort of person who gets engrossed in tasks easily, to the point where she forgets about the outside world altogether. I think it's an admirable skill. Because I'm always worrying about something or other, my brain never shuts up, but Noelle can immerse herself in her own fantasy worlds for hours. She looks exactly the same as I remember, all those years ago. It's only been 2 years. Like, that's not that long, dude. Everything is the same, from the way she holds her pencil in her hand to the way her hair falls over her shoulder. She's even wearing the same ribbon in her hair. It's almost as if she's been waiting for me, frozen in time, in this exact spot. Just like a princess from a fairy tale. Wait. Wasn't that last line maybe just a little bit embarrassing? So what? Now I feel foolish. Start to worry I must look like a stalker or something, standing here at a distance watching her. I should go up to her. I need to let her know I'm here. Let's go! What's with the other option? I don't want to wait around here any longer. It feels too strange, dumbly watching Noelle from a distance. It's making me restless. With this thought in mind, I decide to press on, not content to linger around pointlessly. Yeah, fuck yeah. Let's engage. I need to act more like Amu. Fuck yeah. Moving forwards, regardless of the situation or consequences. That's the best way to be, right? Maybe not. As I walk towards Noelle, I suddenly start to feel self-conscious. Why are my footsteps so loud? The rustling, crunching, snapping symphony that accompanies me every moment is so ostentatious, it's almost as though I'm being accompanied by a marching band. By this point, Noelle has definitely noticed me. She sets her sketchbook down to one side, her pale blue eyes fixed upon my stupid face. Now I can't just turn around and leave. That would even look more bizarre. But what kind of expression should I make? How should I give the best impression? I feel like I did on my first day at my new school, when I had to introduce myself to my class. I tripped over almost every single word in my introduction, and wrote my name down wrong on the blackboard. Well, since I hardly ever use my real name, maybe that's sort of acceptable? Maybe? Just remembering it is making my face go red. Hello, Achan. Of course, Noelle is the one who greets me first. Calm, composed Noelle, who doesn't even blink at my noisy entrance. Hello, Noelle. Your face has gone red. Did you get stung by something? Do I look that bad? No, I was just remembering something embarrassing. Do you mean the time when you saw a cockroach in school and you were so surprised that you fell out of your chair? My face turns even redder. No, that wasn't what I was thinking, actually. But that's a good pick. Yes, it is. You hit your head on the floor so hard you passed out. Oh, Jesus. I remember that. And the whole class laughed at you. That's bad. That's like... take him to a doctor, well, to the nurse. Even the youngest students. I remember that too. They call you Cockroach Kid for weeks. Okay. It's not like I've forgotten or anything. You don't need to remind me. I apologize. It just seems like such an embarrassing story. I'm surprised that wasn't the one you were thinking about. If I had done that, I would think about it a lot. At least 3 times a day. A lot of embarrassing things have happened to me. You don't need to list them all. I take a seat next to Noelle, slinking down to the ground with a groan. At least the cool shade cast by the trees is cooling my face down. Maybe it's helping to stem the embarrassment too. One can but hope. So, what were you drawing? A picture. That was a very unhelpful reply. I realized that, but what of? Flowers? Trees? No, none of those. An animal. Like a bird? Not a bird. I was drawing a rabbit. Oh, can I see it? No. Why not? Because it isn't finished. You startled it, and the rabbit ran away. Oh. I hang my head in shame. Even though Noelle didn't raise her voice, it still feels like I'm being scolded. Maybe she has more in common with her mother than I thought. Don't worry, I'm not annoyed.
even though I ruined your drawing? Even so, there are more important things. But how long were you working on it? Long enough to realize it wasn't worth continuing. I couldn't make it look right. Don't worry about it.
Noel turns her head, offering me a small smile. It's reasonably muted, much like the rest of Noel's expressions. But even so, it's a comfort. I'm glad she isn't upset.
Even though rabbits are cute, and sketching them makes me happy, it isn't the same.
It isn't the same as what? As like hanging out with you? Come on now. Having a real rabbit?
I do want a real rabbit, but my parents won't let me.
Why?
They think it will get fur around the house.
Well, your house is pretty pristine. Your mother doesn't seem like the type of person who'd allow something like that.
She is quite strict, but I don't mind so much. She simply likes everything to be in its proper place. That wasn't what I meant though.
Oh? What did you mean? Noelle draws her legs up under her chin, resting her chin on her knees. Shaking her slender arms around her legs, she looks up at me from beneath her eyelashes.
I mean, I'm happy. I'm happy that you came to see me. That's all. That's more important than any drawings of any rabbit in all the world. I think. Well, that's nice.
Noelle and I sit together, cross-legged, on a tartan picnic blanket spread out underneath the old moss-covered tree. We're both silent, sketching. Noelle procured another sketchbook from the large picnic hamper she brought with her and handed it to me, asking if I'd keep her company. Of course, I obliged. Somehow this situation with both of us sitting down demurely like two little kids, neither making a sound, reminds me of being back in school. My pencil, also borrowed from Noelle, moves across the page slowly, falteringly. My drawing style is very different from Noelle's, the polar opposite of her firm, confident lines. Noelle's sketches rest upon the page with a certain kind of authority, as though even the drawing itself is sure of its placement in the world. Mine, however... To put it bluntly, they look awful. It's not true that I've drawn together with Noelle underneath this tree before, but I've never had much artistic talent. I overthink things and start to panic. I focus too much on the objects I'm trying to draw, and then feel guilty if I'm unable to replicate them accurately, as though my subpar skills are doing nature a great disservice. If I get this anxious drawing flowers and trees that can't talk or offer any kind of criticism, I wonder just how worked up I'd get if I actually had to draw a real human being. I'd probably get so scared that my amateurish strokes would offend them that I'd have some kind of breakdown. I'm not very good at dealing with pressure. Noelle and I sit like this for a while without talking. The sounds of our pencils tracing across pages in our sketchbooks mingle with the rush of the wind, the rustling grass, and the birds in the trees. It feels a lot like it did back then. A long, lazy day that stretches out forever, almost endless. It feels as though this moment might last forever. I wish it could. I'm worried I'll ruin it if I talk. With my clumsy voice and awkward syntax, I'd break something irreplaceable, shattering this delicate, dainty moment between my teeth. So, I keep silent. There isn't anything pressing I really want to say anyway. And if there is, I can keep it at the back of my mind. If I wasn't starting to feel hungry, maybe I could stay like this with Noelle, frozen in silence, together. But of course, I do get hungry. If you have a human body, it's inevitable. Humans need food to survive after all. And so the silence is broken by a loud rumbling from my stomach. That was a loud growl. I'm sorry. Noelle smiles, setting down her sketchbook.
Hungry?
Yeah, I guess. It's been a while since breakfast.
I never have breakfast.
Okay.
It slows me down.
Okay. That's an interesting statement to make. Really? But don't you ever get hungry?
You can get used to anything after a while.
You still need to have nutrients and energy. I don't know if that's good for your body. Maybe that's why you're so skinny.
Do I really look skinny?
I guess. I don't know. Just a little. More than a little, actually. Noelle's always looked somewhat ethereal, but now I worry that a single gust of wind could blow her away.
That's just how I am. I have fragile bones.
Sure. Even if the bones are fragile, you can at least put some meat on them. Noelle frowns.
My mother always tells me to eat more too. It's tiresome.
It's like you need to, though. Your body needs to, what the fuck? She's only saying that because she's concerned about you. And I'm a little worried as well. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
But eating is a pain. It takes up time and makes my stomach feel heavy.
Okay, try different foods. Like, some foods do make you feel heavy as hell. But like, some don't. Like, what?
It doesn't make me feel happy.
Right. Okay. I can't help but smile at this, even if I am trying to remain stern. Noelle sounds unusually defiant. If I'm acting like Noelle's mother, then she is acting just like a child who's being scolded. Well, it's your own life and you're free to choose what you want to, but I still think you should eat more. I get worried about you, you know?
Well, okay. If that's what you want, I'll try to remember. But
what? Don't tell me if you eat food at a certain time of the day you'll multiply by 2, or turn into a pumpkin.
It's not that. Although that would be interesting. It's just... it's already after breakfast. I suppose that means I'll have to work on that tomorrow.
Well, we can have lunch now. Why does she look so proud for realizing it? Does she think she's thwarted me or something? Of course I already knew that. I'm not stupid.
I will try to remember, but sometimes I forget things. Like my socks. I always forget to wear socks.
Don't your feet get cold?
It isn't winter, so it's fine.
Noelle wiggles her toes, all 10 of them, as though confirming their status.
Anyway, if you're hungry, I made food. I made all myself last night. Do you want to look?
I'm sure. I examined the picnic basket that's lying by Noelle's side. Whoa, that's huge. Looks like there's enough food for 12 people in there.
Maybe I ate too much.
Well, my big grandparents keep telling me to eat more. I'm sure they'll approve.
Why do they want you to eat more?
Because it's healthy. Build up your muscle mass and stuff like that. Because they think I'm too skinny.
Even though you eat breakfast every day?
Yeah. It doesn't seem to make any difference. Hey!
I get you.
It was a complete defeat. A flawless victory.
Thank you very much.
Noelle is a lot craftier than I gave her credit for. But anyway, can I take a look inside?
By all means, please do. And try some if you want. Unlike art, food isn't made merely to be looked at.
With Noelle's permission, I open up the picnic hamper and dig through the contents. Just as I thought. There really is a lot. Food! There are sandwiches of many different flavors. Cheese, ham, even strawberry and kiwi. And carefully prepared lunchboxes I see mounds of fluffy white rice, egg omelette cooked to perfection, pickled vegetables, boiled eggs. It's almost endless. There are even little octopi made of sausage pierced on sticks and apple slices cut into the shape of rabbits. I forgot how good at cooking Noelle is. I was always surprised at her cooking skills given she looks so daydreamy, lost in her own little world. I thought that for sure she'd be the type of person to leave pots on the boil for too long, or accidentally use too much hot sauce in her curry, but she's far better at cooking than I am. Maybe it's because cooking is like art. It's about the presentation. Really? Not for me. Whatever I make ends up being like just a bit of a mess, but it's food. That's the important bit. It's impressive that you were able to make so much.
It's not so impressive. I just felt like it. That's all.
But you didn't even know if I was coming. I never confirmed it with you. What would you have done if I didn't show up? There is a small pause. Noelle lifts her head to look at me. Her pale blue eyes stare directly into mine. Somehow, it feels as though she's looking right through me. I feel about as transparent as a jellyfish.
I just had a feeling that you would come. That's all.
She says it simply, as though it's a fact. Just as one would state that summer comes after spring. A logical statement that everybody knows that doesn't need to be supported or up by evidence. Indeed. The objective truth. Is that how much Noelle trusts me? How can she trust me to that extent when I'm so indecisive and weak-willed? I feel like maybe, with that serious light blue stare, she's expecting just a little too much of me. It makes me feel uneasy somehow, as though a cold wind is blowing down my back.
Well then.
Noelle smiles, offering me a piece of fried chicken pinched between her chopsticks. Why didn't she pick those up anyway? Her smile is so unusually vibrant, stars seem to be twinkling around her face.
Do you want to try it?
I feel my face flushing.
My cheeks feel hot. You want to feed me? Why not? Aren't we friends?
Is that what friends do? They can. You're best friends.
I don't know, but I read somewhere that food tastes more delicious if somebody feeds it to you.
Where'd you read something like that? This book that Noelle has somehow gotten her hands on. Sounds kind of dangerous. Dangerous for my heart.
I found the girl's comic that belonged to Amu.
You went looking through Amu's things? I thought isn't that illegal?
It fell out of her bag during class. I found it on a floor. I know I should have returned it as soon as possible, but I was interested. So I looked through it, just a little. Was that bad of me? Not really.
It's just a fucking magazine. Now Noelle's giving me those puppy dog eyes. I can't resist, can I? Was this another technique Noelle learned from that book? And why was Amu reading something like that to begin with? Why not? It clashes with her character. Okay, fine. Thanks for the food.
Yay.
And so, my face still flushed, I let Noelle feed me, nibbling at the piece of food she offers me between her chopsticks. Somehow, this kind of thing seems a little too intimate. My heart is pounding so fast I can hardly focus on how the food tastes. It's fine, it's just a little... like, this is... not even nothing. I'm starting to feel tired.
The walking is the best way to work off a meal, Hachan.
I know, but I'm getting a pain in my side.
That's no good at all.
No, that's not pain.
If you never exercise, it's no good for your body. Even if it doesn't make you happy, you should still do it.
Coming from you, that stings a little.
And now you know how I felt.
I breathe in heavily, doubling over by a tree. My ankles sting. I think I must have walked into a path of nettles by mistake. That's probably why our relaxing walk ended up being such a burden to me. I hope my skin hasn't gone red and blotchy. Well, even if my ankles aren't red, my face probably is.
If you want to rest a while, I don't mind. I like it here.
Thank you. I'm so grateful for those simple words, I'm almost in tears. I feel like getting into my knees and kissing Noelle's toes in gratitude. Even if our feet are still bare, caked with soil and mud. Actually, I might pass on the toe worshipping, just for now. Because how is Noelle able to navigate these woods with such ease, when I, even wearing my shoes, still manage to get stung? It isn't fair.
If you feel agitated, you can listen to the river. It's soothing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Soothing, I mean.
I like to come down here. It's good for thinking.
You do much thinking? She has nothing but time to think, man. Of course she does.
Of course. I am a human. My brain is working all the time. I feel it works the best here.
Noelle takes a seat on the ground by the side of the river. I follow suit, first pausing to wipe away any stray clods of dirt that could stain my pants. We sit together in relative silence, listening to the sound of the river. I can see small insects hovering over the water, suspended in the air. A dragonfly flutters by, caught on the gentle breeze. The indistinct, murky shapes of fish move along through the river, carried by the current. I wish I had some bread with me so I could feed them. Noelle and I always came here to feed the fish when we were younger. Trees surround us on all sides, forming a protective barrier between us and the outside world. Right here, right now, it feels as though I am lost inside my own little universe, detached from the rest of reality. Here is just Noelle and I, together, existing in a small fragment splintered off from all other life.
Hachan.
Noelle's voice is soft. She looks pensive, curious, dipping her toes in the water as she speaks, swirling them around. What is it?
Is there anyone like this in the city?
What do you mean?
Somewhere quiet and peaceful.
Maybe a public library? It's the only place where people aren't allowed to talk after all.
Oh, I see.
There's nowhere as wide or as green as this though. There are too many people.
Not even the parks?
I wrinkle my nose. Too crowded. There are always mothers with children there, or people with dogs, or gossiping students. Everywhere you go, there's some kind of noise. It's impossible to avoid it.
Oh, that's sad.
You get used to it, you just kind of filter it out. Noelle sighs, staring down at her reflection in the river. When she swirls her feet around in the clear, cool water, her reflection distorts, looking strange and inhuman, ripples forming across her features and dispersing it outward like running watercolors.
I don't like people very much.
Yeah, that's not helpful. But you're talking to me. I'm a person, aren't I?
Yes, you are a person, but you are not people. One person, I think I can manage. Any more than that is just a hassle.
A hassle, second red flag. Sitting here together though, you and I are both people. We make a plural together, don't we?
I suppose.
Noel accepts this piece of logic begrudgingly, frowning.
People are no good. When there are too many people, it gets so noisy and isn't pretty at all. I don't like it. I would never want to live in a place with lots of people. Not again.
She sounds despondent, listless, as though all her energy has drained away. She's had bad experience with people. I wonder what triggered it. Yeah, that's the past that we should know. Hopefully they will get to learn. Maybe nothing did. Maybe these resentments are ones she's been turning around in her head for a while. I don't know. Ask! Even though I'm Noel's best friend, it's always been hard for me to understand what she's thinking. Ask! Honestly, I don't know very much about her at all. Ask! Not about her old life, not about her old school, not about her old friends. Just ask! Not even about her current feelings, right here and now. I can't ask her. No, you can't, apparently not. Understand at all. Well, of course not, because she's not telling you. Because you're not asking her. All I can do is nod my head. Well, I kind of agree with you there.
You do?
I find large groups of people overwhelming as well. It's too noisy and crowded.
And yet, you still had to move to a place like that.
You can get used to anything, it's fine. I did.
Wasn't that sad?
It was a little sad to begin with. I was kinda nervous, but after I met Saki, Miho and Yuna, everything seemed to work out.
Who?
People at my new school.
You mean your new friends?
Hey, you're still my friend too, you know?
I know.
Besides, I had to make new friends. I had no choice. It was the only way to fit in.
The only way, is it?
I mean, not necessarily. It depends on your own mindset, how you deal with things. Basically, just don't reject reality for what it is, and it's fine. You don't need to be super friendly with everything, it's fine. Just don't think you exist in a separate reality at all. That's not helpful. Noel sighs, shoulders slumping. She begins to tear at clumps of grass with her fingers, yanking the green tendrils up out of the soil with unexpected strength. Although her voice remains quiet as ever, she's clearly agitated. She doesn't tell me that, though, not straight out. She isn't that kind of person.
I know how that feels, not having a choice.
You do? I mean, yeah, they moved here, and now they're moving away.
Yes, I know it. And I don't like it.
Yeah, but that's just life. Noel's fingers continue to work at the grass, tearing out clumps. I can see small bald patches opening up in the riverbank, brown spots of exposed soil amongst the grass. Somehow it looks kind of sad. I wonder if the grass could talk, whether it would scream or not. I mean, it releases like the scent of freshly cut grass. That's the grass screaming. that's how it communicates. It fucking screams through like the pheromones or something like that. No, pheromones are for like animals and stuff like that. Whatever. Chemicals. It screams through chemistry. Noel's rough treatment of it looks quite painful.
In this world, the only person I can control is myself.
That's how it works, yes. That's how it should be.
The only person I can rely on is myself.
Not necessarily true. You develop bonds and trust and stuff like that.
Everybody else, they do things I can't understand.
That's where communication comes in.
And I have no way of stopping them.
Communication. Compromise, that's how it works. I watch Noelle silently. Yeah, she sounds bitter. Her words are cold. I wonder if this has anything to do with the fact she'll be moving, probably. In a scenario like that, it's understandable that Noelle would feel trapped, unable to say what she truly wants. I know, I've been there with myself, but hey, it'll be okay.
But how do you know?
Well, I don't, but sometimes you need to tell yourself that so you can get through the hard times.
How pragmatic.
Noelle turns to look at me. She's holding a small clump of grass torn roughly from the ground and tipped with dirt in her right hand, squeezing it tight so her palms turn green. I wonder how long Noelle has been suffering for. How long has she been worrying in silence, with nobody to turn to? She has her parents, she could turn to somebody, but she's afraid, or like, I don't know, it's weird. I have to try and help her. Even though I was a bad friend in the past, right now I'm here for her. I have to be here for her. Maybe this is the only meaningful way I can apologize for leaving her. I'm going to do my best. I think maybe, probably, well, you're worried about moving, right? Noelle flinches. Her grip on the grass in her right hand tightens, her fingers flexing. She doesn't reply, not with words, but her reaction is all the answer I need. Well, I too didn't want to leave. I was worried about it, and argued with my parents a lot. My mother got a little mad at me, actually. But really, it wasn't really as bad as I expected, you know?
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little crowded and noisy, and there are a lot of people. And it took me a while to get used to the public transportation. I may have gotten lost once or twice, or maybe a few more times than that. My face flushes as I remember. Those are embarrassing memories. But still, I hope by sharing them it will bring a smile to Noelle's face. That's all I want. My pride is worth nothing when it comes to Noelle's smile. That's like comparing coal to a diamond. But there isn't too much to worry about. It's still in Japan after all. It's not like you're moving to a different country, right? Noelle surveys me silently, blinking slowly. Once. Twice. Silence. And then...
Yes, that is true. It should be fine.
It'll be fine. Although she says it slowly, hesitantly, as though she doesn't quite believe it, I like to think maybe, just maybe, I was able to get through to her. That's right, and we can still see each other. Maybe not a lot, but we can write letters.
Letters. I think I might like that.
And not to mention all those convenience stores. You can buy as much Jell-O as you want.
Yes,
But you already had this conversation about the importance of Jell-O and availability.
but
Noelle looks at me, and a very small smile crosses her face.
not too much Jell-O. Then it wouldn't be special anymore.
Indeed. Don't ruin the special. As the evening descends, the forest air starts to smell even crisper than before. I don't know how long Noelle and I were talking for, but it must have been a while. Traversing around the forest aimlessly, moving from one place to another, even though it wasn't a particularly exciting experience, it was still fun. Simply being with Noelle was far more than enough to make this experience special. Although we didn't talk so much, Noelle did get uncharacteristically excited about some things. I remember with a shudder the large cluster of mushrooms she found growing against the bark of an old, dead tree. Even though she claimed, her eyes sparkling,
These mushrooms are really cute, and they're good for you. They have medicinal properties and can cure aches and pains. I think you should try one.
I couldn't quite bring myself to. I don't know why. You shouldn't eat random mushrooms in the forest. Unless you know exactly what they are, you shouldn't do that. It's a really bad idea. It's not like I didn't trust Noelle's judgment. I'm sure when it comes to the various flora and fauna of the forest, she has a far greater understanding of it than I do. However, there's something about fungi that's inherently creepy, just like spiders and small scuttling insects. They make a living leeching off of other things. Living beings has always seemed sinister and suspect to me. I mean, here's the thing. Fungi are generally symbiotic. Leeches and stuff like that's like parasitism. There's parasitic and symbiotic things. Unlike just neutral ones. Like it's good for the ecosystem. These kind of symbiotic creatures living together. Like, you know, moss covers parts of the bark. They feed off of the nutrients flowing through the tree, and in turn they offer basically like a second skin for the bit of the tree. Or whatever, I don't know. It's super complicated if you try to get down to it. Anyway. Whoosh, transition. With the oncoming evening, the two of us eventually returned to our original starting point. The small clearing with the large moss-covered tree. Noelle's picnic blanket and wicker basket are still laid out there, in the exact same places they were before. Just like exhibits in a museum. Timeless. Seeing them again feels almost nostalgic. That tartan blanket and that wicker basket. They're like objects from the past, hazy memories lingering on the edge of my mind. Even though Noel and I couldn't have spent more than a few hours walking together, it feels as though we've been together in the forest for days.
Achan?
Noel's voice, soft as falling snow, interrupts my musings. She sounds constrained, a little quieter than usual. Her voice trails off hesitantly into nothing, falling into an empty void. I turn to look at her. In her white dress, arms exposed, she looks very small, even though in actuality she is an inch or two taller than I am. Everybody's taller than I am.
Achan, thank you.
Huh? Why are you thanking me all of a sudden? Because you came here to have a nice day with her. A nice little picnic date.
We're spending time with me. I had a fun day.
Well, of course I want to spend time with you. I like you.
Really?
Noel's expression darkens. Storm clouds gather across her countenance. Her pale blue eyes look oddly cold. Of course. You're my good friend. Why wouldn't I like you?
Oh, I don't know. I was just wondering.
Wondering what? There is a long pause. It takes Noel a while to articulate her thoughts.
It's about Amu.
Amu? What? I didn't even expect Noel to talk about Amu, so the sudden mention of her name catches me off guard. Yeah, so does me. It isn't just the subject matter that makes me double take, however. It's the tone of Noel's voice. Even though it sounds just as quiet and calm as ever, there's something different to it. Something I can't quite put my finger on. If I had to try and define this mysterious quality in just one word, maybe I would say foreboding. Yeah. Her voice is oddly harsh, and completely devoid of warmth, like the cold hearth of an unlit fire.
I know that you're close to Amu. After all, she is your best friend. You've been friends with her longer than you have with me.
Well, yes, that's true, but that doesn't change the fact that you are one of my best friends too.
So you say, but...
Noelle looks down at the ground. Her silver hair obscures her eyes so I can't see them. I don't know what kind of expression she's making. Her long white fingers begin to pick at the loose thread at the hem of her dress. Pick, pick, pick. All of a sudden, those long fingers look a lot like the legs of a spider.
If you want to spend time with Amu, I would understand.
It's cold. Why is it so cold? Even though evening is approaching and the wind running through the woods is a little chillier than before, I don't think that's the reason. It's not the wind. It's Noelle. The sound of her voice and her choice of words are making me feel cold. I don't get it. Why are you talking about Amu? I decided to spend time with you, didn't I?
That is true, but...
She sighs. It's a soft exhale of air, a very slight movement from her chest pushing inwards.
Amu's company must be far more enjoyable than mine.
This kind of talk. Fuck's sake. He's here with you, like...
That's what all our classmates seem to think.
Who cares about their opinion?
Amu's desk is always surrounded by friends, and everybody likes talking to her. I've never seen her alone before.
Well, that's because she's a social person. She likes talking to people. But there's nothing wrong with people being quiet either.
People do say that, but I wonder. Maybe it's just a nicety. Sometimes something people say, but nobody believes.
Look. Well, there's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with being quiet.
I don't know.
No, there really isn't.
I don't know what's best.
There is no one thing that's best. Like, fucking hell. You just gotta have confidence in yourself and that's fine. I mean, look at me. Like, I'm having fun and there's nobody here. That's fine. I don't care. I've been doing this for over a year now. And like, that hasn't changed a damn spick of things at all. Because I'm having fun and I'm doing what I feel is good for me. So that's all that matters to me now. Anyway, continuing on. I don't know. I mean, she's only 16 years old, so fucking hell, she hasn't figured this thing is out at all. She doesn't know who she is yet. It's as simple as that.
I don't know what's best. I don't know what's right. Sometimes I worry.
What is it that you've been worrying about? My voice is barely a whisper. It's hard to get the words out. I'm afraid to hear the answer, but at the same time, I want to know. Humans always want to know. We're nosy creatures. But even if I knew, would I be able to understand?
Achan.
Uh-oh. Noelle stares me down intently. Uh-oh. Those are bad eyes. Oh dear. Her expression is piercing and soulless. Those light blue eyes don't look so dreamy anymore.
Did you come back here because you want to see me or Amu?
I don't even remember what the actual reason he stated to come back here was, originally. In that instant, my body freezes. It feels as though my blood has turned to ice. Isn't that an unfair question? Like, the answer is both? Why not both? It doesn't need to be a choice. You can all get along. I came here because I want to see both of them, exactly. Noelle and Amu. What's wrong with that? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Noelle's being very selfish and she's a bit crazy. Noelle is a bit crazy. Let's just, like, we know that. She's a bit fucking crazy. She's been isolated too much. Her thinking has gone into some very, very depressing places. No doubt. Isn't that good enough? It is. You're both precious friends to me. But that isn't the answer to the question I asked. Because your question is bullshit, Noelle. Try again, Achan. No, fuck you. Don't stop being this weird one. Noelle's eyes, there's something strange about them. They don't look normal. They're dark and hard, like stones or buttons. There's no compassion in them at all. Yeah, she really does need... Oh, god damn it. She's... I don't know. But it's bad. She's gone... loopy. She's gone a bit loopy. She's too much into her own brain. Into her own little reality.
Achan, who do you like the most? Me or Amu?
She asked this question pointedly, her gaze focused. Oh, fuck, there is no correct answer to this. Fucking hell. I can't look away from her. It's as though I've been pinned in place. She wants me to reply. I feel like I have to reply. But to a question like this, it's a bullshit question. What on earth can I say? Oh, for fuck's sake. God damn it. I like you both the same. I like you more than Amu. Fuck me. Both answers are wrong. Like, both, I mean... fucking hell, you're different people. You can't compare that. Fuck me. It's, like... Honestly, I like both. But she's not gonna like that answer. But the other answer, I like you more than Amu, is one of two things. Either she's actually gonna accept it, which I doubt, or the other option where she's gonna think I'm lying. So it's like there's literally no good options here. Like, it's... Oh, for fuck's sake. And this ominous music is not helping as well, okay? I get it. I get what you're doing. I get what you're doing, ominous music. It's not helping me now. Fuck me. God damn it. Fuck. We're approaching one of the bad endings, aren't we? Okay, let's see the bad ending then. I think this is the bad ending choice. I like you both. It's clear that Noelle is expecting a certain answer from me, but I can't give it. How could I? How could I tell her that I like her more than Amu when they're both my dear friends? They both mean so much to me, I couldn't possibly choose. But Noelle doesn't seem to like my reasoning. Although the expression on her face doesn't flicker, it's abundantly obvious she's unhappy. I can tell that much by the tone of her voice.
Both the same?
For different reasons. Yes.
But why?
Because you both mean a lot to me and I can't choose. It's too cruel. It is. To make me choose. It is. It's bullshit. My legs are shaking. My voice is too. The girl standing before me in that white dress is Noelle, isn't she? No. I don't know. Even though Noelle is one of my best friends and I've known her for 7 years, right now she looks more like a stranger.
That's hypocritical.
No, it isn't. The fuck are you talking about?
You're contradicting yourself.
Is he? I am?
Yes. If it really was impossible to choose between us, then you wouldn't have been able to do it so easily yourself.
It's circumstances.
What?
What? My voice, like, we get enough of a dose of Amu by just interacting with her once. We get that. With Noelle, it's different people are different. For fuck's sake. God damn it. My voice falters, breaking away like the side of an eroded cliff. I can't reply. I can't say anything, do anything. I have no way to defend myself. There's nothing to defend. She's just being weird. How can you argue against the truth? What the fuck are you talking about? She's right. I did choose between them. Even though I didn't want to, I did. I mean, that's circumstance. Literally, you can't be in two places at once. Like, it's different circumstances. Like, for fuck's sake. And you haven't seen Noel much at all. You've kept in contact with Amu and stuff like that. So it's literally different. This is about like, they're 16. Calm the fuck down. They're being dumb, both of them. Especially Noel, but Achan as well. When I moved away, Amu was the one I confided in. Amu was the one I told. I never said a thing to Noel, reasoning that it would hurt her if she knew. But I was just fooling myself. I was being a coward. I didn't want to move, and I didn't want to face the reality that I was moving. Look, it's different people. Again, it's easy to confide in someone like... Anyway, that blueberry way. Hello there, popping in, how are you? I am good. I'm reading a story about teenagers being overly dramatic and kind of getting lost in their emotions. One of them has gone crazy and is probably about to kill this other kid. I don't know, it's weird. Teenage drama stuff. It's a bit loopy. I like it. It's a thing. And the ominous music is giving it all away, isn't it, as well? I didn't want to move, and I didn't want to face the reality that I was moving. I created an illusion in which everything was fine and nothing would change, hoping to live out my last days in this village as peacefully as possible. Looking at it like that, I really was selfish. Inexcusably so. I really am a horrible friend.
You're a liar.
Her words are cold and unforgiving, striking my body like stones. Each and every single one leaves a wound. I don't have the heart to try and deflect these blows. I don't even know if I deserve to.
Yes, I know. And you really did upset me. Do you know that too?
I do. I look at the ground, red-faced. I know I hurt you and I really am sorry.
Achan,
Yes?
I don't like people who tell lies.
Uh-oh. And... Oh, okay. I was expecting a bad ending with a fucking bloody trail or something. Okay. I lie on my futon, staring up at the ceiling. Even though my body is tired, exhausted after that long walk in the forest with Noel, my brain doesn't feel sleepy at all. I guess that would have been a bit too sudden for suddenly her to just pop out a knife and kill him. That would have been too extreme, but still. I just can't switch it off. Even when I close my eyes, I can still see it, replaying over and over again inside my head. That expression of Noel's face, that frightening, sinister expression that I've never seen before. Her eyes, usually so light and dreamy, looked almost completely dead, devoid of human emotion. In all the years I've known her, I've never seen her make a face like that. I wonder, just how well do I know her anyway? Well, you've never asked anything of her, so... underneath her gently smiling face and those sleepy half-lidded eyes, maybe something sinister was always hidden underneath. Just thinking about it is enough to make me shudder. It's almost as though invisible insects are crawling across my body, making every inch of my skin prickle. I need to stop worrying. I need to calm down. I need to go to sleep. But... how can I go to sleep after what just happened? Anyway, this is off topic. I had so much stuff on my computer and barely in the game. My Skyrim is taking up all the space. I had to update my bot pack, and that's probably why I was facing problems. And they finally added the mod that I needed for my kids to move into custom house. So my kids won't disappear when I'm married. So, yeah, my mod pack is like probably close to 60 gigabytes, and the base game is like 13. It's like ridiculous. It's nonsensical how mods do that kind of stuff. Anyway, off topic is totally fine. That's what this kind of place is for. I could use some off-topic away from this teenage drama as well. And that's good. Kids, hopefully they won't be invisible anymore. That's fantastic as well. But back to the teenage. I toss and turn in my futon, trying to get comfortable, but it's a pointless effort. 400 some gigs. Okay. That's a lot. That's a lot. Although I guess, I don't know. I don't have any like graphics mods installed that like replace textures in 4K, stuff like that. So like most of the stuff comes from quest mods that just add locations and maybe some new models and stuff like that. Keeping it light on that end, because I'm streaming at like 720p, so like there's no point to having HD graphics mods anyway. It's fine from my end, but still 400 gigs. That's some dedication. Good lord, that is a lot. I can't even imagine how the game handles that. Jesus, that's fascinating how mod makers make that work. I'm astounded at that. Fucking hell. Anyway, he tosses and turns, but it's a pointless effort to try and get comfortable. Every few minutes my body becomes consumed with nervous energy, and I have to move. This room is far too hot, far too stuffy. My brain is overheating inside the cramped confines of my skull. As the minutes move by slowly, the pressure continues to build. I can feel it pressing against the inside of my head, making my eyes ache. Back on Summit, have you ever played Doki Doki? It's like a text. Yes, I played Doki Doki Literature Club. I have done that. It was a trip. It was a bit of a trip. I enjoyed it. That's all I can say, really. I do these kinds of games quite often. This is the primary stuff that I do. The Skyrim thing is like tertiary. It's only on Sundays that I intend to do. But yeah, Doki Doki was, yeah, like I said, it was a neat little trip of varying emotions and situations. Especially there at the end, how it did the thing with the meta stuff. I like when games do the meta things with like the computer files and stuff like that. That was neat. That was enjoyable. Anyway, Achan is having a tough time falling asleep. I can feel it pressing against the inside of my head, making my eyes ache. All that anxiety, all that guilt, all that worry. It comes together in a rush, animating my body with nervous energy, left with nowhere else to go. But now, even the restless shuffling of my body fails to diffuse it. I moan, pressing my face into the pillow to muffle it. I've had enough of this. I can't take it anymore. And then, the moment I say that, almost as though orchestrated by fate, I hear a noise. It's the sound of knocking. At this late hour of the night, when the moon is up and the streets are dark, somebody is knocking on the door. My heart seizes up inside my chest. A cold sweat begins to bead on my forehead. Who could it be? Who is it outside? Even while turning these questions over in my mind, I think I know the answer. It could only be one person, couldn't it? Noelle. Will it be Noelle I know, with the soft smile in the unfocused, light blue eyes staring off into the distance? Or else, will it be the new girl I met earlier? The cold, harsh, almost inhuman person I still can't believe is really Noelle. I shudder and draw my covers around my shoulders like a cape, as though it might protect me. Of course, such a delusion doesn't work for me anymore. I'm too old to believe that pretending to be a superhero will genuinely save me from any adversity. Even as I do this, wasting time, the sound of the knocking continues. It doesn't get louder and it doesn't get faster. It keeps going at the same slow, unhurried pace. I'm sure, even if I ignore it, it won't go away. Noelle can be quite stubborn at times. Even though she looks frail, she has a strong constitution. She was willing to walk almost a 2-hour round journey to the nearby town just to pick up some of that jello she likes so much after all. She isn't a person who can be taken lightly, especially not when she's in this mood. To make matters even worse, I have no idea what this mood actually entails. It would be pointless to just wait it out. It won't get anything accomplished. And will probably just upset Noelle even more. I don't want to upset her. I've done that far too much already. If this is some kind of test, I need to face it. I can't just try and ignore it, hoping it will go away, like I do with the rest of my problems. If I keep behaving like that, then I won't make any progress. I'm like a creature in a swamp, trapped in primordial ooze. The only way I can evolve into a real human being is to take that first step outside the swamp, up onto dry land. I need to go forward. I've been avoiding this for far too long. I'm envious you, maybe I'm jealous. I can never read like you. I guess it takes practice, but I have problems with my voice. Anyway, I could listen to you read all day. Well, thank you. It's fine. It is literally just practice makes perfect. And even though I'm not that good, I'm just reading first try. I don't know. I don't know how to say that. Just doing it things. And go for it. Like, the way I see it, I just do things without really thinking or considering much of it all. Like, it's too much of a hassle to think. So I just do things that I find fun and enjoyable, and that's it. And like the rest is whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit awkward as well. I don't know how to respond to some things when I'm being like, I guess that's praise as well, so thanks for that, but also like, I don't know. It's weird. But anyway, I'm gonna keep reading for a bit more. I can feel my mouth drying out, so I'll probably end when this day ends, when he finally falls asleep, but who knows. He might not wake up. He might get killed or something. Anyway, I've been avoiding this for far too long. I slip out from my futon and pick up my discarded clothes, folded neatly on the floor. I pull my bed jacket over my pajama shirts, my hands trembling. The whole while, I can still hear it. The dull drone of that continuous knocking, almost in sync with my own heartbeat, beating fast against the inside of my ribcage. Uh-oh. I stand on the doorstep of your house, waiting. Oh, we're changing perspectives. I've been waiting for a while already, but what is a few minutes compared to a couple of years? I'm a patient person. Don't like the fact we've changed perspective. Oh dear. This is worrisome. If it's just this much, I can bear it. I won't give in. I'll never give in. Uh-oh. It's cold outside, especially since I'm wearing this old dress, but I don't mind it all that much. I've learned to get used to it. People can get used to anything, really. With my right hand curled into a fist, I knock on your door. Over and over again, I knock. It's not polite to be too noisy, and I don't want to wake up your grandparents. They're nice people. With this common courtesy in mind, I try to make my knocking as indiscreet as possible. But I still want you to hear me. Until you come to answer me, I won't stop. This is very, very fucking creepy, honestly. I won't give up. I can't give up. Oh dear, that's okay. Okay. I need to keep knocking. Even if the skin peels away from my bones. Even if blisters begin to form between my fingers. Even if my knuckles turn bright red. Even if my hand freezes up from the cold and the pain and I can't move it anymore, I still won't stop knocking. I'll just force myself to keep going. I told myself this, and I'm going to stay true to it. I don't want to betray my own principles. Okay. People are no good in this world. You can't trust people. They move around in herds just like animals. They go with the majority and agree without thinking, nodding their heads in unison. This isn't a bad thing if you're part of the crowd, but if people exclude you because of how you look or act, it will cost you. Everybody will turn against you. Nobody will stand by your side. That's because nobody wants to stand out. If they go against the majority, they'll end up suffering too. That's just how the world works. It's not as though I don't understand that point of view. I understand it perfectly. I even sympathize with it. Nobody wants to be hurt. Nobody wants to be excluded. Nobody wants to be alone. So people continue to act based on their own self-interest. And, in doing so, they trample on the feelings of others. It can't be helped. If you don't want to be hurt, you hurt others. It makes sense. I understand it. If I could do that too, I'm sure I would. Everybody tells lies. Everybody will betray you. Even if that person is your best friend. If they had to kill you to save their own life, they would. They definitely would. Oh dear, that's some really messed up thinking she's got there. It might sound cruel, but I don't think it is. That is simply the truth. The people who can't admit to that are just deluding themselves. I like when games try to be disturbing. Sometimes it's freaky and that's really cool. Yes, it is. Especially when there's this juxtaposition between it started off just nice. Going to visit my old friends in my old town, grandparents, and funky grandpa with his Hawaiian t-shirt, and then it goes to this some disturbing thoughts comparing people to fungi, and then we're getting into this oh dear. I do really enjoy that. The highs and the lows, or the happy and the sad, and the peaceful and the disturbing. It's very important to have that. The mixture. Same in a waveform, a song that has highs and lows. You don't know what's high if you don't know what low is, and stuff like that. It's very good. I'm not going to betray myself again.
And I'm not going to be betrayed again. Dear. I'll make sure of that this time. Oh dear. You like us both the same? Don't make me laugh. Oh dear. Ah. It seems you finally heard me. The front door finally opens. It opens hesitantly, creaking inch by inch. You're acting so cautious, almost as though you're answering the door to a stranger. I wonder why. I wonder. I'm not a stranger, am I? I thought we were friends. Alright, Achan, this is how he looks. You stand there in the doorway, looking much the same as ever. Your blonde hair is slightly disheveled, falling in front of your eyes. You look distracted, staring down at your own feet. Your face is pale. Far too pale. I can't help but worry about you, just a little. Are you feeling sick? Is it my fault? Noel? Sharply observed. Yes, it's me. You laugh nervously and ruffle your hair with one hand. That's one of your habits, isn't it? You've done it ever since I can remember. It might explain why your hair always looks so messy. I feel like pointing it out. Not for any particular reason. You always do that when you're anxious. Huh? Do I? Yes. Are you anxious right now? Just a little. I mean, I was wondering... What? What are you doing outside my house so late at night? I apologize for intruding. There was something I need to talk about. That's all. Couldn't it wait until tomorrow? I shake my head. No. I need to know right now. I watch your face closely, trying to gauge your emotions. Your face has always been expressive. You jump between being shocked, shy, and blindingly, almost overwhelmingly cheerful on a frequent basis. Even though you're quiet and you find it hard to express yourself with words, your face is often able to do it for you. It's always easy to tell what you're thinking. That must be why you have so many friends. It's your face. It always looks so open, so expressive, that people naturally converge around you. They trust you. Because you're bad at obscuring how you feel, you're easy to trust. Even though you're shy, I think, no matter where you go, you'll always be able to find somewhere to fit in. You're lucky. Your face isn't like mine. Mine always looks the same, regardless of how I feel. It never changes at all. Hardly ever. Maybe it used to, when I was younger, but I seem to have lost the ability. I thought you and I had something in common, but I was wrong. You're far more likable than I could ever be. Sadly, though I hate to admit it, you're probably more similar to Amo than you are to me. That must be why you two get along so well. It's because you're both bright, warm people who naturally attract others. People like that are really better off together, aren't they? People have never known what it means to be lonely. Will never be able to relate to people like me, no matter how hard they try. Maybe I could allow it. Maybe I could excuse it. Maybe I could forgive it. But I can't forgive that. I can't forgive the fact that you lied to me. You said you liked us both the same, but how can that be true? If you really liked us the same, then surely you would treat us the same. But you didn't. Why didn't you? Why? It's because you lied. Achan, I want to know. Yes? You tremble when you look at me. Even though you're trying to hide it, I can tell. You're scared. Scared of me. How did this happen? I thought we were friends. Maybe even more than that. You really are the most important person to me, you know? Achan, who do you like the most? Me or Amu? I speak softly. The wind suddenly sounds too loud, too oppressive. I worry you won't hear me. What if you can't hear? If you don't hear me, then it's alright, isn't it? So who's the reader's name? Does Noel like the reader? The reader?
Achan. Okay, so they're like friends from like 7 years ago, childhood friends, effectively. There. Okay. It's kind of complicated. Like, she's a bit of a loner, but he seems to be the only one she's been able to like hang out with, and it's complicated. It's a bit complicated. It's basically mostly in her head. She's unable to like get. It's complicated. It's weird. Anyway, she likes him, sort of. He likes her, but it's like it's different levels of the emotions. Most of these are just her thoughts. Yes, this is her entire internal monologue. Without the lines, without the text line. This is like coming from her. We switch perspectives from this boy over here earlier to her now. I think we're on a bad ending path now, honestly. I think this is gonna end poorly because of the choices I made earlier. So we switch to the point of, well, probably the killer now, essentially. Or about to be. I don't know. We'll see how this turns out. I'm worried, because this game does have the gore and violence tags, and from the presentation it doesn't feel like it should, but it does, so I guess we should be prepared for that now. If you don't hear, then I don't need to go through with it. Through with what? Oh shit. I don't need to. I don't want to. Then don't. But that would be backing out. And I already promised myself. I can't break promises that I've made with myself. If I can't trust myself, who else can I trust? I watch your lips closely as they form the answer. It's the answer that I already knew you would give, even before I asked. The false answer. The lie. Why? Why do you keep lying to me when I care about you so much? Why? Oh dear. Fuck me. Of course. I can feel the weight of the box cutter in my hands. God damn it. Although it's fairly cheap, the case made of plastic, the blade is sharp. It glows silver under the moonlight. I had it behind my back this whole time, and you never even realized. Maybe that isn't fair. It's cruel. You never even had a chance to get away. Even though you're suspicious of me, even though you're frightened, you're still far too trusting. I'm sorry, Achan. I'm sorry. Then don't do it. Huh? What are you sorry about? I really do think you're a good person. That's the truth. Then don't... Fuck. What? What do you mean? So you've finally seen it. Well, what are you doing with that? I don't like wasting words if I don't have to. That's why I won't tell you. You should know by yourself already. That really was a pointless question. I'm sorry, Achan. I'm sorry that your last words were so uncool. For fuck's sake. And... blam. Liar. Congratulations, you complete ending number 1. Great. Well... Yep. That's a bad ending, the way we all go, apparently. Fuck me. Noelle is really lost in her own world. Unable to... has made decisions for other people. Credits! Well, this is not the end. This is the end of this session. Writing Ebihime, programming Ebihime, GUI Ebihime, sprites, Blue Forest, X, Miss Garden, CG, Zavaloki, Kerala, Klumina, Miss Garden, Red Roma, Pluvius, Tune, backgrounds, bunch of stuff, lots of stuff. Lots of things. Generally, I try to read the credits if I can, but this is flowing by a bit too quickly for me to keep up with. But anyway, as it's going into the credits of the first bad ending, I'm just gonna switch over to an intermission. We're gonna end for today. Well, once the credits finish up. And then I'm gonna sign off and go eat dinner, because it's getting late and I need to do that as well. Engine and all that stuff. Good to know. Have a good day to you too. Thank you for playing. I will be back, because this is an unacceptable ending for me, honestly. I need a happy ending for these kids. I don't want any of them to die. But anyway, with that out of the way, one last thing that I'm gonna do is recommend some random music from my playlist as a sign-off thing. Anyway, Radiohead, Lucky, fuck me, reading things, used to reading things more as they are, as the letters rather than how in English. Anyway, DJ Danaki Knowledge Fight theme. Oh, that's alright. I forgot to put that in here. That's a podcast to listen to. I don't know. Anyway, Journey, Ask the Lonely, Tom Jones, what the hell? Come on. I copy-pasted this really poorly, apparently. Got your number, and Anna with 3 N's, that's deliberate. So that's a nice song. Anyway, with that done and out of the way, it is time for me to end for today. Bye-bye. I will see this who knows when. It might be tomorrow, it might be like 5 weeks from now. It's really, really random when I do these. It's all in the mood. Anyway, ta-ta for now. Now then, continuing on from where we last left off, which was Noelle is basically delusional, and what she believes and thinks and perceives is what reality is to her, which is not good. So she just killed Achan because she perceived and decided that he lied, and therefore apparently that's punishable by death. Yeah, so apparently this game has 21 endings. We have 1. So here's the plan of action that's gonna take place. I'm gonna go back to an earlier save just before and get probably a different bad ending, and we're gonna observe Noah from a distance for a while, see what changes are there. If and when that leads to a bad ending, we're gonna go back to an earlier save and go visit Amo instead, see how that ends up with a bad ending. And if it does, which probably will, then we're gonna go all the way back to the beginning, all the way, and make completely different choices. If and when that leads to another bad ending, I'm gonna then pull up a guide, and we're gonna get an actual proper good ending so the kids don't die, because I don't want to see these kids dying too much. Like, I don't need that. I don't need all 21 endings. I am not a completionist. Never have been, never will be. I want a nice ending. I want the kids to be alright. But before we can do any of that, we have to begin with a little bit of a reading exercise, get the vocal cords working and functional and all that good jazz. So let's bring up another short story I wrote years ago from June 28th, 2018. A storytell poetry thingy, whatever the fuck that is. So, gather round, children, a story is in order. Great many years ago, warriors from all over fought in the tournament. A test of valor it was, for you see, the king had no heirs. Thus, a perfect one would be found, one whose might matches his wit, and discovers the only way to win. Countless duels and jousts, poetry recital and song, yet none conversed with the king directly. 3 months it lasted, and hope began to wane. It seemed only brutes with cunning would remain. The king, in desperation, arranged himself to take part, with inspiration the intent, present how a king must play, a fake to impress, to stoke shock and worry in the rest. Alas, only copycats they were, none wiser than the king. His scheme a secret remained. The tournament was in shambles, with no winner after such blood and tears. Hatred for the king grew immense. A recluse he now was, then in his last years. An orphan child he raised, hidden from all eyes. The army keeping the peace, a war here, an execution there. All was made to appear as it had been before. Now the orphan was of age, a new king declared. Fires and riots abound, quickly quashed, like the old king did many times. Except he was dead, the heir identical, save the face. Alright, think of all the poetry nonsense that I wrote back then. This is probably like as the best rhythm or something like that. I'm not sure. I'm not into poetry all that much. I don't know how to do that. Anyway, it was alright. It seemed alright. More or less. So, anyway, the plan has been laid out. The voices warmed up. Let's drink a sip of water and stuff like that, and they continue. Now then, let us proceed into the thing. Day to dusk. Oh wait, I guess we can go with this choice. I guess we can quickly resolve this. This was a lie. I like you more than Namu is also a lie. An even bigger lie. Yes, that is the only answer I can give, isn't it? No, there's a third option of what she perceives to be the truth. Even though I feel guilty for simply thinking about it. It's the only answer Noelle wants to hear. I can tell, judging by that cold, hard look on her face. In these oppressive surroundings, trees pressing in on me from all sides, Noelle fixing me with that lifeless stare that reflects no light. I don't know what else I can do. There's nothing I can do. I only hope, if Amware finds out, she'll forgive me. She will, she's cool like that. I'm sorry. I know I'm a coward. I just don't know what else to say. I like you more than Noelle. Noelle accepts this response with a slight nod of her head, but she still doesn't turn away. Her eyes bore into mine with an intensity that makes me shiver.
Is that true?
Yes, it's true. She surveys me coolly, unblinking. It's a lie. Her lips are pursed slightly, eyebrows furrowed. In the silence that seeps around us, the cicadas chirp. They continue to chirp this evening, just as they have done every evening for as long as I can remember. But even though this is a comforting familiarity, it isn't enough to lift the feeling of unease coiled in the pit of my stomach. Why does it feel so cold?
I don't know if I believe you, Achan.
I flinch. Given how badly I've treated her in the past, it's understandable. If I was in Noelle's situation, I wouldn't believe in me either.
But I know you're not a bad person, and you do not like to tell lies. I will give you the benefit of the doubt. This time.
I understand. I'm sorry.
It is fine, but...
Noelle's eyes are still cold, but they don't look as blank as before. At least I can see some kind of compassion in them, some vestiges of reason and emotion, even if they are only faint.
I will keep your response in mind, and at some point, I might test you on it.
A test? Noelle nods.
Yes, a test. But don't worry.
Slowly but surely, a smile creeps its way onto her face. An unpleasant, poisonous smile. Ah, fuck me. Is she gonna kidnap Amu and... Oh, god damn it. That I've never seen her wear before. Fuck.
I'm sure you'll pass it.
The fucking blank stare with the cold smile. Fuck. This is gonna be real nasty bad ending, isn't it?
I believe in you.
Fuck me. This is gonna be unpleasant. This is gonna be real fucking unpleasant, isn't it? I lie in my futon, staring up at the ceiling. Even though my body is tired, exhausted after that long walk in the forest with Noelle, my brain doesn't feel sleepy at all. I just can't switch it off. Even when I close my eyes, I can still see it, replaying over and over again inside my head. That expression on Noelle's face, that frightening, sinister expression that I've never seen before. Her eyes, usually so light and dreamy, looked almost completely dead, devoid of human emotion. In all the years I've known her, I've never seen her make a face like that. I wonder, just how well do I know her anyway? Underneath her gently smiling face and those sleepy, half-lidded eyes, maybe something sinister was always hidden underneath. Just thinking about it is enough to make me shudder. It's almost as though invisible insects are crawling across my body, making every inch of my skin prickle. I need to stop worrying. I need to calm down. I need to go to sleep. But... how can I go to sleep after what just happened? I toss and turn in my futon, trying to get comfortable, but it's a pointless effort. Every few minutes my body becomes consumed with nervous energy, and I have to move. This room is far too hot, far too stuffy. My brain is overheating inside the cramped confines of my skull. As the minutes move by slowly, the pressure continues to build. I can feel it pressing against the inside of my head, making my eyes ache. All that anxiety, all that guilt, all that worry, it comes together in a rush, animating my body with nervous energy, left with nowhere else to go. By now, even the restless shuffling of my body fails to diffuse it. I moan, pressing my face into the pillow to muffle it. I've had enough of this. I can't take it anymore. It's kind of cold. I shiver, wrapping my arms around my middle. Even though I'm wearing this sweater, the icy wind still penetrates easily through the warm material. Why am I at the park at this time of night anyway? This is stupid. It's such a waste of time. If she hadn't called me up, then I wouldn't be out here at all. About pain. She told me to meet her here, but I'm the one who got here first. It's rude to keep people waiting if you're the one who invites them out, you know? That's bad date etiquette. It's totally rude. Not that this is a date, of course. No, it's far more worse. Maybe she does know she's being rude, but I doubt she cares. She's that kind of person. Selfish. Self-obsessed. That's why she doesn't have any friends. It's because she only ever thinks about herself. I'll give it 5 more minutes. If she isn't here in 5 minutes, then I'm going home. Oh, there's Amu. Fuck. I sigh, tapping my foot against the... Oh wait, we're Amu's perspective. Fuck, I didn't even realize that. Okay, shit. Okay. I sigh, tapping my foot against the ground. Where is she? What does she want anyway? Yeah, I guess that I should have been clued in earlier with how Noel's being described. Okay. I think I know what it's about, but... I can hear something. Sounds like footsteps. I turn my head, peering through the darkness. I can see her, a pale white figure standing a few feet away. I can feel her pale blue eyes boring into mine even from that distance. Her gaze is just as intense as ever. Creepy. I shudder. How can she go out in this weather wearing a dress like that anyway? Isn't she cold? Not that it has anything to do with me. Hey, Noel! Noel walks towards me. Her footsteps are quiet, like a cat's. Almost as though she has padded paws, rather than shoes. There's a long pause. Silence. She doesn't say anything. Jeez. If she doesn't start talking, this isn't going to get anywhere. Does she really think I want to be out here? I have better things to do with my time. So, what do you want? Another pause. Of course there's another pause. If you're going for this mysterious girl bathed in the moonlight routine, you've got to be careful. You've got to carefully ration your words, or your whole character just falls apart. How predictable. I try to resist rolling my eyes. I don't get it. Why is it that you like her more than me? She's so strange and distant, so hard to talk to. It'd probably be easier having conversation with a brick wall. Why do you only ever talk about her? Why can't you ever think about me? What did I do wrong anyway? It's about Outchan. Finally she speaks. I'm not exactly surprised. What else do we have in common other than you? What's wrong with Outchan? And why do we have to come into the park to discuss it? It's chilly. It's alright. We're just going to talk. Aha. I forced myself to laugh even though I don't feel so much like laughing. If I was still a kid, maybe I'd shout at her or kick her, but since I'm not that young anymore, I can't do thoughtless things like that. I'm a good person. Or at the very least, I want to be a good person. I need to try my best. You know, when you say it like that, it makes me feel like something bad's gonna happen. Oh, yeah, it is. I try to sound light and friendly, but it's hard. I don't really know how to talk to her. I tried before when we were both young, back when she was new to our class, the exciting transfer student from the city. I remember that I really wanted to be her friend. I tried so hard, but... Look, Noel, you like him too, don't you? Noel's body tenses. I guess I was right on the mark. Isn't that what this is about? We both like him and you want to confront me about it. Or something. I don't know. I don't know and I don't really care. All I want to do is go home. I don't even want to look at her face. That face brings back bad memories. I don't like feeling jealous. It's a situation I've read about a little in girls manga. Two rivals for love confront one another, and they have a contest to see who gets the guy. I never thought something like that would actually in my boring life, though. It's hard to laugh in such a light-hearted way. How can I talk to somebody I hate like this?
No, you don't need to thank me.
I can't stand her voice. How can she stand there sounding so disaffected when I'm trying so hard? Why doesn't anybody appreciate just how hard I try? I want her to go away. I don't want to look at her face. I don't even want to be reminded that she exists. Even though you wrote letters to me, even though you always said I was your best friend, ever since you came back, you've only ever been thinking of her. You've only been spending time with her. Why? What did I do wrong? It's because I don't look weak. I don't look fragile. I don't act clingy. So you don't worry. You really are stupid. What? And she pulls out the box cutter. We see it this time. That's even pink. Of course it is. I blink, my eyes widening. What just happened? She didn't really... She isn't holding... it's a blade. A box cutter. This is... What is this? If I hadn't jumped back in time... My eyes... Noelle blinks, head tilted to one side. She looks confused. It takes her a few moments to get her bearings. I need to run. I have to get away from here. I'm not going to let this person get away with this. I can feel my heart pounding in my chest. It feels like it's going to burst. Okay. I run, aiming towards the old school building. Oh no, don't run towards an abandoned place. No. One of the windows in our classroom was left unlocked over the holidays. I know since I've already been in the back inside. I left something in my desk at school, a volume of manga I hadn't finished reading. I know there's an open window, and if I can get into the classroom, then... There's a bat. Oh, god damn it. No, run to like a house. Noelle is like, sure she's stubborn, but she's not as athletic as you are, so like you can outrun her. Get to like a place with adults and stuff like that. Get to a place with other people. Don't be left... Oh, god damn it. A baseball bat, used during PE lessons at school. I'm good at baseball. Whenever we played at school, I was barred from joining any team because I was too good. I was relegated to being the pitcher instead. It was considered fairer that way. In this case, this may be to my advantage. A bat is a far more destructive weapon than a box cutter, isn't it? Cuts versus bruises, it's got reach. So yeah. I push open the unlocked window and clamber through, making my way into the classroom. Since it's so dark, it's hard to see where everything is, but I have a fairly good idea. I'm tired. I really am tired. What's the point in smiling? What's the point in trying to be happy when it doesn't accomplish anything? When it makes people think, oh, she's probably fine, so they can ignore you more easily? When it makes you lonely? Everybody thinks I'm some kind of idiot. They think I don't have feelings, that I'm too strong, too tough, too much like a boy to feel emotions. So they stop caring. They stop thinking. I really am tired. I'm smiling. Gosh. I throw open an old locker near the back of the classroom with a loud creak. I find the baseball bat inside, along with some other items used during PE. A catcher's mitt, some hockey sticks, a soccer ball. This stuff should probably be in the store cupboard, but that's mostly used to hold old junk, and it's so cluttered it's hard to find things in there. I take the baseball bat and hold it in my hands. It feels reassuringly firm, keeping me grounded in reality. I can hardly even believe that this is happening. This shouldn't be something that's happening. It's almost like a movie or a TV show. But if that's true, then where's the dramatic music? Oh, it's right there. Don't worry about it. It's right here. Why does everything feel so strangely subdued? Why does everything feel so miserable? Because that's the story for it. What the hell? Just what the hell is going on? Noelle is already there, standing in front of me. She looks windswept and disoriented, her hair a mess, her whole body trembling. Maybe she can hardly understand what's going on either. What she's doing. I half expect her to laugh, to shrug her shoulders, to say, it was just a joke. A joke in poor taste, of course, since she really could have hurt me back there. But a joke all the same. That would make far more sense than this. Whatever this is. It could be like a melodramatic girl's manga, a moment of bonding between two rivals who previously hated one another. Not that I really want to understand Noelle, but Noelle's a weird person. She's never really gotten along with the rest of the class. Maybe a strange person like her really would think something like this is a suitable prank. And then again, maybe not. She's still holding that box cutter. She hasn't put it down. Ah shit. Is this some kind of bad dream? Is this really real? If it is, then she really is a fool. She isn't a very energetic person. Whenever we go running in PE, she always lags behind everybody else, tottering like a broken marionette. It was stupid of her to follow me here. She's clearly outmatched, and now it'll be hard for her to run away. There's only one exit, out through that window. She should have known that. She should have known, but...
Amu?
Yeah? I tighten my grip on the bat, staring her down. Not because I want to use it, but it's better to be safe than sorry, right? And I really don't want to get killed by somebody like this. That would be way too pathetic.
Amu, do you not like me?
I almost laugh at that question. It seems so strange, being asked something like that from a girl who just tried to stab me. What does she expect the answer to be? Of course I don't like you. I never liked you. I hate you. And I hate you even more now.
Oh, that makes sense.
Noelle sighs, her head hanging. She looks strangely sad, like a lost child, but I don't know why. She has no right to act so sad. Who does she think she is? And let me tell you something. If you want to make friends, trying to stab them with a boxcar is completely the wrong way of going about it.
I am aware of that.
She frowns.
But that's fine. I'm not a very likable person, so I don't have anything left to lose.
At least she realizes it herself. I didn't know she was quite that self-aware. But doesn't that make it even worse? If she knows she isn't likable, why doesn't she try to change it? Why doesn't she try? I can't stand that kind of person who makes friends by guilting others, acting all disillusioned and lonely to elicit sympathy. They're scum. Parasites. Just like fungus. Oh, again, fungus? Both of them.
You know, I really don't mind.
You don't mind what?
If I die, I don't mind. It doesn't matter either way.
How can she say something like that so casually? It does matter, for fuck's sake. Isn't that unfair? Yeah, it is. Doesn't she have a family that loves her? Yes, she does. What would her parents say? They would be very depressed. And moreover, doesn't she have you? I don't know why, but she's your best friend. I know how much you care about her, and I know how sad you'd feel if she died. How could she be so willing to throw her own life away like that? This is a human life we're talking about, you know, not a damp tissue. Doesn't she realize how much it would hurt people? And doesn't she care? Even though you care about her, she doesn't care about you at all. She's only thinking about herself. Can't you see that? Why? Can't you realize it? A person who would throw their life away doesn't deserve to live at all. It's not my fault. It isn't my fault. If she already chose to end it here, then what can I do? It's not my fault at all. A sudden sound cuts through the air. It's an unpleasant, crushing sound, like a watermelon being split in two. Okay, Amu, you didn't have to actually kill her. You could have just incapacitated her at the very least. Like, that's... Noelle's body goes limp. Okay, I was not expecting her to die. Okay, that's a... The light flickers from her eyes. She pitches forwards on unsteady feet and falls to the floor with a thud. I stare down at her body, lying by my feet. It's twitching. Her pale hair is stained dark red. Blood. It's not the kind of blood I'm accustomed to. Light cuts and scrapes from falling over or trying to climb trees. This blood looks darker, somehow, and thicker. Like raspberry jam. There's so much. I didn't think there would be that much. I didn't think I'd hear it that hard. I really didn't think... My stomach turns. My mouth is filled with bile. My vision swims. I didn't want to hurt her. Even though I don't like her, I never wanted something like this to happen. It wasn't my fault. If she hadn't tried to hurt me, she could have killed me. She was trying to kill me, so but she wasn't. She's not strong enough for something like that. She's not strong, but I am. And I've always been good at baseball. She'd already given up. She didn't even try to defend herself. It was almost like she was goading me into doing it, into hurting her. But then, doesn't that make it her fault? And she did attack me first. It was self-defense, right? I did it to protect myself, not because I wanted to. I would never want to do something so horrible. I guess I really don't know my own strength. Fuck. Well, that's bad. Fucking hell, okay. Alright, that's unpleasant as hell. Jeez. We're gonna get more stuff like that, aren't we? Okay. Right, okay. Right, well, let's go back to an earlier save then. Alright, question for the mom. Doesn't matter even. Where are you moving to? Where are we moving? Mrs. Sakata repeats the question slowly, looking a little taken aback. Maybe that isn't what she expected me to ask. Yeah, I want to know, so I can still keep in touch with Noel. Oh, I see. I understand. Mrs. Sakata makes her way over to the table. She takes a seat once more, facing opposite me. I wonder if this action is meant to calm me down, since it's effectively putting us at the same level. However, it does the exact opposite. My overactive imagination kicks in, making me panic. Is this news so shocking that Mrs. Sakata wants to ensure I'm as calm as possible before she tells me it? Why? They can't be booing anywhere that extreme, can they? It's not like they've started colonizing Mars yet, right? Well, it hasn't been completely finalized yet. There's still a lot of paperwork I need to fill in, and perhaps we'll change our minds later. Or, who knows, maybe this house won't get sold. That'll put an end to most of our plans. But if everything comes together, my husband and I were hoping to move somewhere quite far away. Quite far away? What does that mean? How far away is quite far? A different country. But Mrs. Sakata remains calm. She tells me that the shocking news like it's the most natural thing in the world. We want to move to England. Quite literally almost the other side of the world from Japan. Almost. That's quite far away. Okay. I don't know how much time has passed. It's hard to take it in. I know my mouth is open wide, but I don't have enough energy to close it. England. Why England? Okay, honestly, every single path choice reveals a bunch of new information, so I might actually want to, and potentially might need to get every single bad ending, to get the actual true ending, to know all the things. So, the earlier things I said, maybe I'll need to scratch those. We'll see. That isn't Japan. No, it's not. It's not Japan at all. That's so far away, it might as well be Mars. Mrs. Sakata looks at me sympathetically. It's the kind of expression a doctor might give a patient after breaking some very unfortunate news. Yeah. I'm sorry to tell you this so suddenly. It must be a shock to you. A shock. Yeah, just a little. But it isn't so bad. I know you're good friends with Noel, but it's not the end of the world. You'll still be able to exchange letters. Letters? Yeah, I guess. Something he hasn't actually done at all in the past 2 years. How long does it take for a letter posted from Japan to arrive in England? Look, with modern postage, like a day or two, probably. Because, like, that just, it's reason. Plus, you have the internet that exists, which is literally instantaneous. So, I don't know. I've never done it before. But, besides, you yourself live so far away now. This is the first time you've come back in 2 years. I don't think it would make that much difference to your daily life whether Noel was living in Japan or England. Mrs. Sakata is right, of course. It must seem ridiculous to her that I'm making such a big deal about Noel moving. I certainly haven't made all that much of an effort to remain in contact with her. But even so, the fact she was still here in Japan was comforting. Although she was a 7-hour train journey away, it wasn't impossible. I could still go visit if I wanted to, but you never wanted to. So, what difference does it make? But why England? My husband was offered a job there with his company. It's simple enough. But that's so far away. It might seem that way to you, but it isn't to me. I was born in England after all. Of course she was. I should have known. I've always known that Lucy isn't a Japanese name. I've always known that Noel's mother doesn't look anything like any of the other Japanese women I've met. Noel's mother is a tall, striking beauty. Her eyes are pale blue, her hair blonde. She doesn't look Japanese at all. I've always known that Noel's mother isn't Japanese, but because I've only ever interacted with her here, in this small village in Japan, I guess I never saw her anything as other than my friend's mother. I never really thought about her as a real human being. Now I feel silly, like a small child. Well, you are, you're just 16. Even though I've spent most of my life living in Japan, England is still the place where I spent my childhood. It's still my home. Mrs. Sakata looks off into the distance as she speaks, her eyes misty. In this brief moment, she looks uncannily like her daughter. Although I have enjoyed living here, it has always been my dream to go back. Now that I finally have the chance, I don't want to pass it up. But Noel doesn't speak any English, that's fine. I know. I realize that she might find it difficult, making such a large transition. It's something I have worried about. But it might sound selfish, but I only moved here for Noel's sake. If it weren't for her, I definitely wouldn't have come here. I don't like it here. I hate small, close-minded communities like this. People stare at me where I go like I'm some kind of exotic animal. I've had enough of it. I mean, that's totally fair and reasonable. I really am sick of living in such a place where I'll constantly be reminded I don't belong. It gets very tiring. Yeah. I want to reply, but I have no idea what to say. There really isn't any reply to that. There are no words. How can I even ever hope to relate to Mrs. Sakata and her problems when I've never faced anything like that before in my life? Still, look at me, talking about myself so much. You must be bored. You want to know where Noel is, don't you? Well, I suppose. That is the real reason why I came here, though it would seem rude just coming out and saying it. I think Mrs. Sakata knows this already, though. She folds her arms, pondering. Well, let's see, Noel has been spending a lot of time outside lately. I think she went to the forest this morning with a sketchbook. Ice. Right, we've already seen this text, so she gathered a bunch of supplies, went out to the forest, and we're gonna go over here. Getting ice cream and whatnot, and here we are. She's sitting there on a picnic blanket. We're just gonna skip that, because we already know what happens here. He just goes and blah blah blah. Spread out on the ground, just like yesterday when I saw her in the park. She's wearing that white dress with the long, billowing skirt. The lack of sleeves exposes her long, thin arms and sharp collarbone. Her legs are crossed demurely, feet bare, toes twitching. She must have kicked her shoes off somewhere. Noel never did like wearing them very much. On her lap rests a sketchbook. In her right hand is grasped a pencil. Her eyes are focused downwards. She only occasionally glances upwards to look at the subject of her drawing before returning to her sketchbook. I don't think she's spotted me. She isn't paying me the slightest bit of attention. This is already like Noel that I can't help but smile. She's the sort of person who gets engrossed in tasks easily, to the point where she forgets about the outside world altogether. I think it's an admirable skill. Because I'm always worrying about something or other, my brain never shuts up, but Noelle can immerse herself in her own fantasy worlds for hours. She looks exactly the same as I remember her, all those years ago. Everything is the same, from the way she holds the pencil in her hand, to the way her hair falls over her shoulder. She's even wearing the same ribbon in her hair. It's almost as if she's been waiting for me, frozen in time, in this exact spot. Just like a princess from a fairy tale. Wait, wasn't that last line maybe just a little bit embarrassing? Now I feel foolish. I start to worry I must look like a stalker or something, standing here at a distance watching her. I should go up to her. I need to let her know I'm here. But this time we're gonna watch her silently a little longer. Although I feel distinctly awkward, hanging around here like an unwelcome intruder, I think Noelle is very focused on her sketching. I don't want to distract her. I wait patiently, trying to tell myself that I'm not being creepy. It's not like I'm stalking her, I'm just trying to be courteous. I'm not doing anything wrong, am I? I wonder what she's drawing. Her expression looks pretty intense, even more so than usual. I've seen Noelle draw still life pictures before, and even though she does take that quite seriously, her posture is never usually this rigid, or her eyes so focused. Then probably she isn't drawing a still life at all. Instead must be something alive, something that can move around, and so something that requires a greater amount of concentration to draw. I begin to look about out of curiosity, searching for the subject of Noelle's latest piece. It's the bunny! It's a white rabbit, slightly obscured by foliage, sitting in the grass. It's the red-eyed bunny. Fuck. Run away, Knights of the Round Table. Its eyes are alert, its head moving this way and that as if it surveys its surroundings. I wonder how long it's been here for, and how long Noelle has been sketching it. It's pretty impressive that she's able to remain so still and silent, so as not to frighten it away. I wouldn't be able to do it. A few moments pass. I don't know how many. Noelle keeps on sketching, her pencil skirting across the open page of her sketchbook as she glances up and down. However, this small moment of tranquility can't last forever. These moments never can. The rabbit suddenly raises its head, ears alert. Maybe it's heard something. Something I can't hear, but it can. There must be a reason for those long ears. Finally, the rabbit bounds away, disappearing off into the foliage. It blends in with its surroundings completely. Somehow. Even though it's pure white. And in a matter of seconds, vanishes. Almost as though it was never there at all. I take this as my cue to make my presence known. Hey there! Noelle doesn't seem surprised at my sudden appearance at all. Instead, she lifts her head, giving me a wave. The contrast between this Noelle and the one from before, focusing intently on her drawing, is so vast they almost seem like two different people.
Hello, Achan.
Yeah, hello. I paused, trying to think of something clever to say. So, were you drawing? Wait, that wasn't clever at all. Of course I knew she was drawing. I saw her do it. That's such a pointless question. It's like asking if the sky is blue. At least Noelle doesn't seem to mind.
Yes, I was drawing.
The rabbit? Noelle nods.
It was a very cute rabbit.
Yeah, it was. Not that I know so much about rabbits. They all look cute to me.
This one was particularly cute. She had nice eyes.
You could tell it had nice eyes from that distance? And she could also tell the rabbit was a she? This girl really is something.
Yes, they were very intelligent eyes.
Noelle takes hold of her sketchbook in both hands, turning it over this way and that, shifting it around at different angles. At the same time, she tilts her head. What's she looking for? Maybe she's hoping if she stares at her picture in a certain way, she'll discover something that wasn't there before, like one of those magic eye images.
It's no good.
But I guess Noelle can't find what she wants in her picture after all. With a sigh, she closes her sketchbook and sets it down by her side. You don't like it? Another sigh. Did you make a mistake?
Not really. It's just beyond my abilities, I suppose. I want to capture something special.
Can I take a look?
Well, it isn't finished. I don't know.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
If you're sure, then it's not very good though, so don't expect too much.
I take a seat next to Noelle and cross my legs. Then I reach out for the discarded sketchbook. When I flip it open, my eyes widen in surprise. Oh, that's pretty fucking good actually. I always knew Noelle was good at drawing, but I never knew she was this good. She must have improved during these last 2 years. The rabbit looks almost identical to the one I saw sitting by the tree. Everything from its twitchy little nose to its alert eyes are exactly the same. Noelle's lines are bold and strong in stark contrast to her personality. It's clear a lot of dedication and passion went into creating this picture. This really is amazing. And yet, Noelle said she didn't like it? Frowning, I set the sketchbook down on my lap. Why don't you like it? It's really good.
You might think that, but I don't. Art is subjective.
But this is objectively a good picture, isn't it?
I don't think so.
A pause.
I don't know. I don't like the eyes. They look too lifeless.
Well, it is a drawing.
I know, but I wanted it to be more than that, somehow. Maybe.
And yet, despite Noel's critical evaluation of our work, my curiosity has been piqued. I want to see the rest. Hey, can I take a look at your other pictures?
If you want. But I still haven't finished, haven't reached it yet. I don't know how to draw what I want.
I'm sure they'll look good anyways. Noelle bites her lower lip. She looks troubled.
Maybe to you. But that's only because you don't understand my vision. You don't know what I want to communicate. But I do.
Well, I'll have to take a look and see, I guess. With Noelle's consent, I begin to flip through the sketchbook. Each page is covered with drawings, either quick sketches or more developed pieces with firmer, more defined lines. All of these drawings are amazing. They're better than anything I could ever do. But the amount of craftsmanship isn't the only common theme amongst these pieces. It doesn't take me long before I realize it. It stands out almost immediately. Every single drawing in this book, and there must be 100 or so, whether they include background details or not, trees, flowers, or moss, has the same subject matter. It's the bunnies. They're all drawings of rabbits, okay? That's okay. Rabbits? Noelle nods, picking at a loose thread at the hem of her sundress.
I've been liking them a lot lately. They're cute.
I agree, rabbits are cute, but don't you ever want to draw anything else? Noelle blinks, tipping her head to one side. Hey, artists are like that. Sometimes you just want to draw one certain thing until you get it right in your mind. Sometimes that might take forever because you don't feel like you'll ever get it right, but yeah, whatever. Art is art. It's like completely in the eye of the beholder, and everyone is a beholder of their own art and of everyone else's art. There's just... there's no trying to logic that. It's just a thing that happens.
Why?
Well, I don't know. Doesn't it get boring doing the same thing over and over again? Depends on the personality, kid.
But it isn't the same thing. It changes all the time.
It does, yeah. Different poses, different locations, different, like, backgrounds, everything. Like, hey, that's just how it works.
There are different rabbits. They make different poses. There are different locations, different times of the day. And how I feel when I draw them, too. It all changes. Always. Each picture is different from the last. No two drawings are the same.
I guess that's true, but aren't there other things you want to do? Look, artistic endeavors are like that. Sometimes you don't. No.
Maybe. Sometimes. But I have to.
And that's the word. I have to. This is what I need to do. I think. Why? Noelle looks at me for a few moments. Look, artistic endeavors are like that. You just get that feeling. Sometimes you want to do it because you need to do it, and it's like, you know, you dedicate yourself. That's just how it works. Sometimes you just get that itch to do a thing, no matter how long it takes, how many iterations it might take. There's no logicking that, okay? Move on, Achan. I can almost imagine little gears turning inside of her brain, moving slowly as they try to generate the answer she thinks is the most correct. There is no correct answer, it's just whatever. Noelle doesn't say careless things without thinking. She never says anything that she doesn't mean. And so, all of her words, they weigh heavily, each with equal importance.
If I don't draw the rabbits, then who else will?
Huh? It's a strange, enigmatic answer, and one I don't really understand. I mean, I get it personally. I have this, I'm currently, at the time of this recording, I'm in the early stages. I mean, it's been 2 months, whatever. Turning a piece of Camophotic fanfiction into an audio drama. Tales the Empress on Bob's Reading Corner. Go check it out. I think it's pretty good, based on my own things, but whatever. I've been doing that for 2 months, and there's still about 2 years left before I finish it, and same logic there. No one else is gonna do that. I think it's awesome, and I'm gonna make it happen, and there's no stopping that. And that's just a thing that's happening. There's, that's it. That's it. I wanna. And that's all the reason you need for endeavors like that. You don't need to understand, you just need to accept that it is a thing that is happening, and that's it. Anyway.
But if that's too complicated, I just think they're cute. That's all. And I like cute things. They make me happy.
That's also a perfectly valid reason. No problems there at all. Alright. So now... Noel and I sit together cross-legged on tartan picnic blankets spread out underneath the old moss-covered tree. We're both silent, sketching. Noel procured another sketchbook from the large picnic hamper she brought with her and handed it to me, asking if I'd keep her company. Of course, I obliged. Somehow this situation, both of us sitting down demurely like the two little kids, neither making a sound, reminds me of being back in school. My pencil, also borrowed from Noel, moves across the page slowly, falteringly. My drawing style is very different from Noel's, the polar opposite of her firm, confident lines. Noel's sketches rest upon the page with a certain kind of authority, as though even the drawing itself is sure of its placement in the world. Okay, we've read this before already, and we're gonna get back to the same two choices, right? This was just a fork in the road. Yeah, hungry and whatnot. Got a big lunch, feeding time, somewhat quiet. Alright, talks about the city always being allowed and stuff like that, exchanges. Okay, now. Go back, watch Noel silently. This world, they do things I can't understand. Okay. I wonder if it has anything to do with what Mrs. Sakata said earlier. Maybe it's about her family's plan to move. It's still hard for me to take it in, even now. England. They're going to move to England. In a situation like that, of course Noel would feel trapped. It's not as though she can just ignore her parents. What her parents say goes. She's too young to disobey. This is something I know too well myself, after arguing with my mother about moving. Still. England. That's so far away. If I were in Noel's position, it would all feel so hopeless. It would feel hopeless. And I would be scared. I wonder if Noel is scared. Or angry? Is that why she's tearing handfuls of grass out of the ground so forcefully, until the tips of her fingers and the palms of her hands get stained with green pigmentation and brown soil? Is it an act of defiance? A symbolic stand against her parents? Which will amount to nothing, given they can't see it? I don't know, but I don't want to ask. Since Noel hasn't mentioned herself that she's moving to England, it's clear that she doesn't want to talk about it. Maybe she isn't ready to. Sometimes you need to force these conversations, though. She probably doesn't want me to know about it. It would be better if I let her tell me in her own time. But you already know, perpetuating lies. We know how that ends. Whenever she feels ready to confide. If I said anything careless, I might just make her feel worse. And I don't want to make her cry. I'd feel too guilty. I think it's best to remain silent. No, it's not. I'll remain silent and try to support her without words, by staying at her side. All I can do now is keep being her friend. Right, yeah, no. Not gonna work out, man. As evening descends, the forest air starts to smell even crisper than before. I don't know how long Noel and I had stopped walking for, but it must have been a while. Traversing around the forest aimlessly, moving from one place to another. Even though it wasn't a particularly exciting experience, it was still fun. Simply being with Noel was more than enough to make this experience special, and I think we've seen this text before. Yeah. And then... there's a long pause, and then she finally speaks. It's about Amu. When Noel says Amu's name, it sounds cold. There's no trace of warmth in her tone at all. The intensity of Noel's tone startles me so, I can't stop myself from stuttering. Amu? What about Amu?
I know that you're close to her. You are best friends after all. I just want to spend time with her instead of me. If you want to spend time with her instead of me, it will be understandable.
I don't like the tone in Noel's voice. Good instinct. Even though it's quiet, as ever, there's something running underneath it. Something unpleasant. Oh yeah, we know. Well, I am friends with Amu, that's true, but I'm also friends with you. I decided to come and see you today, after all.
I know. I'm probably just being silly. It's just... you and Amu. You've been friends ever since you were children. Isn't that right?
Well, that is right.
And Amu has so many good qualities. She's so bright and cheerful. Always smiling, always talking, and now we know that's kind of she's forcing and faking it as well. Okay. People say she's a fun person to be with. She has a lot of friends. If I were more like Amu, maybe people would like me more. Maybe I would have more friends too. Well, if I was more like Amu, I think even my parents would be happier. They don't like that I'm so quiet. They worry about me. But your parents don't love Amu. They love you. Noel nods. They do, but it's painful for them. Painful? Because I am deficient as a person. It's a cruel thing to say, but she says it so simply, almost as though she's stating that the sky is blue and the grass is green. There's no room for argument in her tone. I am a difficult person. I don't speak very often. Sometimes I tell lies, even though I hate liars. And I don't make friends easily. I make people worry about me. Then they get tired of worrying. And then they get tired of me. Well, I'm not tired of you. But you stopped talking to me. The past 2 years. You didn't send me any letters. Even though you sent them to Amu. Noel looks at me. Yeah, there's no argument there. Her gaze is pointed, pinning me in place. I can't even twitch my fingertips. I think I might have forgotten how to breathe. Noel is right. I did abandon her. For the last 2 years, I ignored her completely. But that wasn't her fault. Well, no. It wasn't because of anything she did, and certainly wasn't because I was sick of her. But why didn't she though? But feebly protesting that inside my own head is no good. The words won't reach anybody in there. So I thought, maybe you were tired of me. Maybe you found my presence annoying, but you didn't know how to say it. Or maybe you were too kind to tell me. You are very kind, Achan. At least, that's what I think. No, I wasn't tired. And then I thought, maybe you were glad that you were moving. You were glad to get away from me. So I wasn't being a burden anymore. Yeah, very self-centered words here. Although that thought made me sad. At the same time, I tried to accept it. Because if you have your own life, you can't be concerned only with my happiness. It wouldn't be fair. My parents are the ones I really feel sorry for. They can't simply abandon me. They have to stand by me even when it gets difficult. Even if it makes them sad. And I think that might be inexcusable. I'm an inexcusable, selfish girl. I can hear the sound of the cicadas. This forest is filled with chirping. All around us, there are insects hidden from sight, listening to us. Listening to the sad, painful monologue coming from a person far more self-conscious, far more self-loathing than I ever imagined. Even though I always worry about the worst possible scenario, maybe I don't have that much of an imagination after all. I certainly never expected this. It's true Noelle has always been a quiet person with few friends, but I thought she didn't mind. I thought she liked it that way. People are social creatures. Even if we say stuff, we still need some kind of companionship, some kind of interactions. Like, even I need that. I'm a bloody loner, generally speaking, but even I recognize that I need that, so I supplement that with online stuff and whatever else. And fiction, fantasy. And I got a pet cat, so that's neat. So that helps as well. Maybe I was wrong. Nobody likes to be alone. Correct. We need something. And if in the absence of anything else, the mind can create its own interactions there. Kind of like what I'm doing right now. In a sense. She wants to be a brighter, more confident person, just like Amo. Not necessarily for her own sake, but for the sake of others. So she won't have to worry about burdening them. I didn't know. I had no idea if she felt that way, because you never asked. You never asked anything, Achan. You never asked. There are so many things about Noel that I don't know. So many things that she hasn't told me. I wonder, is it lonely being that trapped inside your own head? Depends on the person. Feeling as though you can't share your real thoughts with anyone. I bet it was lonely. Lonelier than I can imagine. Okay, choices. Okay. Say nothing and just hug her. Hugs are nice. Hugs are nice. Come on now. At this point, there really are no words. There's nothing I can say, nothing I can even think of saying.
Instead, I reach out, and gently, as though handling a fragile doll, hold her in my arms. Under normal circumstances, I would feel embarrassed for being so forward. I've never really hugged a girl like this before. It is true that I hugged Amu a few times when we were kids, but those interactions may more accurately be described as hyperactive Amu pouncing on me, rather than a mutual hug. I was never the one who initiated those embraces, and Amu grew out of it when she got older. This kind of embrace feels completely different. It's not something I'm used to, and yet, even though my heart is beating just a little too fast and my face has gone a slight shade of pink, I don't care. How I feel right now shouldn't matter. It doesn't matter. I want to show Noel just how much she means to me, and this is the only way I can think of doing it. It's the only way I know how to apologize without the message being misunderstood. Noel and I don't talk that much anyway. We're not natural conversationalists. I think I can get along with others a little better than she can, owing to the fact that I've been friends with Amu for so long, and that you made like 3 new friends when you moved out as well. But at heart, I get nervous when I have to interact with other humans. I'm always worrying. You worry because you care. Will I look foolish? Can I get my point across properly? Am I even representing the truth of what really happened? And worst of all, am I just being a bore? Because using language is difficult, and different people will take away different meanings from the exact same accounts. I can't rely on it at all. If I want to show Noelma how much I care about her, I think that this is the only way. Between awkward people like us who don't like to talk, maybe it's the only way. So, even though it feels kind of strange, it's not awkward or embarrassing. If it's between us, I think it's completely natural. Achan? Noelle sniffles a little, her voice breaking. I continue to hold her, my cheeks flushed. Owing to the slight height difference between us, my nose is pressed against her forehead. I can't rest my chin on top of her head, like a scene in the romantic girls manga. I'm not tall enough. But at least I can do this. And this, whatever this is, might just be enough. Achan, you don't dislike me? No, I never disliked you. Not ever. I couldn't. I was just awkward and I didn't want to hurt you. Good. I'm so glad. Noelle sniffles. Her body shakes. I waited for you. Every day. I waited. Noelle, I just wanted a letter. Just one. A sign. Any sign that you still remember me. That you still cared about me. But no matter how long I waited, it never happened. I never got any letter. Even as days, then weeks, and then months went by. Before I knew it, a whole year had passed. A whole year, and I'd still heard nothing. Even so, you still sent Amu letters. You sent her them, and she was so happy. She talked to everybody about how you were, what you were doing, acting as though she knew everything. Acting as though she was your confidant, your real friend. Uh-oh, that's a troubling word. Her real friend. Oh dear. During that time, Amu seemed so bright. She was always smiling, always. It made me feel sick to look at her, even though I felt guilty for thinking such a cool thing. Everybody gravitated towards her. Everybody loved her. But I've always been alone. I was so alone and nobody tried to talk to me. Not even you. But I thought, maybe that made sense. It made sense because Amu's so much better than me. She's confident and bold and good at sports. And she always smiles. She has so many friends. So obviously, if you had to pick between her and me, I thought you'd choose her. I thought that for sure. It was scary. I was scared that you had never liked me. That you had always liked Amu more. And I thought our whole relationship was a lie. Noelle's voice breaks. It falters, fading away into nothingness. And soon is replaced by a more heartbreaking sound. The sound of sobbing. Noelle. I draw her even more tightly to my chest, as though this simple hug can take all her pain away. I know it can't. I know that's just wishful thinking, but I still want to try. I want her to know just how much she means to me. I can't communicate with words, but maybe Maybe the warmth of my body is good enough. I hope it's enough. My shirt's starting to get damp. She buries her head against my chest, her fingers clutching at the fabric of my jacket. I rest my chin on top of her head. It's funny. In this gentle, caring embrace, I can't hear anything else. Just the sound of my heartbeat, Noelle's tears. Nothing else matters anymore. Not even the low, mournful cries of the cicadas. Aw, what's a heartfelt moment.
So what do you say, Achan? Do you want to come? Do you? It'll be real fun, I promise. Just like old times.
I can hear Amu's voice over the other end of the line. It's so filled with enthusiasm I have to hold the phone a little away from my ear, lest I get deafened. Amu's voice sounds strange, as though she's speaking to me from underwater. The dull, static buzz doesn't diminish the cheery tone of Amu's voice, however. I can tell, just standing here in the hallway, how excited she is. That's why I feel guilty about turning her down. I know tomorrow will be my last day here, but involuntarily, my mind keeps going back to that image of Noelle. Delicate, ethereal Noelle, dressed entirely in white. Standing in the forest, the wind playing through her hair. Her light blue eyes shining, her cheeks wet with tears. I'm sorry, Amu. I don't think I could do tomorrow. I'm busy. Amu's disappointment is palpable, even over the phone.
Eh? But why not? It's your last day here. It's not fair if you just blow me off like that.
I know. I'm not trying to pick favorites or anything, it's just... Amu cuts me off before I can finish.
This is about Noelle, isn't it?
Well, kind of. It's just... I saw her today and, well...
She wasn't feeling too good?
Yeah, that's right. I think she's been feeling not too good for a while, from what I gathered. Amu clicks her tongue against the roof of her mouth. It takes her a while to reply. Unusual for her.
Yeah, I think that might make sense.
Noelle hasn't been looking too happy for a while, I suppose. Not too happy?
Like, quiet. I mean, she's always been quiet, but she never says anything to anyone nowadays. And this painting she's been working on in art class is a little weird.
Huh? This is the first time I've heard anything about paintings.
Weird? Yeah, I can't really describe it. I don't know that much about art, but it's not very happy.
Huh. I wonder what this painting could look like.
I mean, if even I realized Noelle wasn't happy, it's clear there must be something wrong. I am kind of thick-headed after all.
You're not thick-headed, you just like to have fun.
I suppose. Counseling others isn't one of my super strong points, you know? I could never be a therapist.
Yeah, you're the kind of person who'd shout, just deal with it, and hit them over the head, right?
Hey, I may be a straight-talking kind of gal, but I'm not a brute. When would I ever hit anybody?
In very, very dire circumstances, as we found out.
You hit me all the time. You don't count, Achan. I've known you since, like, forever. But I see how it is. If you think Noelle needs you more, then you're probably right. And I suck at being tactful. If I hung around you two, I'd just get in the way.
You don't mind? Really?
Nah, I can deal. I'm a strong, independent woman, you know?
But we know internally that's also not really true. She's just faking it. Or like, putting on an act.
I can definitely attest to the strong part. Thank you.
Amu giggles at the other end of the line. I can imagine her now, bowing to an invisible audience. She can be kind of cute sometimes, in a frightening and chaotic kind of way.
But, I at least want to see you off at the station, okay? It'd be far too mean if you went out on a date with Noelle and cut me out of the picture completely.
Hey, it's not a date.
I don't care what it is. A girl could turn into a vengeful ghost and haunt you for 50 years for being abandoned like that, you know?
Okay, I don't think I could put up with you following me for 50 years. Of course you can come see me off at the station.
Well, I should think any guy with all his brain cells should welcome the possibility of being stalked by a cute and ravishing beauty like me. But I guess some people don't see it that way.
If you started to stalk me, I wouldn't thank you for it, if that's what you're getting at.
Jeez, some people have no gratitude. Anyways, I'll see you at the station later tomorrow. Is that okay, Achan?
Yeah, it's fine. I'll look forward to it. I mean, I pause, my voice trailing off. I wonder what to say. She'll make fun of me if I'm too sincere, won't she? But I don't like being flippant either. I'll really miss you, Amu. Let's be genuine though. To hell with it. I don't like being dishonest. Yeah, and she wants to hear this kind of stuff as well. I want Amu to know how much I like her, even though I'm sure she'll tease me for it later. I squeeze my eyes shut, not that matters since I can't see Amu anyway, and tell her how I really feel. I'll really miss you too, Amu. I say it in a rush, my voice trembling as though owing up to a grave sin. I wait. I can't hear anything except static. Amu doesn't say a word. I hope I didn't sound too corny. I wonder what expression Amu's making right now. Because I can't see her face, I start to feel anxious. If I at least know what kind of expression she's making, I'd know how to interpret the silence. But without it, I'm lost. And then... Achan. Amu replies. She replies in a voice softer than usual, warm and gentle, completely catching me off guard.
You would miss me? Really?
This was unexpected, to say the least. Yeah, of course I would. You're the first one I ever made, Amu. I couldn't leave without saying goodbye to you.
Even though you're going on a date with Noelle?
I already said it isn't a date, I just want to talk to her. To make sure she's okay.
Well, if that's all it is. I mean, it's not like I carried away. I'm not jealous or anything.
We know that's a lie as well. Yeah, of course. I know you're not jealous. Definitely.
Well, okay. Good. Great. So long as you know your place.
And where would that be?
I don't know. Under the table, maybe?
I'm not your pet, you know. That Amu. She can be a difficult one sometimes.
Alrighty, have fun on your date with Noelle. Be sure to tell me all the juicy details when we meet up, okay?
There aren't going to be any juicy details. I already told you it isn't a date.
Good night, Achan. Sweet dreams.
And with that, she hangs up on me. I hear a click on the other end of the line, and then the phone goes dead. I stare down at the phone, my fingers gripping it tightly. I know my face is red. Stupid Amu. It's fine, that was nice. A nice conversation. I yawn, tears beading in the corners of my eyes, and press my hand to my mouth. My hair is dripping wet, my pajama shirt sticking to my back, and my face feels all flushed. No doubt from the hot bath I had a few minutes ago. I don't know why I always run the water so hot when I have baths. I just do. A bath doesn't feel satisfactory if I don't emerge from it 20 minutes later with skin like a pickled radish, strangely lightheaded, hardly able to stand. These kind of baths help tire out my brain, making it easier for me to slip under my covers and fall straight to sleep. If I didn't tire myself out in this way, I'd be riddled with nerves, tossing and turning all night, unable to get any rest. When I have exams the following day, or I have to travel a long distance, I always ensure the bath I run in the evening is just a little bit hotter than usual. I feel all weak and lethargic now. What better time is there to get a nice, cool glass of milk? I'll get something to drink, and then I'll call Saki maybe. Calling Saki has become an indispensable part of my routine now, just like these baths, and I worry I won't be able to relax unless I'm able to hear her voice. I really am a simple creature, aren't I? I make my way over to the kitchen, padding on bare feet, leaving a trail of wet footprints behind me. I yawn again, stifling the sound of my hand. I don't want to wake up my grandparents. But as it soon turns out, they aren't asleep, of course.
Oh, hello, dear. I didn't know you were still awake.
This concern is quite unnecessary. As I pass by the dining room, I spot my grandmother kneeling at the low table in the center of the room. She's holding a pair of thick knitting needles, and from the regular movement of her hands, a woolen creation is slowly starting to bloom. It looks like a fairly recent work in progress, because I can't tell what this woolen thing is even when my grandmother beckons me closer to take a seat opposite her.
Can you not sleep?
My grandmother smiles.
With the unholy racket Jotaro makes? Of course not. Not even a deaf person could sleep through that.
Does he snore that loudly?
I wouldn't call the noise he makes snoring, dear. It sounds more like an erupting volcano. Why, I have half a mind to smother him with my pillow. It's the only way to get him to stop.
You mean you've done it before?
It may seem unnecessarily cruel to you now, but when you've been married to somebody who snores incessantly for more than 60 years, it really does start to try your patience. Marriages have fallen apart from less before. Why, listening to that cacophony day in, day out is enough to turn my hair white. I look at my grandmother at the shock of fine white hair coming from her scalp. I laugh a little at her joke, and she smiles. Ah, at least you look more cheerful now. I didn't before. Well, to be honest, dear, I think you look a little unwell. Tired, maybe? I stifle another yawn and give a small nod of my head. I'm fine, Grandma. But your face is all red. It's a pretty color, to be sure, but... My, you look just like a beet. My grandmother leans across the desk, her fingers still manipulating the knitting needles, a knowing look in her eyes. You haven't been running past so hard you could scour your skin off, have you? Because your mother used to do that all the time too. Everybody knew when our Irie had just taken a bath because we had no hot water left for a day. Oh, I'm sorry. I flush a little, not just from the bath, but from embarrassment, as I look down at the tabletop. I haven't been using up all the hot water. It's alright, dear. That isn't the main point of concern. You're worried about me? Of course they are. They're your grandparents. Of course I'm worried. I'm your grandmother. It's my duty to worry. And I know from experience, it's bad for the body to take so many hot baths. It weakens the constitution. Then at least I have your food to keep me healthy and strong. That's right. I do my best at any rate. Click, click. The knitting needles flash. You know, my Ari, your mother, she used to take such hot baths, she once fainted clean away in the tub. If I hadn't been waiting to use the bath myself, who knows what could have happened. She could have been seriously injured. Mother did that? Really? Mm-hmm. She stayed in the bath the longest when she was feeling stressed too. She never told me, but I could tell. Mothers can always tell. I never knew that. Mother always seems so in control. Dad certainly always listens to her. My grandmother tuts, shaking her head. My poor little Ai-chan. She was such an anxious child, always picking at her dry skin, biting her lips, or gnawing at her fingernails. She would sooner die than own up to it though. She's one of those people who thinks they can take care of everything on their own, and hates asking for help. Still does. She doesn't keep in contact with her mother nearly as often as she should. I think she's been busy lately with the moving. Oh, she would say that. Personally, I think she's just shy. Doesn't want to bother me. As if phoning your own mother could be a bother. My grandmother tuts, shaking her head. I guess she takes after her father. Johto is just awful at it. Has all the pride of an emperor. He'd sooner bleed to death from an open wound than go to the hospital for help. Even though the subject matter is fairly grim, I can't help but be amused. It's kind of funny hearing my grandmother talk about my mother like this, calling her Ai-chan too. GG very love you, Mal. Oh, thank you. Partway I designed a bunch of it myself and I had an artist who skillfully put it together. It's really neat. There's a fuller thing as well. But anyway. Was Ai-chan a cute nickname my mother had when she was younger? Is it kind of like my nickname, Achan? Anyway, I suppose what I'm trying to say, dear, is this. My grandmother shuffles slightly, making herself comfortable, her knitting needles still clicking away. Oh my god, it's so pretty. Thank you. The artist did a really good job. I am very pleased with it as well. If you have any worries, you can always talk to your old grandmother. I like being useful, and I'll always be waiting to lend an ear. And remember to call me when you get back home. I miss you when you're not here. I want to see my cute grandson growing up. I blink. All of a sudden, it feels like I've got something in my eye. Have my grandparents been missing me? Even though they love this village, I would never dream of leaving. Maybe ever since my parents left, they've been feeling lonely. I feel bad now. I feel off from reading now. That's fine. No, that's totally fine. I love being distracted. I often go on random tangents as well when something in the text appears that might strike a mood. So it's totally fine. That's kind of the point. If I wanted to be uninterrupted reading, I would simply record these without streaming them. So, that's the whole idea. So it's fine. My mother is my grandparents' daughter after all. We're all family. We used to be so close. When I was little, I'd always come over to stay with my grandparents, sometimes for weeks at a time. But ever since we moved, I haven't been in contact with my grandparents nearly as much. My mother kept saying we should go see my grandparents at some point, together as a family. But there was always something that got in the way. Something that seemed so urgent at the time, and so we were never able to go. But my grandparents are getting old now.
They may not be around for much longer. Maybe that's why my grandmother is hinting at. I can't keep ignoring them. They're an important part of my family too, and I love them. Wait, oh my god, you're ace? Yeah. I've never really found any interest in, like, sexual relationships at all. Well, kind of recently realized, like, put it into words. Like, I don't know. Just not interested. Oh my god, me too. Oh, sure. I'm not sure how to react to some things like that. It's just a thing. Different people are different, and sometimes it's just a thing. I don't know. I don't think too much about it. It's not really that important to me, honestly. But I guess it does kind of matter about just things. About, I guess, a lack of interest in that does open up a lot of thinking time and thought process to other stuff. So, I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. It's just a thing. Anyway, yes, Achan loves his grandparents very dearly. I don't want them to feel left out, unwanted, and I don't want them to worry about me either. If I can, I want to make them happy, to make them proud. They've given me so much to me, and now it's my turn to do the same. I won't forget. When I get back home, I'll phone you. I'll keep in touch, I promise.
Please do, and get Irie to come and see us at some point. Although she's getting older, she'll always be my little girl.
I will. I'll talk to her. I think she misses you too.
Oh, if she does, she'd never say it. But I appreciate the sentiments all the same.
That's always so cool. I feel like I don't meet people who are like me, so sorry if I get a little upset. It's fine. As far as I remember reading, it's like 1% or less than 1% people have like just a lack of interest in those kind of things. So it's not unusual to not encounter lots of people who think that way. Who feel that way. Not think, feel. It's a different thing. My grandmother gets to her feet, rising on unsteady legs. She yawns, stretching, the bundle of knitting held underneath her arm. Actually, now that I think about it, yeah, I was also like, kind of, I guess, elated when I like started reading about this stuff a bit more and realizing that, yeah, there's proper words for how I view things and feel like that. So I understand it's totally reasonable. I can relate to the feelings of excitement, at least a little bit. So that's fine. That's cool. That's all well and good.
Right. This chat of ours has quite tired me out. Perhaps I'll be able to finally get some sleep.
She smiles.
Will you run along to bed soon too?
Yeah. That's exactly how I felt, not alone. Sure, I don't... Yeah. Yes. The way I see it, feeling alone and lonely are two very different things. Like physically, I guess I'm alone a lot of times, but I've never felt lonely. But, you know, there's always things like, you know, like this, here, on the internet. But there are no such things as barriers or borders, anything like that. There's always something to find, something to relate to, something that you can understand. Find something. There's a lot of stuff. The internet is a very lovely place. Sometimes. It's also a very horrible place sometimes. But anyway, it's just a tool. It gives and it takes. And it is a mess. Yeah, in the moment.
Good.
My grandmother nods approvingly.
You wouldn't want to be tired tomorrow. It is your last day here after all.
She frowns. She looks surprised at this knowledge, even though she was the one who pointed it out.
Goodness. Where did all that time go? It went by in the blink of an eye.
A yawn.
Well, that's the curse of getting old. Life starts to pass you by.
You're literally so chill. Well, I do this. I only stream when I'm in the mood to like have fun and be chill, generally speaking. So yes, that's pretty much the only mood you'll find me here. Because I don't really I don't feel need to do this for any kind of reason other than to have fun and relax and read some visual novels that I've never read before, or do whatever else I do sometimes, to experience something fresh and fun. And sometimes a bit depressing, like this story. Currently it seems all nice and well, but we went through a couple bad endings where some teenagers kill each other, and that was very sad and depressing, so sometimes that happens. But it's all good. It's new stuff, which is what I enjoy. Hence I do these obscure things that nobody's ever heard of before. I'm streaming, I'm super chaotic. That's fine too. Everyone's got their own kind of energy to it. I'm gonna go, what's this game about? This is a visual novel about a boy named Achan who is coming back to his home village after 2 years of being in the city. He finds his best friend, Noel, who it turns out is still kind of a loner and has been basically consumed by her loneliness for the past 2 years and kind of developed a bit of, I guess, a weird mental state of deciding for others what the reality is, essentially. Like deciding that, you know, Achan is a liar, and then in one bad ending she just straight up killed him, and in another she decided that her life isn't worth living anymore, and so she basically arranged herself to get killed by another friend of Achan's called Amu. So it was kind of fucking bonkers and sad and depressing and whatnot, but currently we're on a potentially good ending path where everyone resolves things, more or less. Or at least doesn't die, hopefully. Hopefully. And they can resolve their emotions and stuff like that and be friendly. Yay. I hope so too. I really do. If it turns out to be a bad ending, then after this one I will... crossing my fingers for you. I hope so too. If it doesn't work out, then I will straight up just look up a guide to get a good ending, because I don't want more dead teenagers. There's 21 endings and most of them are bad. So I don't need that. I'm good with the 2 bad ones I got so far. I have absolutely no shame in looking up guides and shit like that. There's certain things I want, and if I can get them, I will. That's that. Well, that's the curse of getting old. Life starts to pass you by, and you don't even realize until it's too late. Indeed, good grandma goes to sleep now. I return to the hallway, staring down at the old, bulky phone set on a table. I love your accent, by the way. Thanks. I'm a native-born Latvian, and I learned, like, received pronunciation English at school, though I learned a lot of English from just watching cartoons and playing games as well. So it's a weird mix of that stuff, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. It just is. I am fairly confident about my own voice. I do, like, audiobook dramatic recordings on another channel, Bob's Reading Corner, and I will say I am a bit of a narcissist. I do really enjoy the sound of my own voice. Which is not a great thing to think and be like, but you know what, it's fine. I'm happy with that, so that's all. It works out well for me. It's fairly late now, 11:30 p.m, and I'm not sure whether Saki will appreciate it if I call her at such an hour. You should, it's calming. Thank you, you're like the 3rd person now who said something positive like that. It's very nice to hear that kind of compliments. I don't get those very often, so thank you very much for that. Will she ever be awake? Saki typically doesn't go to bed until around 2 or 3 in the morning, even on school nights. She has to preserve those dark bags under her eyes after all. However, taking care of her noisy siblings seems to be tiring her out. Besides, I'm fairly sleepy myself. I keep yawning and I can't stop myself. Maybe I'll skip calling her for today. It's far too late. I'll be going back home tomorrow anyway. I'll see her soon enough as it is. I'm sorry, Saki. Please hang in there. I know you can make it without murdering your siblings. I believe in you. Oh yeah, and that one is just like a playful joke thing. Saki just has a bunch of little kid siblings. It's fine. I look at my plate dubiously. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, and here's Grandpa. I love his shirt. It's amazing. I want a Hawaiian t-shirt like that as well. One day I should just order it. I don't know if I can justify it. Anyway, there's enough rice on there to sink a battleship. My grandmother doesn't really think I can eat all of that, does she? Eat up now, dear. It's your last day and I need to feed you up as much as possible. Evidently, she does. Indeed, Grandpa's great. He has not a care in the world. The rice isn't even the only part of the meal. There are pickled vegetables and broiled fish too. Even for my grandmother, who often prepares large meals, this seems a little bit excessive. Once more, I have to wonder if this is a practical joke orchestrated by my mother. Did she tell my grandmother that my appetite is this big, just to get revenge on me for ruining her gardenias? I'm sorry, Mother. It was an accident. I didn't mean to water them too much. I thought I was helping. I really, seriously thought I was helping. I didn't do anything to deserve this. Thank you very much. I appreciate the sentiment, but aren't you going to have any too?
Me? Oh no, I'm far too old to eat so heartily in the mornings. It will give my stomach problems. I made this all for you, dear. All for me? Yes, all for you. Who else would it be for? The cat next door? My grandma's amicable laugh makes my insides churn. I don't want to force this much food into my body. I'll explode. But my grandmother did make all of this for me. I can't imagine how long it must have taken. I don't have any choice, do I? When it comes to grandparents, not really. Sometimes, no, not really. You just suck it up and eat all the food. Resigned to my fate, I start to eat. You better do what Chio wants, lad. She can be very scary sometimes. Scary? Yes. And she was working hard on this meal for you. Said it would be a breakfast to remember, that you wouldn't forget in a hurry. I don't think I could eat that much food. No, probably not. Most people couldn't. But that's just how grandmothers work, I suppose. A tried and true stereotype that, is actually true in the real life. My grandma's like that as well. Well, I'm sure I'll remember it all, right? Although maybe not in the way my grandmother wants me to. The cow look on my grandfather's face confirms my earlier worries. There's nothing I can do. I'll just have to do my best. Thanks for the food. You can soldier through one large meal like that. Once every 2 years. Be quiet, stomach. Please be quiet. Come on, cut that out. It's embarrassing. Just keeps making gurgly noises. I sigh, my head hanging in humiliation. As I walk down the familiar path that leads to Noel's home, my stomach keeps making these strange noises. It almost sounds as though I have some kind of little monster living inside my body. I'm worried. If I stop walking, I'll fall over, crushed under the weight of my own insides, and I won't be able to get back up. Gurgle, gurgle. Finally, I reach Noel's home. She's already standing outside, waiting for me, right next to the sign that says "For Sale." It's a pleasant day, not too warm and not too hot. The sunlight beats down gently overhead, making Noel's silver hair shimmer. Her skin looks a lot healthier lit up by the sun like that. I have a question. Do you do collabs with people? I'm open to doing anything with people, yeah. I haven't had many opportunities, because I don't really reach out that much myself, unless it's like some kind of open thing. But yeah, if I was asked, sure, probably. I mean, the schedule might be difficult to arrange, because generally I'm only available on like the weekends, because I have a full-time job and it's very tiring, and like things like that. Oh, yay. Sure. I'm also open like doing literally anything, because like as far as doing stuff with other people, the point is the interaction and doing stuff with other people. That's the main thing. The game or whatever else, that's like just the vehicle for that. To me, that becomes secondary, honestly. But here, when I'm doing solo stuff, these visual novels, sometimes... Oh yeah, I'm gonna be doing Skyrim as well. Recently started. That's the thing. And like my audio drama things. Solo projects, very different from collab stuff. Completely different mindset there. She smiles when she sees me and gives me a small wave. Oh my god. You like Skyrim? Yes, I do. Last week I started. I've decided that I'm gonna do Skyrim every week on Sunday mornings. Well, morning for me, 11 a.m. I've modded it heavily, and I'm doing a serious-ish playthrough of it. I mean, Skyrim's fun. It's a fun game. It's a very game. I don't know what else to say. It's a Skyrim. It's its own thing, really. Over the decades has become. I love Skyrim. I mean, Skyrim is absolutely fantastic. Well, current Skyrim. Day one Skyrim was a buggy piece of garbage, like every Bethesda game. That's kind of what gives them that charm. As I understand, they have new game Starfield coming out, or something like that. There's so many games that start with Star. Starfield, Starbound, Star, whatever else. Star Citizen as well. Yeah. Anyway, it's gonna be a buggy piece of shit when it comes out, isn't it? But that's fine. That's how it works. That's the standard. That's how it should be. Then the modding community takes over and makes it a game as it should be, like 5 years later. Which one do you play on Sundays? Skyrim Special Edition. It'll happen literally in, what is it, 9 now? 14 hours. And it's like currently it's got like 300 mods installed on it. I'm at the very beginning of it.
I'm only just arrived in Whiterun. So it's like... yeah, because I've looked at the anniversary edition as like some things that have been poorly reviewed or something like that. I don't know. I picked it up on cheap recently. Because back when I played originally, I didn't have money to do to buy games, so I just kind of played it under the black flag. Whatever. Anyway, now I have a job, I tend to try to at least pay for the things I enjoy and play a lot. Anyway, back to the thing that's so cool. It's fun, certainly. Alright, now, back to Noel.
Hello, Achan.
Hey. I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Hopefully this... Like, the music is telling me this is a nice path, but it could turn really bad soon. I don't know.
No, it's no problem. I enjoy it.
You enjoy waiting?
Yes. Waiting for something special. Makes the time go by more slowly. So it makes you appreciate the little things more. The way the grass moves in the wind. The interesting clouds in the sky. The feeling of the sunshine against your face. They are all things to be appreciated.
I see. I understand what she means, but I think I'm too anxious to enjoy standing around idly, not doing anything. I'd get restless. I wish I could think like that. Maybe I'd worry less then.
Clearing one's mind can be useful. It is best done outside. Inside, the air feels too oppressive. Outside, it is cleaner.
Maybe in the countryside, but not in the city.
There are too many people?
Far too many. And that's not counting the cars.
That's a shame.
The two of us stand for a while, enjoying the weather. I'm unable to remain comfortable in this position, though. I can still feel the breakfast I had earlier curdling at the bottom of my stomach. Just thinking about it is making me feel ill. Do you want to head off? I feel like I could do with some exercise. Noel offers me a small, rare smile.
Yes, let's.
Words can't describe how relieved I am to see her smiling like that. I was worried, after our conversation yesterday, she wouldn't be feeling very well. I can still see it now, at the back of my mind. Those light blue eyes filled with tears, sticking her eyelashes together in clumps and trickling down her cheeks. Her body trembles back then, almost as though it was going to fall apart. I hope she's feeling better. If she isn't, then at least this trip will do her some good. I have a few ideas about where I want to go. Even though I am feeling a little dubious about my plan, given what happened the other day when I went to buy Saki her present. Still, this is for Noelle's sake, and I know just how much she likes going to that store. Strange though it is. I can do it. I can face my demons. Or, in Tsuzumi's case, witches. Or is that vampires? I don't know. But I'm going to do my best.
Achan.
Noelle's voice draws me out of my worries. She's looking up at me, a little closer than she was before. Her pale fingers tug at my sleeve, her large blue eyes fixed upon me. Since I didn't expect her face to be so close, I start in surprise when I see her. What is it?
Well, Amu phoned my house yesterday.
Of all the things Noelle could have said, I didn't expect that. Amu did? But why?
She sounded very excited. She said a lot of strange things I don't remember. She was talking very fast, so it was hard to understand her.
That sounds like Amu, right? And she also said,
congratulations.
Yes, she is very close. Huh? Why was she congratulating you?
I was confused too. I thought it was something people say when they learn you're going to have a baby. But I'm not going to have a baby. Not to my knowledge.
Well, that would be pretty unlikely.
Indeed. If I had done anything that would result in giving birth, I don't remember it at all.
I think that'd be something you would remember though.
I think so too. But there are certain types of mushroom which, when ingested, can cause amnesia, such as the Amanita muscaria.
That's a pretty grim suggestion, you know.
I know. It is very unlikely. A mere possibility. Yet, if that were true, why would Amo know about it?
I know Amo can be annoying sometimes, but I don't think she's on any nefarious scheme to poison you with dangerous mushrooms.
That's what I thought. So it is very odd. But then Amo said something else.
What else did Amo say? And do I even want to know? A good 99% of everything she says is nonsense. Still, I think it'd be in my best interest to know what Amo has been trying to indoctrinate Noelle with. Yes, mushrooms can be scary. never eat random mushrooms off in the forest or something like that. Because there's like, God, there's so many of them and they all look kind of the same. And one, it looks like, this you can eat this with anything. And the other one, you'll die. It's bloody amazing. And scary. That way I can do my best to try and reduce the damages.
She said, "Congratulations for going on a date with Achan. Be sure to do me proud."
Sure.
That's what she said.
If my face was red before, it's even redder now. Just like the cap of that Amanita muscaria mushroom Noel was talking about. Why would Amu phone Noel to say something like that? I already told her it wasn't a date. Why does she have to poke her nose into things that don't concern her? I bet she did it on purpose, just so Noel and I would have this awkward conversation. All for her own amusement. Maybe this is what Amu meant when she said, "Tell me if anything interesting happens," yesterday.
Achan, your face is red.
Is it now? I didn't realize.
Yes, it is. And it's gone even redder.
I had no idea.
Achan, I'm curious. Is this a date?
Noel's eyes are curious, all encapsulating. The questioning tone of her voice doesn't leave me any room to escape. There's no way I can dodge the question. What should I say? Okay. Save point? Life or death choice. If you want, it can be there. I always pick the more forward choices first, just to see what happens. Because it's much easier to just go for it, instead of all this prissy nonsense of like, maybe, maybe not. Just go for it. I look up at Noel hesitantly, unsure. Calling it a date in front of Noel when I specified to Amo the other day that it wasn't might seem too wishy-washy, but at the same time, is that a good enough reason to say no? It is a date. It is a date, and should be. It is true that I never really considered it as a date, and I've only ever seen Noel as a friend, but it is also true that she is very precious to me. If possible, I want to make her happy. Yes. I want to see her smile. Well, I didn't think it was a date, but if you want to be, then I don't see any reason why it can't be. Just this once.
That might be interesting. I have never been on a date before.
Well, neither have I. I don't really know what you're meant to do.
The ultimate goal is to have a child, I think.
Yeah, I guess what?
Wait, what?
She said it so nonchalantly it completely caught me off guard. Well, she is a bit weird.
I apologize. I was merely repeating something I saw in a pamphlet in the doctor's office last month.
You went to see the doctor?
I had the flu a short while ago. I'm fine now.
That's good. I'm glad you got better, but that isn't the issue here. I hardly think we're at the stage where we should have a baby. Noelle looks troubled. She bows her head in apology, her hair falling over her shoulders.
I'm sorry. It was just a joke. I was trying to diffuse this tension, and that worked perfectly. That was excellent. I thought you seemed anxious. Oh, I think I made it worse.
Well, I wasn't expecting it, so I was surprised.
That's natural. If you weren't expecting it, of course you'd be surprised. But Achan...
Yes?
It is true that I am confused.
Yes, it was amusing. Indeed.
I don't really know what you're meant to do on a date. I've never been out with a boy before.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we could hold hands? Although I try to sound casual, I can't help but stumble over the words. The most lewdest thing to do. This really isn't coming naturally to me at all. I love that meme, by the way. Hand-holding is the lewdest activity in the world. That's fun. That's so innocent and fun. I love that. I must look so stupid. Noelle seems to think so too, because she takes pity on me.
That's alright. You don't need to force yourself. Acting so rashly may bring about discomfort.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe a little.
Instead, shall we spend time together and talk like we usually do?
That sounds about right, yeah. But then we'll just be doing what we always do. How was that a date?
Maybe the exact terminology doesn't matter.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, words don't express ideas very well. I think people try to define their lives by arbitrary words and phrases too much. But it's the actions behind terminology that's the most important. I think, instead of worrying about whether this is a date or not, we should just try to have fun. That is what I think.
Yeah, that's a good way of thinking, honestly. What she said is a little hard to understand, but I think I get it. It's quite simple, actually. I find words very tricky as well, but that might just be because I'm bad expressing myself.
Although, I am still curious.
Curious?
I would like to know what a date feels like, especially if it is with you. After all, you are my best friend.
I mean, that's the point of relationships. To have fun. I mean, there's always bad times as well, but that's the point. To get over that kind of stuff. At least based on everything I've observed and seen. Noel and I walked down together, side by side. Our conversation is idle and meandering, going nowhere in particular. It simply flows, with no real course, like a river. It's kind of amazing that I've been able to reconnect with Noelle like this, after I haven't seen her for 2 years. I came so close to destroying this relationship too, with my own hands. All because I was stupid. I was self-centered and selfish, and didn't realize just how important she was to me. Having her beside me, smiling gently, is a comfort. This is how it should be. We should be together like this, I think. It just feels right. When I'm with her, everything feels safer, more familiar. This well-worn road, the trees that line it, the fields filled with swaying flowers. It must be because I'm so used to taking in these sights, with her by my side. My memories of this village are so filled with Noelle that nothing looks right without her. The weather is pleasant. The sun is shining, and there's a gentle breeze to offset the heat of the sun. The sky up above is a beautiful blue. I don't know if this is a date or not, but if it is, the weather would be perfect for one. Are you alright coming into town though? I know you don't like it as much as the forest.
That's right. In the town I have to wear my shoes.
I think you should wear your shoes in the forest too. What if you stepped on a patch of nettles?
I appreciate your concern, but you don't need to worry. I wouldn't do something like that.
How do you know?
I just do.
How you say? Carionto. It's a random name I came up when I was like 12 for a random RuneScape alt account. It literally means nothing. You can shorten it to Carry, that was a thing. I'm also Bob, normally, in other places, because that's easier for people, generally speaking. But yes, Carionto, you can find that everywhere. If you find that name anywhere, sure you can. You can call me Carry, that's fine. But yes, if you see Carionto, there's 99% chance that's me. Because nobody else has ever used this name anywhere, as far as I've seen. Whenever I register to websites and stuff like that, it's never used, it's never taken. Which is very nice. Which is very, very helpful, honestly. Good job, 12-year-old me, for coming up with a random nonsense word.
I just do. Like I know the sky is blue, and the grass is green, and the rabbits are cute. It's simply a fact.
I think we're straying away from the matter at hand. So original. I guess it is. I don't know. My thinking back then is I was making a RuneScape alt account to like play a trick on like my sister's friend or something like that, so I needed a name that was foreign and exotic. And that's just the word that came to my mind, I guess. I don't know. 10 or 12 years old, I don't remember. Something like that. Complete nonsense bullshit word. That worked out well. Like a decade later now. Or more than a decade now. God, that's been like... God, that was like 16 years ago at least. Or more. Fucking hell. I'm getting old, I'm almost 30. Fuck. Oh well, it's fine.
No.
No what?
I was answering your initial question. No, I do not mind coming here. There are interesting things in the town too.
Like the convenience store Jello?
Maybe.
I'll be sure to buy you some. Don't worry.
Yay.
Yay, Jello is good. Jello is nice. This name is a random name I came up with for my OC, but I think other people have it. Veari. Well, the shorter the name, the more likely someone else to come up with it. Yes. That's how typically coming up with words come, I think. All the 3-letter words have been taken up, as far as I know. Or at least on like websites and stuff like that. Most of the 4-letter ones as well. Yeah, but yes, Carionto. How many is that actually? Like, that's like 8? 3? 1, yeah, that's 8 letters. So pretty long for a word. That's fine. Gigi Veari. Oh, Tsuzumi. Oh, right, the witch.
My. You just can't keep away, can you?
Tsuzumi glares up at me from over the counter, setting down her nail file with a small sigh. The store owner of an antiques thing that doesn't like customers at all. I don't understand why she runs a store, but okay. I'm sorry.
Are you apologizing? And you're apologizing just as much as before. What a nuisance.
I flush, turning my face away. I didn't intend to come back to the store, not after all, after the nail-bitingly stressful experience that buying a present for Saki proved to be, but when I saw Noelle crying yesterday, I knew the perfect place to take her, a place she holds dear to her heart, which has never failed to cheer her up in the past. This small antique store, located in the rabbit warren of residential homes, far off from the main high street. Water? The one thing talking like this, constantly reading for like hour and 40 minutes now, good lord, is that the mouth gets quite dry. Because like I try not to shut up when I'm streaming solo things, because otherwise what's the point? But anyway, far off from Main Street. Although it goes against my survival instincts, if reliving the shared memories Noelle and I have of this place could help lighten her mood, then I'd face anything. Anything. Even Tsuzumi's narrow-eyed glare, so cold it feels as though simply gazing upon it will freeze the blood inside my veins. I hope she isn't really a witch. I wonder, if I poke around this store enough, if I'll unearth a little straw doll with a photo of my face pinned to it, stuck full of needles. Well, I'm an introvert, so when I solo stream I get a little quiet. I'm also an introvert, but only when it comes to like other people existing physically around me. Then my mind creates these barriers that I can't turn off unless I'm drunk. But when it's solo, like on through the internet, there's like those barriers just don't get created. I don't know. In a way, I think my brain doesn't think the other people on the end are real or something like that. Even though logically I know they are, my heart doesn't, or something like that. I'm not sure. It's weird. The brain is weird. But yes, if I don't have stuff to read like the visual novel, then I too would get quiet. Conversations with me are kinda awkward. They can end very abruptly. Oh well. That's why I have this catalyst. That's why visual novels. Because they're very wordy bastards, these ones. Now that would be pretty creepy. Noelle peers up at me curiously, blinking.
Achan, did you come back here recently?
Yeah, a few days ago actually.
But why? I thought you didn't like this place all that much. Oh, so even though you don't like it here, you still can't stop yourself from bothering me, can you, you little rat?
Well, I laugh awkwardly, running one hand through my hair. I wish Noelle wasn't always so open and honest. Sometimes I find it an honorable trait, and maybe even a little endearing, but I'll be right back. That's fine. I will still be here for a moment. I worry her inability to tell lies, even little white lies which make social situations so much smoother, might one day get me into serious trouble. That glare on Tsuzumi's face. If looks could kill, I'd be in a coffin 6 feet under by now. It's not that I don't like it, it's just, my sense of aesthetics isn't very developed.
Huh, you can say that again. A little boy such as yourself could never understand the grace and charm of a true antique.
Yeah, it's true. But, I know that you have good taste, Noelle. And, I have other friends who have similar tastes, like my friend Saki. So I came here the other day to buy a present for her.
Saki? Didn't you mention her before?
Yeah, she's just a friend. It's no big deal.
Huh. When men say it's no big deal, there's always something more to it than that.
Oh no, Tsuzumi, you're not helping.
You really think so?
No, there isn't more to it. She really is just a friend.
Of course you would say that.
Tsuzumi grins, leaning over the counter to give Noelle a pointed look.
A word of advice to you, sweetheart. Never, ever trust a man. His words are worth about as much as some of the junk in here is.
As though punctuating the point, there's a loud crash. Ah! A mask hung up on the wall comes unhooked, falling to the ground with a clatter. I whimper, clutching my chest. For a second there, I thought I was gonna have a heart attack. Tsuzumi giggles, evidently amused at my plight. I guess seeing me almost ready to wet myself was worth the damage that was done to her stock. And speaking of her stock, are you sure you should be telling me your potential customers, that the things in here aren't worth anything? Especially when she got so righteous about it earlier.
Why should I care? I'm not trying to hide it. I'm not a lying liar who lies, unlike you.
I'm not telling lies.
Of course you're not. And Saki really is just a friend, right?
That's right. Please don't make insinuations like that. You'll give Noel the wrong idea.
Oh, it's alright, Achan.
It is?
That's right.
Noel smiles, though it looks strangely forced.
If you've already found a nice girl to spend the rest of your life with, then who am I to judge? I hope you have a pleasant marriage, and your 1.32 children look beautiful.
Okay, she's joking right now. Stop. Saki isn't my girlfriend, she's just a friend. And what's this about 1.32?
It's the average number of children a Japanese family has.
Is that so? Noelle nods her head. I sigh, turning my head away. Maybe coming here was a bad idea after all. Oh yeah, that's way below the replacement rate. That's not good. Right, they are having a problem there in Japan with the age things. Bloody hell. It's gonna be a problem in a bunch of countries soon enough, isn't it? I sigh, turning my head away. Maybe coming here was a bad idea after all. Even if she hadn't made the straw doll of me, she can stick nails into. Tsuzumi is still doing an awfully good job at ruining my reputation. Indeed. Hello back. What's Amazon? Not much. Noelle made a joke about Nachan getting married to Saki and having 1.32 children, the average rate for families in Japan. And that's about it.
Shall we go and take a look around the store then? I think I would like that. I like this place a lot.
Good. Then let's go.
Yes. Have fun looking around. And make sure you don't buy your new girlfriend the same gift you bought the old one. That will be a serious social faux pas.
Oh yeah, and Suzumi's just teasing both of them now. The store owner who doesn't really care about her customers or anything like that. The two of us move away from the counter, entering into the dark depths of the store. It kinda makes me feel like an intrepid explorer, searching a vast Egyptian tomb for treasure. The further in we venture, the mustier everything smells. I can see motes of dust dancing in the air, barely illuminated by the artificial lighting. Being hemmed in amongst all these display cabinets is making me feel claustrophobic. I worry I won't be able to breathe. I don't really know why Noelle likes this place so much. I just find it creepy. Noelle has bought a multitude of odd bits and pieces from this shop over the years. Mostly it's old jewelry that she never wears, but she's also purchased old sets of sepia-tainted photographs, stacks of ancient newspapers, battered wind chimes, and a music box with a jammed lock that doesn't open anymore. Didn't you ever go here without me?
No, I didn't.
Why not? You love it in here, don't you?
It's nice, like a small planet, secluded from the rest of the world. It makes me feel at peace.
Well, I sure agree with the secluded, but there's no reason why you couldn't come here by yourself, is there? Noelle frowns.
It wouldn't be the same.
How do you mean?
I mean, I found this place on the walk with you. I went here for the first time with you. I've only ever been here with you. Going here alone wouldn't feel right. It would violate my memories and spoil the magic. Maybe.
I think I understand. I guess it's a sentimental reason, or a practical one. It doesn't take long before something catches Noelle's eye. It's a display cabinet. Noelle is standing in front of it like a small child, her eyes wide. Inside the cabinet is arranged, with a certain amount of care, a group of dolls. They look slightly more well kept than some of the other dolls in the store. These dolls have all been fortunate enough to retain both their eyes and their hair is neatly tied back in. Oh, and their hair is neatly tied back in ringlets, not a fuzzy mess exploding from the scalp. Their outfits, large dresses with drawers and petticoats, are well detailed, slightly rumpled. Sitting together like that, they look like a group of high-class Victorian ladies enjoying a spot of tea. A spot of tea. Do you find anything you like? Noelle nods, a motion so slight one wouldn't notice it if they weren't paying keen attention. The dolls? Another nod. Which one in particular? Noelle looks about the display dolls slowly, seriously, as though trying to decide which child to adopt. Finally, after a very long pause, she points towards her favorite. It's a doll sitting at the very left of the row. Her skin looks slightly paler than the rest, the light pink blush across her cheeks more subdued. Rather than smiling like her sisters, she instead looks worried, with her eyes drooping and her mouth curved into a small frown. Her arms fall awkwardly at her sides. Her hands are chipped and the thumb of her right hand is missing, but this doesn't deter Noelle. This doll's hair is very pale blonde, tied up in soft curls. Her skirts are a warm yellow color, matching the hue of her hair. Her feet are encased in white ankle socks and little black shoes. This doll looks kinda sad, doesn't it? Noelle nods her head. Then why do you like it the most?
Because she looks sad.
That's why?
Yes, because she is sad. I need to protect her. I think.
What do you mean, protect?
I mean, the other dolls look happy. Only this one looks sad. Maybe she's being bullied.
I thought they all looked like sisters.
Then her big sisters are bullying her. Maybe it's because she's missing her thumb. That's discrimination.
Her sisters might just be trying to cheer her up.
No, they're bullying her.
How do you know?
That's just what people do.
That's kind of a depressing viewpoint, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I have to do something to cheer her up. I wanted us to have a fun time together after all. Fret not, milady. I start talking in a ridiculously old-fashioned manner. Puffing out my chest, I clench my hand into a fist and place my hand upon my breast, trying to look noble. Moll stares at me in confusion, her head tipped to one side.
What is that, Chan? Did you hit your head?
Shot down so quickly. Still, even though it's a little embarrassing, I can't back down now. Okay, I gotta try and do a silly accent now. I have been greatly touched by your purity of heart, which worries so dearly for those other than yourself. Everything turns so negative. Noelle is quite a negative person. Like, she's been basically alone for 2 years with her thoughts and apparently drawings of rabbits. And at one point she mentioned earlier in the previous one that people are like fungus, parasites, and those who stand alone are the strong ones and stuff like that. So like, she's had time to become very, very depressed and self-loathing. So it's why she, in one of the endings, just straight up killed Achan because she perceived that he lied and decided that he lied. So she just killed him because, I don't know, she's gone mental. That's still in there. I don't know, but hopefully we're on a path where that doesn't happen again. I'm starting to feel like a member of the French aristocracy now. On account of your most gracious benevolence, I wish to lavish upon you a gift to reward you for your many virtues. If I were a character in a certain historical girls manga, maybe the roses would be blooming behind me by this point. And so, as a token of my respect, I will bequeath upon you a certain amount of gold bullion, so that you may rescue this fair princess from captivity. Of course, if I was a real member of the French aristocracy, this would end with my head being cut off, wouldn't it?
What do you mean, Achan? I can't understand you when you talk weird like that.
Huh? You can't?
No, not a word.
That is a problem, isn't it?
It defies the purpose of having a conversation.
I mean, I'll buy you that doll if you want, since you seem to like it so much. Noelle's eyes grow wide. She looks at me, then the doll. Me, then the doll. The doll, and back to me.
Thank you, Achan, but it is expensive. I wouldn't want you to spend so much money on me.
Expensive? Let me take a look. I examine the doll more thoroughly. Or to be precise, I examine the price tag more thoroughly. And when I finally see it... What? My jaw drops open in horror. Surely that's way too many zeros at the end there. There must have been some kind of mistake. If I bought this, it would clean me right out. I'd have no money left at all. But after I made such a spectacle of myself in front of Noelle, claiming I was going to buy it for her, I can hardly back down now. The male pride kicking in. My face set, I walk towards the counter. Noelle follows along behind me.
Well now, did you find anything you like?
Suzumi lifts her head and smiles, though her smile can't be called pleasant by any stretch of the imagination. I shiver. Why is it every time I look at her face I can sense such an obvious, almost overwhelming loathing? Oh no. What did I do wrong? It's making me feel like a bad person simply for being in her store. I wonder if this is how she treats all her customers, or if it's a special service for me alone. Yes, actually, we did.
Oh? And what is it?
One of the dolls in the cabinet down there. The one in the yellow dress that's missing a thumb.
Not a pack of tarot cards this time, eh?
No, not this time.
Oh, so I don't have to punish you for being a lazy boyfriend, buying the same gift for all your girlfriends?
I guess not, no. Not that Noelle and Saki are my girlfriends. I don't think there's any point protesting this anymore though. Tsuzumi clearly doesn't care.
Oh, what a pity. I need something to help work off my irritation.
You're irritated?
Of course. I have to waste my precious life sitting here talking to brats like you. Who wouldn't be irritated?
And just like that, Tsuzumi directs her attention back to her fingernails, treating me with no more respect than she would a common garden vegetable. In fact, I think she's treating me with even less respect than a vegetable. I really don't want to be here. But how could I back down now? Noelle is relying on me. I told her I would buy her that doll, and I can't break my promise. Besides, Tsuzumi's tasteless jokes about my new girlfriend have already done enough damage. I don't want to give Noelle any further cause to be disillusioned in me. I was interested in buying it, actually.
Tsuzumi raises an eyebrow. Were you now?
Yes, I was.
How funny.
And she starts to file her nails again. It isn't funny. I really am interested in buying it, you know.
That's cute. But that doll is pretty expensive. Do you really think you'd be able to afford it with the pocket money your parents give you?
It is expensive, it's true. I thought maybe you could reduce the price a little.
Bargaining. Hmm? And why would I do that?
Because it's broken? I don't think selling broken stock for such a high price is very, sensible idea. It's an antique store though.
You're right, it isn't sensible, but this is an antique store. But I don't care about making sensible deals.
Then what's the point in owning a shop like this to begin with? How are you going to make any money?
It's rude to ask a lady such personal questions, Mr. Nosy. This is my shop, this is my stock, and I can do what I want with it.
Well, that is true, but
I could even bludgeon you to death with that doll if I wanted to.
I don't know if you could. That really would be illegal.
As if something like that would stop me.
What a dangerous person. How can she cast aside the law so easily without the backwards glance? Maybe she really is something other than human. A vampire? No way.
And I'm only interested in selling these items to people who will take good care of them. Only people who are truly deserving can buy my merchandise.
But you let me buy those tarot cards the other day.
That was a one-off. I was busy and I wanted you out of my store as quickly as possible. It seemed like a fair bargain.
Is my company really that insufferable?
It really is.
She replied without missing a beat too. How cruel. So, you're not busy right now? Tsuzumi sighs, arms folded.
The project I was working on may have fallen through.
I cast my mind back a couple of days ago. It's surprisingly harder to remember than it should be. Maybe I tried to block that memory from my mind because it was too painful. Tsuzumi was drawing something, wasn't she? There was a load of paper spread over her desk, and she was busy fussing over it. I wondered what it was. You mean the thing you were drawing the other day?
That's right.
So, she wasn't able to finish this thing she was working on, and now she's in a bad mood? Is that why she's being so confrontational?
But don't get me wrong, Shorty.
Huh? Tsuzumi leans across the counter, pinning me in place with a glare.
I'm not being rude to you because I'm in a bad mood. I'm being rude to you because I don't like you. Even if I just won the lottery, I'd still be rude to you because I still hate you. And I wouldn't want to sell you that doll then, either.
Okay, well, she's blunt and honest. I can appreciate that at least.
You got that?
Okay. I looked down at the floor, my face flushing. Just what did I do wrong? Maybe buying that doll really will be impossible. I can't reason with Tsuzumi at all. Another part of being a man is knowing where to cut your losses, right? That's just being sensible. And I think this fight was stacked against me from the start. Well, the two of us, Noelle and I, sit together on a park bench. It's the same park I went with Amu a couple days ago. Really honest, yes. Honesty is the best policy though. It's much simpler and straightforward, at least it's understandable. Even if it is unpleasant. At least you can work with that. Or at least give up in this case. It's a nice place, secluded from the rest of the town by a thick row of trees. There aren't many people, so it's fairly relaxing. I can hear birds twittering in the trees overhead and the very distant hum of cars. The sky overhead is a warm, bright blue, like something from a watercolor painting. It's a nice change from the dull, dreary, dark brown interior of that weird antique store. Being able to inhale large lungfuls of air without choking on dust mites feels like nothing short of a blessing. If I wanted to be melodramatic about it, I could say I feel as though I've been born again. A doll Noel admired earlier is perched on her lap, enjoying the warm sunshine of this golden afternoon. The doll's light blonde hair shimmers under the sunlight. I think even that small frown of her face looks just a little more hopeful. I wonder if the doll is relieved to have escaped too. However, the beautiful weather is marred by my own gloomy mood. Suzumi's foul temper really was something else. Although she told me such a ridiculous price when I inquired about the doll, the moment Noel asked about it, Suzumi became a lot more cooperative. She even knocked a couple of zeros off the end of the price tag so Noel could buy it with her own money. This proves it. I must have done something to upset Suzumi, although I can't think what that might be. I hardly even know her. Why does she dislike me so much? Sometimes people just don't like some people, it's just a gut feeling, there's nothing you can do about it. Is it just because I'm a man, or is it there some other reason? I want to know, and yet, at the same time I don't. It's kinda scary. Noel looks at me with concern, her hair falling over her shoulders.
I hope that the one at the shop didn't upset you too much, Achan.
No, it's okay. I'll get by, I guess. Yeah, it's just a thing. People are people.
That's good. It looked like you were in tears earlier, so I'm relieved.
I wasn't in tears. I just had something in my eye.
Excuse, if you say so. I was worried that maybe you were feeling bad because you were unable to purchase the doll yourself, even though you said you would. I thought you might be embarrassed. But maybe I was imagining it.
Noel really is sharp. He really was. I mean, fair. Older lady told him that she doesn't like him, so that can be kind of stressful as well. Despite the daydreamy look that often steals across her countenance, she's often spot on with observations like that. Maybe just a little. I didn't want to let you know down.
It's alright. I was able to get what I wanted in the end, so there's no harm done. Your performance earlier was funny too. I think it really cheered my new friend up. Right?
Noel gestures towards her doll, a soft smile on her face. Her delicacy in handling my wounded ego isn't something to be scoffed at. Noel really is a nice person, isn't she? Currently, yes. Sometimes I feel like I'm not worthy of her. Yeah, I guess. I'm glad you were able to rescue her.
Me too.
Have you thought of giving her a name? Noel stops, pausing for a thought. One would have thought I'd ask her a complicated mathematical quandary, judging by her expression. Is it really that difficult to answer? Names are important.
No, not yet. Names are special things. They create meanings, after all.
I suppose so. Since nobody ever calls me by my real name, it makes me feel kind of insignificant sometimes. Like nobody cares.
I think Achan is a cute name. It suits you.
But it's not my real name. It's a diminutive.
You're a diminutive sort of person, Achan.
Somehow I don't feel like that's a compliment.
Names really are important though. They change how people perceive the world. Not just names, but words.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, for instance, is this doll an antique, or is she old?
I don't know. Both are probably true. Aren't antiques meant to be old? I have my doubts about just how much this doll is actually worth though.
That's right. They are both true. But they both exist at the same time. How people perceive the worth of this doll will change depending on which word is used, but both words are true.
So, words shape reality?
Something like that. It's complicated. It's very complicated. That's why names are not to be taken lightly. Names give meaning. They contain the wishes of the parents.
You mean how parents want their children to be viewed? Or what they want their children to become? Noel nods her head. I see. I think I get it. I remember back when I was younger, at school we were set a homework question. We had to ask our parents about the meanings behind our names, and why they chose them.
I was given a similar task in my old school too.
My parents said my name means hardworking.
Mine means Christmas in French.
Really? I didn't know that.
I don't know how many people do.
You were born near Christmas as well, weren't you?
On December 17th.
Noelle frowns. She looks pensive.
You have to be careful with names. If you give your child an unfortunate name, you may inadvertently give them an unfortunate life.
Huh? Is that how it is? Yeah, kids can be nasty about names. She nods her head. That sounds kinda bleak.
The world is bleak. People judge others based on appearance and first impressions. If you have an unusual name, then...
Noelle's voice trails off. Her hands, holding her doll on her lap, are trembling. Hey, are you okay? Noelle opens her mouth, but no words come out. She looks frustrated. Maybe it's because she can't find the words. I don't know. Noelle soon gives up on the idea of verbal communication. Instead, she settles for something simpler. She shakes her head. Even I can understand that. Do you want to talk about?
I'm bad at talking. It might take a while.
It's fine. We have enough time.
But you need to go back home today.
Not for another few hours.
Oh, is that so?
Noelle turns her head away. It's clear why she's trying to avoid my gaze. A few minutes pass, while Noelle fruitlessly attempts to formulate words. It takes her several false starts of opening her mouth and then closing it again, but finally, she's able to say something. It's not much, but it's still something.
I don't like my name very much.
Why not? I think it's kinda cool.
Cool?
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty uncommon, right? You don't see many Japanese people call that.
And that's precisely the problem.
Huh? Noelle looks down at her lap, still fussing over her doll. She preoccupies herself by smoothing out the doll's dress for a while, maybe to buy time. I don't know.
It's like I said, names can be unfortunate things, especially if they are unusual. That's what the people at my old school thought, I think. They thought I was strange, so I was singled out.
Her old school.
I haven't spoken about it before, but maybe I should. It might be relaxing, maybe.
But Noelle doesn't sound confident. Her expression is anxious. A strand of hair blows across her face, caught by a sudden gust of breeze. It takes her a few seconds longer than usual to react, brushing it back behind her ear. If you don't mind, I would like to know.
Why?
Because, well, if it'll make you feel better, then I'll do all I can.
It's not as though you will be able to help. It has already happened.
I know that. I'm not suffering under any delusions here. It's just, I think... I know it's a cliche, but there's a phrase people say. A trouble shared is a trouble halved, you know?
But surely, sharing your troubles multiplies the burden. I think, maybe, it would be selfish. And it isn't really any of your business anyway.
That final remark of Noelle's could be construed as being impolite, but I think otherwise. What she's actually saying is slightly different. I think she's concerned about me. She thinks if she opens up to me, it'll upset me, and it would be an upset that could be avoided easily. She does have a point. It is her past. She has no obligation to share it with me if she doesn't want to. But I think you're being silent for the wrong reason. Noelle blinks. She looks slightly taken aback. I don't think she was expecting it.
Does that mean there's a right reason, Hachan?
I don't know. Maybe I phrased it badly. Maybe it isn't a matter of right or wrong, but I feel you're not telling me because you don't want to burden me. Not because you don't want to talk about it.
Perhaps. Maybe that is true.
Well then, if that is the case, then you don't need to worry.
Why not? I don't understand.
I mean, you're my friend. My best friend. If there's something troubling you, of course I want to know what it is.
Isn't that nosy?
Maybe a little. But if you really care about someone, sometimes I think you can't help it. I can't help worrying about you.
Humans are unnecessarily complicated. They confuse me.
You're a human. You confuse yourself then. You're a human too, you know.
Am I?
What else would you be? You look like a human to me.
That's just on the outside. You don't know what I look like on the inside. Nobody does.
And that's why I'm asking. If it isn't too much trouble, then I would like to know. I want to know what goes on inside your head. Silence descends upon us. A long, drawn-out silence. I can hear the cars in the distance, just beyond the trees, but I can't see them. It makes me wonder whether they're really there. Let's get an X-ray to see. Indeed, we would see. It's just us. We would see. Well, we would see. What would we see? Well, we wouldn't see the depression. But that's fine. We don't. That would be bad. Oh god, if there was a ray that could see feelings and emotions, that would be messy. Anyway, just Noel and I, and nobody else.
You know what, Chan? I've been so unhappy for such a long time. I don't even know where to begin.
Flashback time. Uh-oh. Alright. We are definitely on at least a path that is good. Potential good.
When I was younger, I never wanted to go to school. Every day was the same old thing. The moment I entered through the front gate, I was trapped. There was no escape. But I didn't have a choice. Because I was an only child. Only a child. Nobody listened to me. And so, I still had to go to school.
Flashbacks.
It's so stifling in my classroom. I take my seat at the back of the class, as usual, trying not to draw any attention to myself. I only wear white and my head hangs when I would walk. I look down at my feet and don't make eye contact with anyone. I never raise my hand in class, even when I know the answer to a question. When we were told to split into groups, I always hang around by myself. During lunchtime, I go and hide in the library, but it never works. When I take my seat, my chair scrapes across the floor. The slightest bit of noise makes me flinch. I look around the class, my eyes wide. They're all looking at me. All of my classmates. They're staring at me, mocking me. Even though they don't say it, I can hear it. Delusions began that rare early on. Freak. Loser. Moron. Let's play together again today, okay? I shiver. My legs feel weak. I have to grip my desk with both my hands to stop myself from toppling over. They're all looking at me. They're all laughing at me. So that began a long time ago. The PE teacher is so tall. She looks at me with obvious irritation in her eyes, arms by her sides. I cower before her, trembling. I bet she hates me too, just like my classmates. She hates me because I'm annoying and I'm always bothering her. I want to tell her it's not my fault. But I can't. I can't find the words. I can't even open my mouth. Sakata, I thought we'd been through this before. PE is a compulsory subject, you know. I look at her from under my eyelashes, my hair falling in front of my eyes. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I didn't bring it. I did, but... The teacher sighs. You could at least say, yes, ma'am, when I talk to you. Yes, ma'am. Still, saying that doesn't change the facts, does it? No, ma'am. This is the third time in the last 2 weeks that you've forgotten your PE uniform. It seems a simple warning isn't good enough anymore, not if you flagrantly ignore it. I don't know what flagrantly means, but I'm sure it's a bad thing. I'm sorry, ma'am. Being sorry isn't good enough. If you really were sorry, you wouldn't keep doing it, would you? It's an empty apology. It doesn't mean anything. When you become an adult, you'll realize. If you shirk your responsibilities, you'll get punished. Saying, I'm sorry, doesn't make any difference. The real way to show you're sorry is to learn from your mistakes, not repeat them. Honestly. The teacher looks so mad at me. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to make it better. I stand there, picking at the hem of my skirt with my fingers. I want to tell her, it's not my fault, I swear. It's not my fault. I did bring my uniform to school. I did. I double-checked before I left home this morning. No, I triple-checked. I checked over and over, worried my uniform might jump out of my bag by itself if I didn't pay attention. I don't want to be shouted at. I don't like making people unhappy. I don't want to be scolded. But even though I checked and checked, now, when I need it, it isn't there. It's not in my bag. Where did it go? Sakata, stop daydreaming. Are you even paying attention? I must have been spacing out again. Sakata really is a klutz, isn't she, ma'am? One of my classmates says, smirking. It's easy for her to say that. Her PE uniform didn't go missing this morning. Nobody makes fun of her. Why not? It isn't fair. Why is it only me? I couldn't agree more. I wish that girl was more like you.
Alright, let's go over decimal numbers today. Sakata, would you pass the worksheets around, please?
I walk to the front of the class on shaking legs. I'm intensely aware that every single one of my classmates is staring at me, their eyes boring into my back. Why is it only me? That's how it feels when you're a child. You don't know. Everything always feels... I mean, the world is small when you're young, like that. As I walk forwards, I feel something. Something just hit my cheek. Something small and round. It stings. It's a piece of eraser. Somebody rolled up the loose shavings from the eraser into a ball and threw it at me. I look around the classroom, hand on my cheek, searching for the perpetrator. 30 pairs of eyes stare back, attached to 30 faces. I don't know who it is. I can't tell. Not everybody makes fun of me. It's only a few people. But the whole class contributes. Nobody comes to help.
Sakata, what are you dawdling for? Start handing out these worksheets, please.
I'm sorry. My whole face turns red, and I bow in apology. My classmates laugh, their faces twisted up with amusement. This is so fun to them, just like going to a zoo. They're having so much fun. Why can't I have fun too? Why am I the only one who isn't allowed to have fun? Is it because I did something bad? But what? I don't know what that something could be. When I start handing out the worksheets, some of my classmates draw away from me in disgust. They pick up the sheets with looks of revulsion on their faces, pinching them between their fingers as though they're diseased. Sir! A hand shoots up into the air. A boy, one of the ones who likes teasing me the most, is grinning. The teacher looks exasperated. Is it because I'm taking so long to hand out the home worksheets? He's in a bad mood because of me. It's all because of me.
What is it?
It's my worksheet, sir. It smells kind of funny. It's all weird and damp.
Damp? Don't be foolish. There's nothing wrong with them.
There is, sir. There is. I think it's because of Sakata, sir. It's because our palms are all sweaty, so now my worksheet smells bad. As though it was planned, a chorus of complaints begin to rise through the class, just like a wave. He's right. It stinks. My worksheet too. And mine.
It's because of Sakata, sir. It's because she's all sweaty.
It's because she never takes a bath.
She's filthy, sir.
I don't want to use a worksheet she's touched, sir.
It's making me feel sick. Like, get away from me.
Somebody open a window.
I stand there, frozen, the remaining worksheets crumpled up in my right hand. My legs are trembling. My face feels hot. I don't smell bad, do I? Am I really that disgusting? Please. Fucking horrible.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Sakata.
I fall to the floor with a thud, hitting it hard. I was just walking through the hallway on my way to the library when somebody tripped me. I don't even know who they are, although they seem to know me. I don't know why. They're not in my class. My arm. It really hurts. Maybe I've twisted it. I hope not. Then I won't be able to finish my painting in the art class. Art is the only lesson I like. It's the only thing about school I look forward to. I don't want it to be taken away from me. I look up at the perpetrator, trying to keep my expression cold. I don't want to cry. Even though it hurts, I can't cry. If I cry, it'll only make it worse. The girl looks at me with a smug smile on her face. It's obvious she isn't very sorry at all. There's a group of girls standing around her like soldiers. They all laugh at me. They're just happy it's me, not them, who's on the floor. They're all cowards. I hate them all. I would help you up, Sakata, but I don't want to touch your hands. I heard they're all sweaty. Is that true? I try to ignore them. I get to my feet, wiping down my dress with my hands. My arm really does hurt. Maybe I should go and see the nurse.
I heard you don't even take baths. That's because your mother isn't Japanese, right? You're not Japanese, so you don't even take baths. I try not to listen. I walk past her, keeping my head held high. My affected air of calm doesn't work for long, though. Ow, I can feel it. Hands in my hair, tugging at it, hard. My head is jerked backwards. My scalp burns with pain. I'm really pulled over from the force of it. Damn, that's brutal. The girl who said she wouldn't even touch my hand is now pulling my hair. She's running her disgusting fingers through it, even though my mother brushed it for me this morning. She doesn't know. She doesn't care. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Sakata, don't you know it's rude to ignore your seniors? I am 1 year older than you. As such, you should show me some respect. Yes, you should show some respect. Know your place. The older girls in entourage chirrup and twitter in the background like noisy birds. I hate them. I hate them all. Why don't they just drink bleach and die? Oh dear. Just die. Oh dear. It's going real bad now. Just die, die. Get your head smashed and fall down a flight of stairs, or eat something bad and drop down dead. Just leave me alone. Leave me alone. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Leave me alone. Huh. I see. Even now you won't apologize. Well, that's just too bad. The girl looks at me coldly. Her hands are still in my hair, tugging it, hard, so tears bead in the corners of my eyes. Even though I said I wasn't going to cry, I guess, in the end, I couldn't help it. If you won't apologize of your own free will, then I'll just have to make you apologize, won't I? Ah, jeez. Are you alright, Noelle? Yeah, it's no wonder she got messed up. You've hardly touched your food. Sorry, I'm not very hungry. Oh, Mr. Sakata. Even if you're not hungry, you should try and eat a little bit. You don't want this food to go waste, do you? If you want, you can have it. Now, don't give me that. There are people dying of hunger across the world, you know. That's not a good argument. The least you can do is appreciate the food that you have on your plate. You mustn't forget to be thankful. I am thankful, but I'm not hungry. I pour out my meal with my chopsticks. I don't know what I'm eating. I have no idea what I've been putting into my mouth. Even though my dad is so good at cooking, I haven't been able to taste anything lately. What's the point of eating anyway? It won't change anything. It won't make my classmates nicer to me. It won't make life easier. It's just a waste of time. My mother looks at me with concern. She reaches across the table, pressing her hand against my forehead. Well, you don't seem to have a temperature. I'm not sick. I'm just not hungry. You haven't been eating properly for a while, though. Is everything alright? I look up at my mother, chopsticks clasped tightly in my hands. I grip them so hard I'm sure there will be red marks engraved into my palms when I let them go. My scalp still hurts from earlier. That girl was so violent I think she pulled out some of my hair. Is it because my hair is this funny color? Is it because my eyes are blue? Is it because my mother isn't Japanese? Is that why I get bullied? It's not my fault. It isn't. It's my mother's, isn't it? Oh no. Why does she look all wrong? If she looked like all the other mothers, then I wouldn't look so weird. I wouldn't stand out, so I wouldn't get picked on. Maybe I could have a happy life if I had a normal mother. But the moment I think this, I start to feel guilty. My stomach hurts. I feel sick. My mother's a nice person. She cares about me. She brushes my hair every single morning before she sends me off to school. How could I hate her? This isn't her fault. I don't want to hate her. I don't want to hate anyone. Dear, what is it? What's wrong? I look up into my mother's eyes, my body trembling. My grip on my chopsticks tightens. My heart starts beating faster and faster. I take a deep breath and say it in a rush, expelling it from my body as though it's something poisonous. If I don't say it quickly, I'll lose what little courage I have, and then I won't be able to go through with it. So I say it fast, stumbling over the words as I do so. I think I'm being bullied at school. Not think, you are. A very nasty case of bullying. I was naive. My mother complained to the school and, in turn, our homeroom teacher gave us a very strict talk about bullying. That's not gonna help anything though. My class was given a punishment too. That doesn't help either. We were made to clean out the old swimming pool. Collective punishment, that doesn't work. Only makes people hate the person
who they perceive the fault is. Yeah, never works. No wonder they decide to move. It got worse. Fucking hell. Of course, everybody knew it was my fault. I was the only person in class being bullied after all. Who else was there to blame? And so the bullying only got worse. Yeah, that's how it works. That's how children are. Like, immature like that.
It isn't fair. Why is it always me?
I sit with my knees tucked up under my chin, arms wrapped around my legs. My nose is filled with the comforting aroma of sawdust, while my bare toes curled up amongst the straw and old newspapers. It feels nice, strangely soothing. I don't know where my shoes are. I think I kicked them off before I came inside. I'm sitting in a large rabbit hutch where the school rabbits are housed. There are several rabbits, some white ones, some brown ones, and a black one with floppy ears. Their twitchy noses and fluffy tails, like balls of cotton wool, are so cute. The way they scamper over to me, staring up at me with those big eyes, makes it seem almost like they understand. They're the only ones who listen to me. They're the only ones who care.
I guess this means you're my only friends, huh?
They're supposed to be the school pets. There's a schedule, and each class gets to take care of them for a week. Although the kids in my class were excited by this at first, they soon began to lose interest. They thought taking care of the rabbits was an extra burden, just like cleaning up the classroom. After a while, they stopped coming here. Even though it's our class's turn to look after the rabbits, nobody is here but me. I'm the only one who still bothers. It's not as though I dislike that though. Rather, it makes me happy. At least the rabbits like me. At least they don't make fun of me. They don't pinch me, or tear up my homework, or whisper behind my back. I yawn, resting my head against my knees. I don't know how long I've been here. It must be quite a while. Maybe an hour? Maybe more? Who knows? It's starting to get dark outside, and it's cold too. I should go home. If I don't hurry, my parents will get worried about me. If they get worried about me, they might phone the school again and ask my teacher to check up on me. If that happens, I shudder. I don't want that to happen. I can't let that happen. But at the same time, I don't want to move. The people in my class sometimes wait for me outside the school gates. They wait and then ambush me, calling me names, kicking at my bag, trying to steal my shoes. They can be surprisingly persistent too. It's like a ritual for them, it seems. Once they waited for me by the gates for more than an hour. Okay, that is deliberate. That's a bit too much. I thought I was safe hanging around the restroom for that long, but I was wrong. They were even meaner to me that day because I'd made them wait longer. That's really fucked up. Abusing me really has become a sport by this point, hasn't it? Even people who aren't in my class do it. It brings people together. They can have a nice, fun, happy time wearing such bright smiles as they make fun of me endlessly. It's not fair. I want to have fun too. Why am I the only one? Why is it just me?
You guys are the only friends I have. You're the only ones who listen to me.
The rabbits look at me, their noses twitching. I think they understand.
You're so little and cute. Looking at you makes me feel better.
I smile, stroking one of the white rabbits with my trembling hand. It doesn't run away. When I first started to visit them, they were wary of me, backing into the far corners of the cage and looking at me with untrusting eyes. It's different now. They've opened up to me, and they let me touch them. They let me stroke them. It's a sign they accept me. It's proof that they really are my friends. Rabbits are so much better than people. Well, this is making a lot of sense at least now. The bullying is even worse than usual today. Every day it increases. The bullies get more and more confident as they find more and more things they can get away with. Waiting to test just how far they can push it, their acts of cruelty escalate even further. I can't do a thing. I'm powerless to stop it. Every night, before I go to bed, I pray that something bad will happen to the bullies. I pray they'll all come down with the flu, fall down the stairs, even die in a traffic accident. I don't care what it is. I just want them to leave me alone. Maybe this is why I'm being punished. It's because I'm a bad person who has wicked thoughts. That's not how it works. Maybe I deserve it. No, that's how it starts. I'm in my classroom, along with the rest of the girls. We're meant to be getting changed for a swimming lesson. I hate getting changed here with everybody else. Usually I get changed by myself, in the toilets, but the PE teacher caught me doing it last time, and she scolded me. She said I wasn't meant to get changed there. It was dirty and No wonder the other children don't like you if you keep avoiding them like that. I have to get changed in the classroom now. If I don't, I could get into a lot of trouble. But I made a mistake. Being punished by a scary teacher would be far less humiliating than this. One of the girls has stolen my swimsuit. She's holding it aloft, high above my head. I can't reach it. Even if I jump, I wouldn't be able to catch it. I stand in the middle of the classroom, my whole body shaking. Everybody watches me, laughing. Those who aren't laughing have sad, pitying looks in their eyes, but they don't offer to help. Nobody ever does. Of course they don't. If they did, they'd just get bullied too. I can't blame them. If I was in their situation, I would do exactly the same thing. I don't want to get bullied either.
Look at her. She's so pathetic. Ah, she looks like she's gonna cry. And look at her underwear. Yeah, you're right. It's so dirty. When was the last time you washed your underwear anyway?
I don't know. I'm not dirty, I'm not. Why does everyone keep saying that? Why do they look at me like that? What did I do wrong?
Leave me alone, just leave me alone. Hey, since we're gonna go swimming, you don't need to wear those, do you?
Huh? What does that mean? They can't really be suggesting.
Besides, they're so dirty anyway. Who'd want to wear those? We're doing you a favor. Yeah, it's because we're so kind. We're being nice to you. Here, let me help you. Take them off. No, stop it.
I cry in alarm and huddle up on myself, wrapping my arms around my body. It doesn't make any difference. I can't stop it. I can't fight it. I can't do a single thing. That's because I'm weak. Why am I so weak? Ah, jeez. That's real bad. I sit on the toilet seat, sealed up inside a small cubicle. This is the only safe haven left for me in the school building, even though it smells bad and there's damp toilet paper stuck to the floor. I used to go to the library during lunchtime, but that isn't an option anymore. I guess the kids in my class must really miss me. They got so lonely eating lunch in the classroom without me that they had to go and search for me. Yeah, it really must be boring, eating the lunch your parents made for you with your friends, laughing and talking. To truly entertain yourself, you need to have somebody to bully. I see how it is. I exist for the amusement of others. If I'm not there, everybody gets restless. For the sake of the others, I am sacrificed. I'm made into the sacrifice so everyone else can have fun. Because I get bullied, nobody else has to be. It's for the good of the class. A group of kids banded together and they searched around the school for my hiding place. It didn't take them very long to find it. The library is hardly a secret base tucked away from the public eye. Naturally, it was the very first place they checked. That's also, it is very fucking depressing. They dragged me away, smiling at the librarian the whole while. They told her that they were my friends and they'd come to play with me. She believed them. Of course she did. I couldn't say anything in response. Once they found me, they brought me back to my classroom, then harassed me. They kept bringing up that incident from a couple of weeks ago, over and over again.
Show us your underwear, Sakata.
We heard it was really dirty. See, we all see.
It's not because we're being mean to you, okay? We're just checking up on you.
We're worried about you.
Come on, show us.
We're your friends, show us.
Pretending that they were my friends, they really were clever. They were far too clever for me. I was all alone and isolated. When I refused, tugging at the hem of my skirt, my eyes filled with tears. They laughed. And somebody, maybe several people, started to throw bits of their lunch at me. What the fuck is this? I can't go back to the library now. These kids are really bad. These kids are really fucking bad, honestly. Jesus. Not anymore. It isn't safe. The only place I can go during lunch is here. This smelly, cramped, claustrophobic space where I end up sitting on the lid of the toilet. I sniffle, wiping my eyes with my sleeve, trying to stem my tears. Maybe, if I cry in here, people will mistake me for a vengeful demon. Who am I kidding? It's not like that'll ever happen. I don't have any powers. I can't protect myself. I can't do anything. I pick at the food that my father prepared for me. I'm sure it tastes good, but since I'm sitting in such a dismal place, all by myself, I can't enjoy it. It tastes salty from my tears. Dad, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasted this meal you made by eating in a place like this. I bet you're thinking that I'm eating it in my classroom, surrounded by my friends, and we're having a good time. But that isn't true. Nothing could be further from the truth. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry you have to prepare food for a child as worthless as me. I'm sorry your daughter ended up so pathetic. I'm sorry. Sorry. Hey, this place is gross.
Yeah, totally rank.
Doesn't anybody ever clean up in here? I can hear voices. There are people in here. They sound like the girls from my class. I try to remain as still and silent as possible, curling myself up into a ball. I don't even want to breathe. The slightest sound and they'll hear me. They'll hear me and they'll drag me out, and then... I squeeze my eyes shut tightly, shaking my head. I don't even want to think about it.
I guess this is why everyone uses the restroom on the second floor instead. Yeah, that's much nicer.
But way more crowded. If we went there, everybody would hear us.
That's right. Nobody can hear about this.
I'm starting to get excited. I don't want to get into trouble, though.
Don't worry, you won't. It's not like anybody will know it was us, right?
But I can't help but feel sorry for Sakata. Ah, jeez, what the hell? You talking about me?
Don't feel sorry for her. She gets bullied because she deserves it.
Really? She's always so quiet, though.
And that's exactly my point. She's always looking down on us, acting like she's better than everyone, just because her parents are a little bit rich. She always wears such fancy clothes and looks at us so scornfully. It pisses me off.
Yeah, she never even tries to join in. Makes me mad, like, who does she think she is? Even when we tried to be nice to her, she never listened to us. I guess... I can't believe it. Is it really my fault? No, it's not. Am I being bullied? Yes. Because I deserve it? No. Am I really that bad? Fuck no. Is being quiet such a bad thing? Yeah. She literally doesn't know she doesn't. Absolutely not. But that's how kids are. Very limited points of views, only the things they see. And thinking's hard. They're learning how to think. Still. And sometimes it ends up in some really horrible nastiness like this.
She's such a freak. Maybe she can't even talk. That's why she never says anything.
That might be it. Well, we don't want that stupid girl in our class anymore. Just seeing her face in the morning puts me in a bad mood.
Seriously. So we're going to drive her out. We'll harass her so much she'll never show her face around here again.
I let out a small gasp. I can't help it. Hastily I put my hands to my mouth, trying to stifle the sound. But, of course, I make a mistake. I forget one crucial thing. My lunchbox, sitting in my lap. Oh no. My sudden movement jolts it, knocking it aside. The plastic box hits the tilted floor with an audible thud. Food spills everywhere, across the water-soaked, tissue-smeared ground. I'm so stupid.
Hey, what the hell was that?
They've heard me. Somebody must be here.
Somebody was listening in to us.
They're inside one of the stalls. What if they tell teacher? I don't want to be punished.
Let's find them. Break down the door and pull them out. Jesus Christ. People who sneak around like that deserve to be punished.
I sit there, frozen. My whole body trembles. I can hear my heart beating, louder and louder inside my chest. It's so loud, so violent, I'm surprised it hasn't burst yet. No, I want it to burst. If it bursts, I won't have to face the consequences. Being dead would probably be safer than being alive. At least that way, nobody could hurt me. I wish I was dead. Jesus Christ. Right here, right now, sitting in this cramped toilet cubicle. I wish I was dead. Fucking hell. Bloody hell. I hate it. I hate it. I sit in the rabbit hutch with my knees tucked under my chin and my arms around my legs. Not even the smell of the sawdust or the straw between my toes can comfort me now. Yeah, I wish I could go. Yeah, well, at least she did get hugged by Achan, so at least there's that. At least that happened. But yeah, it's real fucking depressing. Nothing can. Why am I even alive anyway? What's the point in existing in this world if I'm just going to get abused like this? If this is how my life is going to be, then I don't want to live anymore. I sit there, head hanging, holding an object in my hand. A light plastic object. At a glance it looks innocent, unassuming, but if you slide from the bottom, you'll find a sharp metal blade. It's a box cutter. I stole from the art classroom, tucking it away inside my school bag. And she kept this thing for so long as well. My parents are good people. They always told me stealing is wrong. They said if I stole anything, I'd become a criminal, and criminals are bad people. I don't want to be a bad person, so I feel guilty for taking it. But But why am I the bad person? When I'm the one who's always being bullied. Surely the bullies are worse than me. But maybe they bully me because I'm bad. They know I have cruel thoughts and I want them to die, so they target me. It's because I deserve it. Bullying might be a bad thing to do, but maybe it's okay to bully people who are bad themselves. No, it's not. Is that how it works? Nope. The logic of like, she's at this point like 13, 14? Something like that. I'm sure if I die, I'll make lots of people happy. No. They won't have to be angry anymore. It's for the best. Even though stealing this box cutter was bad, if I use it properly, then I'll be doing something good. I don't want to think anymore. I'm tired of thinking. It doesn't help me anyway, so there's no point. There's no point in anything. I'll end it. I'll end it right now, and then I'll never have to feel bad again. Okay, we know she doesn't because this is a flashback. And I guess this is where Achan maybe comes in. I'm not sure. Maybe. I hold the box cutter in my hand tightly. It hurts my fingers, but I don't mind. This little bit of pain is nothing. I extend the blade from the plastic case and marvel at how shiny it is. I can do it. I will. That's what I tell myself, but my fingers start to shake. My heart beats a little faster. I start to feel scared. I don't really want to be in pain. I don't want to be hurt, but I don't know how else to stop it. I'm hurting already, aren't I? This much pain is nothing, right? I remember. One time, when I was helping my mother cook, I cut my finger with the knife. That really hurt. My finger bled. It was bright red. I don't want that to happen again. I do, but I don't. I don't, and yet I do. It's all mixed up and confused and it hurts. It hurts too much. I feel like my head is going to explode. Yeah. I look at the rabbits, imploring them. Please, tell me what to do. But they don't tell me. Yeah, you make me cry while you're reading it so sad. Well, I do try to read it appropriately based on the text. Like, because I want to feel the things as well. I want to embody them. That's the whole point. Honestly, that's the whole point of this, me reading the visual novels. But they don't tell me. Of course they don't. They can't talk. I thought they were my friends. I thought they understood me. But wasn't that ridiculous? Wasn't that naive? Of course they can't understand. They can't understand because they're not human. Only people can help people. But it's too late for me already. I've already been abandoned. Rabbits can't do a thing. In that case, they're worthless. These creatures that I called my friends are all worthless. Why are they even alive? If they can't help me, then they should just die. I don't want to die. I'm already in pain. I don't want to hurt anyone anymore. That isn't fair. It's those who are happy, those who don't know suffering, who need to be taught a lesson. If everybody knew how much being bullied hurts, then they wouldn't bully anyone. If everyone could share my pain, the world would become a much better place. Surely, that's the real solution. Well, the real solution is communication. But it's hard, because they're like 14. And so they don't really understand. Everybody should be in pain. No, not that easy. Nobody should be excluded. Nobody. It's not fair. I'm tired of being the only one who hurts. I don't want to be the only one. I don't want to be alone. Why is it always me? My eyes are leaking. My vision is blurred. My nose dripping snot. My chest rises and falls. I try to breathe in, but my lungs don't seem to be cooperating. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I feel like I'm going to suffocate. I'm going to collapse. I'll die. I'll really die. But I can't stop myself. I keep on crying. My fingers, they feel wet and warm. Why is that? How'd that happen? I don't know. I don't know anything. After that, I didn't have to go to school anymore. Or, to be more precise, I wasn't allowed to go back to school anymore. That was why my parents decided to move. And so, when I was 9, I ended up coming here. Oh, 9. Oh, jeez, they were 9. Oh, fuck me. Okay. They were 9 years old. But, oh, god damn, that's even worse. Your child was like, I don't remember. I did something with like stream elements. I looked up some kind of, I remember Googling something like that months ago. Some kind of chat, how to make chat bubbles. And there was some kind of plugin or something like that. And that's all I remember. That's how it typically works. If I feel like I want to do something with like the technical side, I look it up. I become an expert on it for that evening. Then I do it, and then I forget about it. That's how I built my PC as well. I became an expert on everything, compatibility and all that jazz. And now I couldn't even answer what model my motherboard is or anything like that. I suck at techie stuff. Me too, but you know, Google is your friend. Google is your friend. There's answers for everything out there. So it just takes a little bit of time and research, but it's doable. It's very doable. I'm an idiot myself. If I can do it, you can do it. It's not like the internet is full of help. You just gotta have a little bit of patience and look it up properly. And you'll get answers to almost everything. But yes, anyway, back. She was 9 years old. Fucking hell. To this small village. Okay, 9 years old. Fucking hell. I look at Noel in shock. Yeah, oh right, she was telling all of that to him. Yeah, shock, no shit. I'm not sure how to react. No shit. Give her a hug. Another one. I had assumed her childhood would be bleak, but I had no idea it would anywhere be as bad as that. I must be a truly privileged person, and up until today, I didn't even realize it. I've never been bullied like Noel has. The playful jokes and slaps on the back courtesy of Amo are nothing compared to that. I had no idea people could be so cruel. Noel blinks. Although she told me such a grim story, she doesn't look particularly sad, although she has had like 7 years to mull it over, I guess. Instead, she looks strangely hollow, like a filleted fish. This absence of emotion is even more troubling than real grief would be. At least I'd know how to react to that. If she cried, I could offer her a tissue. I always carry tissues around with me, after all. Or a pat on the shoulder. Maybe a hug. But since she hasn't reacted at all, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say.
When you say that, Chan, are you talking about me?
No, of course not. Why would I be talking about you?
Because I was cruel. Don't you think I was cruel? Don't you?
Are you talking about the rabbits? I search around for words, groping in the dark. This is clearly a delicate subject matter. I'm not sure how to approach it. Oh, she killed the rabbits. Oh, I thought for some reason she might have slit her like wrist or something there. Oh. That's also equally bad. Fucking hell. Both options are terrible. Fuck me. Were the rabbits badly injured?
Yes.
How badly?
Badly enough that they stopped moving.
I draw a sharp intake of breath. It's just that I thought. You mean you killed them?
I think so. Most likely. I can't exactly remember. When I think back to it, I don't know what I did. Not entirely. It's as though that part of my brain is completely blank. Like a videotape that's been recorded over. And yet, as I watch her closely, it becomes more and more apparent. Her shoulders are shaking. My father taped over one of my videos once, with a baseball game. I didn't want to be a bother, so I didn't mention it, but it was still upsetting. It was the same kind of thing back then. But I do know, when I came to my senses, I was sitting in the rabbit hutch. I was holding the box cutter in my hands, and my fingers were bright red. No, that's a lie. Not just that. The hutch as well. Everywhere. It was on my clothes, and my hair. Across the floor. There was bright red. All over. All over. And the rabbits, The rabbits were lying there, twitching. Covered in cuts so deep I could see all the way inside them. All the way inside. I'd never seen anything like that before. It was soft and wet, spongy and pink, like something from a horror movie. It didn't look real, but their eyes were dark bleak, and their noses were still twitching. They were still alive. They were still alive, but they were in so much pain. Oh my gosh, I know what I just realized you have told me. Good collab games. Oh, I did? Oh, that's possible. I poke noses randomly into some
chats and stuff like that, whatever. It happens. I don't know, and they couldn't even make a sound. And then they died. They died slowly, in agony. Yeah, that's very likely on VT Social. Yeah, that's like the only social media place I am on, and I like poking my nose in when they're like people are asking questions or stuff like that. I don't know. It's my way of, I guess, having the social interactions that the brain demands of a social creature. They died slowly in agony while I sat there and watched. It was all my fault. All my fault. Instantly, I'm reminded of something. The contents of Noel's sketchbook. There were pages and pages of them. Countless drawings of rabbits, one after the other, all drawn with harsh, bleak strokes. My only social media is Discord, that counts. I guess that counts. I mean, I guess I have some Discord chats as well, but they're not very active a lot of the times. It's a thing. Rabbits lying with their tummies against the ground. Rabbits perched on logs with their hot ears pointed upwards. Rabbits eating dandelions with twitching noses. There were rabbits drawn during the early morning and rabbits drawn during the evening. Rabbits on sunny days and rabbits on rainy ones. Just rabbits. Pages upon rabbits. And when I questioned Noelle about it, what was her response? It was something strange. Yeah, it's like she needs to. Something vague. Something like, if I don't draw the rabbits, then who else will? A coping mechanism for the horrible trauma. I wonder, the reason why she draws them, could it possibly be guilt? That would make a lot of sense. I think about it most days. Almost every single day, unless I'm being unusually forgetful. I always remember again, eventually though. Sometimes, I think that if I try hard enough, I'll remember exactly what happened. So she killed the bunnies. Indeed she did. Yep. It is very heartbreaking. But she was 9 years old, bullied, and like, yeah, 9-year-old brain is not developed enough to handle those kind of traumas and stresses and whatnot. I'll remember exactly what happened. And I'll understand what it was I did, and why. But there's a dark fog inside my mind. Bunnies are cute. The only bunny that isn't cute is the one from Monty Python, the Holy Grail. That one's a vicious killer. Run away from that one. No matter how hard I try, I just can't. I can't. Well, I'm a bad person, aren't I? No. Only a bad person would do something so cruel. No, I think it was cruel, but you're not bad. I am. Horribly bad. I'm the worst. Noel admonishes herself harshly, her body bent forwards under the weight of her own words. And yet, although they're vicious, judgmental, without a single trace of forgiveness, her voice still sounds empty. It's almost as though she's reading from a script. Because I was being bullied, I felt helpless. I felt helpless and backed into a corner, and so I lashed out in anger. I was self-righteous. I thought I deserved to be angry. But the rabbits, who had never done anything wrong, who I considered my friends, were the only ones I could hurt. They were too weak to resist. They couldn't get away. Right. In the first bad ending I got, okay, that explains it. That explains that she killed Achan the same way she killed the bunnies in the bad ending. This makes sense now. Because he couldn't get away, he was frozen by her stare. And so I hurt them. For my own self-satisfaction, I hurt them. I am a bad person. Unforgivably bad. I don't know what to say. Yeah, I mean, neither do I, Achan. Neither do I. This seems to be a reoccurring theme lately. I have to grope around in the darker recesses of my brain, sweeping back cobwebs and chasing away spiders, before I'm able to formulate a reply. Is that why you thought, when I left, I was ignoring you? Because I didn't like you? Noelle nods her head. She moves jerkily, like a clockwork toy. Yes, because I'm a bad person. So I deserve to be disliked. The passing of time feels wrong, stilted and wooden. Both of us are unable to express ourselves clearly. We dance around words, not quite knowing how to articulate our thoughts. Maybe this is just how it is. Maybe this is what being human entails. Can two people ever really connect with one another when their minds are so distant, so far away? Perhaps it would be easier to touch the stars in the night sky with the tips of my fingers. Getting inside somebody else's brain is impossible unless one does it directly, with a knife or a saw. It wouldn't be the same though, and it's not what I want. Look at her sad face, so cute. Yeah. It is. Cute sad is a very dangerously potent art style. Why aren't we talking? I don't think you're a bad person, you know.
Is that so?
Noel's voice is soft, barely more than a whisper. It has less heft than a ripple across the water. I wonder if she believes me. I really have no idea. I mean, no matter what you've done or what you did, you're still my friend.
You want to be my friend?
Of course I do. What's in the past is in the past. It doesn't change the years we spent together. It doesn't change a thing.
I think that's a contradiction, Achan. Ah, but you're smiling.
And yet, despite that, I can see it. The beginnings of a smile. How is it a contradiction?
You just said that the past doesn't matter, but you attach so much value to our own childhood memories. It doesn't make sense. A contradiction.
She can be strangely logical at times, despite how scattered-brained she is. Yeah, I guess it is a contradiction. People are full of them.
I wish they weren't. It would be a lot easier to understand humans then.
I know, but you're human too.
Maybe.
There is no maybe. No matter what you did or what you have done, you're a human. You have just as much right to be happy as anybody else.
I don't know. I did something bad. Something bad that can't be undone. Achan.
Noel looks at me. Her light blue eyes are all encompassing, consuming. I feel as though the ground beneath me has vanished. I'm falling, helplessly, drawn into a cloudless blue sky.
Sometimes I don't understand my own brain.
That's normal. I don't understand my own brain either.
Sometimes I have disturbing thoughts.
Those bullies, yes, they did, but they were also like 8-9 years old, so they didn't really understand what they were doing. But like, that doesn't excuse actions. Understanding is not accepting or excusing.
Things I would never want to think normally. But they're still there. Even when I try to ignore them, they're still there.
Thoughts are thoughts, actions are actions. We're not gonna have a thought police, so it's fine.
And they're still a part of me. I don't understand myself at all. And sometimes I get scared of myself. My mind does whatever it wants and I feel completely powerless to stop it.
That's not normal, is it? It actually is perfectly normal. The brain sometimes just goes on random fucking tangents, and it's fine. Sometimes you just gotta let it run its course, and then get back to the normal daily stuff. It's fine.
I really do feel like I'm not a real human.
I stare into Noelle's eyes, completely bewitched. I couldn't move an inch even if I wanted to. Her eyes are damp. Could be tears, of course.
Noelle, you are a human. You're definitely human. But if that's true, why was I treated so badly? Why was that?
Because your classmates were bullies, and you were unlucky. Sometimes life just isn't fair like that. There's no deeper meaning behind it than that. Even if it's hard to accept, it's probably true. Even though your classmates hurt you, it had nothing to do with you. Not really. They just want a way to kill time.
But then, if I am human, then why do I have such horrible thoughts?
Well, the bullies had horrible thoughts and they're also human, right?
And why do I do such horrible things? Why is that?
Noelle holds onto her doll tightly, as though for dear life. I don't know that. I can't say, but no matter what you've done or what you think, I won't stop liking you. Not now, not ever. Noelle tilts her head to one side. Her blue eyes are shining with unshed tears. They sparkle under the sunlight.
But why? I'm not very good with words, so you will have to explain carefully.
Neither am I, but I don't think it's such a difficult idea. Well, they get married. Well, maybe, probably. I mean, they're 16 years old right now, so who knows? They're still learning who they are themselves. It'll give them time. I don't think it's such a difficult idea. It's because you're my best friend. Noel blinks slowly and deliberately. Once. Twice. Yeah, they're 16. They're only 16. That's why they're having these weird thoughts. Exactly. They are children. With each blink, the tears beaded in the corner of her eyes are unsettled, sent to roll down her cheeks in individual drops of salt water.
Best? What does that mean?
My face goes light pink. How can I express something like that? I just mean, you're the person I care about the most, Noel. No matter what. Noel blinks a couple of times before drawing away from me, shuffling back on the bench. She looks puzzled.
Really?
Yes, really.
How curious.
I don't see how it is. It's a fact of life. Like the sky is blue and the grass is green and rabbits are cute.
But despite what I said, you care about me? Of course he does.
He cares about you more than before. I do. Of course I do. How could I not?
This isn't because you pity me, is it? Is it?
No, it isn't. I do feel sorry for you and I think your past sounds unpleasant, but I don't pity you. You're a strong person. Stronger than you think.
Strong isn't the word I would use.
Noelle doesn't look convinced. Her words run out towards the end, melting in the silence like falling snow. But I don't give up. I'm not a very stubborn person, but when it comes to something this important, I can't just back down. I want her to know. I want her to know how I feel. I reach out and take hold of her hand. She looks at me in surprise. Her cheeks are slightly pinker than usual. You are strong. I know you are. You can do it. Whatever happens, I know you'll be okay.
I think you're overestimating my abilities. But if you're so sure...
Noelle smiles. It's a watery smile that looks kind of weak, a little washed out, definitely tired. But it's a smile all the same. I wouldn't trade it for the world.
I wouldn't want to let a friend down, I suppose. From now on, I'll do my best.
She pauses, looking conflicted. Before finally she punches her free hand in the air, as though trying to reach into the sky with her fingertips.
Padan!
Okay. This motion is accomplished by a loud shout, an over-the-top yell. A few birds who were dozing in the trees overhead are startled by this commotion and take flight, their wings rustling.
Well then.
Noelle looks up at me from beneath her eyelashes, her cheeks light pink.
How was that?
Okay. I'm too bemused to reply instantly. I try to keep it to myself, not wanting to seem mean, but I can't help it, that was silly. I can't quite stifle my laughter. Noelle glares at me, her cheeks red.
Hey, what's so funny?
I'm sorry, I just thought it was a little strange, that's all. Noelle pouts.
Strange? How do you mean? I was trying to be an energetic girl. Like Amu.
I could see that much. I just didn't expect it.
I was trying to do my best. I thought that was what you wanted.
Maybe it was. It made me smile at least.
See? You are laughing at me.
No, not at you exactly.
You are. You are laughing at me. Mimi.
Noelle gives a sour glance. Before, with a sort of humph, she turns her head away, her hair hitting me in the face as she does so. And yet, despite this, I think she's smiling. Maybe. Just a little. But a little is good enough for me. Right now, it's more than enough. That was a lengthy and lovely scene. We're not done. Damn. Okay, I can't see how this turns into a bad ending, so I think... I guess I'll just be finishing this novel today with a good ending, so that's cool. Wasn't expecting that. Ooh. Jello. Alright, they're in the store now. Excellent. Noelle stares at the shelf before her with sparkly eyes, her face flushed with happiness. These Jello snacks have an odd effect on Noelle. No. Simply seeing them in their plastic packaging, stacked neatly on the shelves of a convenience store, can reduce her to this strangely excitable, childlike stature. We're not done. Well, yeah, that was a perfect moment to end, you know? Like, the kind of felt like it resolved a big emotional scene and everything else. Like that would be a perfect place to end a story on like a high note like that. I wouldn't mind. I honestly wouldn't mind. I don't mind when stories end on a nice positive note like that. Feels like most things are resolved. I guess they can still continue, and that's fine too. You get more stuff. That's the power of our consumerist society. Maybe. Sure, I'll buy you some if you want. That's why we're here after all. Ooh, really? Really? Yes, I can even buy you more than one. Noelle suddenly straightens up, clasping her doll to her chest even tighter. She has a serious expression on her face, her mouth drawn into a line. No, Achan, that's no good. If you buy me too much Jello, it will make the experience seem less special. Is that how it works? Yes, she's explained to him before. Indeed. I believe I've already told you about this. Food of this caliber is something to be savored, eaten slowly over a long period of time. You need to let it linger in your tongue. I see. Moreover, if I were to try several different kinds of Jello, I would need to have something to drink in between to refresh my palate. Is that how it is? Noelle nods her head. Yes, it is. Each flavor of Jello is important. Very important. It very much is. I do like when visual novels do this kind of thing, when they go from like a super serious, dramatic, and like fucking depressing as fuck scenes to light-hearted humor like this. It's a nice change of pace. It really puts things into nicer perspective. God. I guess I did need a comedy scene like this. It's nice. It's very nice right now. They need to be treated with respect. Yes, respect the Jello. I could buy you some bottled water as well, if you want. Is that cleansing enough? No. That's just no good. Are you even using your head? I'm sorry? All of a sudden, I feel like a novice chef on a cookery program being scolded by an angry senior. Bottled water is not worthy of being consumed alongside this Jello. It's cheap water. I eye the cooling cabinet which contains the drinks. The spring water sure doesn't look cheap, judging by that price tag. It's fine that Noelle loves Jello so much, really it is, but her love is blinding her to the truth. But that water is even more expensive than the Jello itself. Noelle waves her hand in a dismissive motion. That doesn't mean anything. The water still can't compare. This only proves how ignorant the masses are when it comes to the worth of this Jello. It must be nice being this enthusiastic about something, even if it is only Jello. If I said that though, Noelle might kick me. Okay, I get it. The Jello really is amazing. Yes, it is. I'll buy you one then. Just one. That is for the best. If I eat too many delicious things, I might die. You won't die, will you? It's always a possibility. Then I'll try to treat the Jello with the respect it deserves. Noelle turns back to the display of Jello, a small smile on her face. It's an expression of pure bliss. Her eyes scan the various pots of Jello. Sometimes she picks one up and reads the back of the pot. But, with a heavy sigh, she returns it back to the shelf. As I watch her repeat this routine once, twice, many times, my eyes naturally start drifting towards the clock hanging at the back of the store. A minute passes, then 5, then 10. We're probably going to be here for a while. Fair, okay, bye, Seed. Transition. Noelle and I walk back on its evening in the sky. Noelle and I walk back home companionably under the darkened evening sky. The air is cooler than it was this morning, much more crisp. The wind feels a little stronger too. I can hear the sounds of the cicadas chirping in the surrounding trees. They're all around us, yet I can't see them, hidden from sight. It makes me feel exposed somehow, as though a vast, invisible audience is watching me. Achan, thank you. Hey now, what are you thanking me for? For buying me the Jello. It was truly delicious. It's true you can text someone on Twitch. I don't know. I haven't explored Twitch all that much, honestly. I only open it once before as I start streaming to check if the stream is working, then I close it, and I haven't explored it at all. You probably know more about Twitch itself than I do. It was really that good? Yes, it was. I haven't had Jello that good in a while. Was it any different from usual? A little. Well,
Did they change the recipe? No, the recipe was the same as ever. I looked at the list of ingredients.
Why did it taste so good then?
I don't know. Maybe it is because... I'm not entirely sure.
I feigned surprise, taking a step back in supposed alarm. Even the great Jello connoisseur herself doesn't know. Truly mysterious. Noelle, however, doesn't react. Instead, she simply nods her head, lost in her own thoughts.
It is indeed.
Do you think we should call Sherlock Holmes?
No, don't be foolish. He's a fictional character.
I know that.
Then why did you suggest it?
My shoulders sag under the weight of Noelle's serious stare. Even though she says such strange things herself, her logic is as sound as ever. Talking to Noelle sometimes feels like playing a board game. A board game with illogical rules that haven't been explained beforehand, where every single throw of the dice is loaded. If it's with her, I really can't win. Then again, relationships aren't about winning or losing, are they? That's a skewed way of looking at things. I think it's about having fun, and being with Noelle always makes me smile.
I wasn't being serious. I was just joking. Oh. I think... maybe.
Noelle looks up at me from beneath her eyelashes. I wonder whether it's my imagination or not, but it looks almost like she's blushing. Ever so slightly.
Maybe it tastes better because I was with you.
Well,
Thank you. It's no problem.
We walked together for a while in silence, our fingers brushing, shoulders bumping. The sounds from our separate footsteps mingled together. Our shadows stretching out across the road seemed to merge. The thought is almost comforting. Even though I have to return home soon, I would like to believe, at least for a short while, I was able to understand Noelle. The sky above us is steely blue. The sun, which was so bright earlier, has sunk underneath a cover of dark clouds, making our surroundings muted and grey. It's a little sad. It seems like fairly depressing weather, given I'm going to say farewell soon. It would have been nice to remember my final day here with more sunshine. The second pair of footsteps. They've stopped. Is there something wrong with Noelle? I come to a halt, turning my head to look behind me. Noelle is standing at the side of the road, unmoving, gripping her doll tightly to her chest. Her light blue eyes are staring, distant. They look almost as murky as the afternoon sky. Doubling back on myself, I make my way towards her. Noelle? Are you alright?
I'm alright. Just thinking.
About what?
I'm not sure.
You don't know what you're thinking?
Well, I do, but it's complicated. Maybe it doesn't mean very much. I just had a fancy. Or a whim. Maybe.
She's making her thought process sound incredibly airy and insubstantial, like chiffon cake. I'm sure it's something far heavier though. Otherwise her expression wouldn't look so unsure. After a brief pause, Noelle eventually elaborates.
Let's make a detour. I want to take a more scenic route.
She speaks in the imperative, most unlike her. She isn't usually so straightforward. Perhaps it is this out of character assertiveness that makes me nod my head in agreement, without question. Interesting. Noelle leads me to a large field, located just on the outskirts of our village. I see a vast array of tall, yellow flowers spread out before me, their large circular heads repeating over and over as far as the eye can see, in endless rows. I know a lot of people think sunflowers look pretty, but I've always found them strangely eerie, especially when clustered together like this. En masse, they look like a large display of vast, unblinking eyes, staring right through me. The colors too are unsettling. I think the bright yellow is too garish, far too bright to be becoming. It feels forced, unnatural, almost ugly. These flowers disturbed me so much when I was younger that I tried to avoid coming here at all costs. I shudder, eyeing the flowers with unease. Even though I'm older now, and more sensible, hopefully, it still feels like they're staring at me. Why sunflowers?
I think they're inspiring.
Inspiring? Noelle nods. Even though they're only flowers, they're able to grow so tall. Sunflowers are pretty, but I guess I can see perspective of Achan as well. Like, they are apparently really potential tall. That's kind of weird. It's a flower, it's not supposed to be like taller than you, but I guess I can see that as well. But yeah, I don't think I've actually seen real life sunflowers. They don't really grow here. Anyway, I don't feel much like complimenting the sunflowers since I find them so unpleasant. But still, despite my stubbornness, I have to concede on that point. I suppose that is impressive. I don't like them very much though.
No?
No. A small smile rises to Noel's face.
That's just because you're jealous.
Jealous? What do you mean?
That they're taller than you.
What? My face goes light pink. I fold my arms, scowling, wanting to prove Noel wrong. That isn't the reason. They're not taller than me anyway.
Maybe not yet. Give them time.
I'm really not jealous, you know. I just think they look creepy.
Creepy how?
I don't know. It's just like they're too big and too yellow or something. Like they're trying too hard.
Is it wrong to try?
I don't think so. But these flowers, they look kind of unnatural somehow.
Maybe.
Noelle gives a small nod, a slight inclination of her head. It takes her a few moments before she replies.
I thought, if I could see these flowers that try so hard, it would give me some courage.
Courage?
Yes. I need more. Lots more.
I think you're already pretty courageous.
No, I'm not.
Noelle looks out towards the sunflowers as she speaks. In stark contrast to the grandeur of these large flowers, swaying back and forth in the wind, Noelle's voice sounds incredibly soft, almost as though it could fade away altogether. These sunflowers are different. They seem so permanent in their gaudy bright yellow, their roots planted deep down into the soil with the strength of iron. Together, they form a united front, an army. A whole squadron of sunflowers, casting long shadows under the setting sun. I think I understand what Noelle means. These sunflowers possess a certain kind of strength, which I've never appreciated before. I wonder, is that why people like them?
I'm a weak person. I find it hard to speak my mind. The words I want to communicate get lost, and nothing comes out. I don't know how to express myself, and I don't want to burden others with pointless words, so I don't say anything. I try to keep everything inside, but over time it just builds and builds and builds like snow, or trash, maybe. A large pile of trash, and I have no way to shift it.
A sigh.
It's because I don't trust others. I don't let them in. I don't let them help, and so I'm weak.
Well,
but today I decided I won't give up. Even if it is difficult, I will keep trying. I will do my best. Like the sunflowers.
Yee.
I must go upwards, not inwards.
Noelle looks at me resolutely, her eyes narrowed with determination. Fuck yeah, determination.
I want to tell you everything.
Yes, everything. The wind blows through the sunflowers and makes them rustle, as though with suppressed excitement. Are they listening? Can they hear? They can certainly see us. An audience of disembodied eyes, framed with yellow petals.
I'm going to be moving soon. Moving to England.
However, my reaction is not one of abject surprise, as Noelle might have been expecting. I nod my head in resignation. So it's true. I'd already heard from Noelle's mother, but at the time, I hadn't really felt real. It's only now, hearing those words from Noelle herself, that I'm able to recognize it as the truth.
You don't look very shocked, Achan.
I'm sorry. Is my face all wrong?
It's alright. No matter what expression you build, I like your face.
Thanks, but I think acting more surprised would be a lie. You see, I already knew.
You did? I'm impressed. What kind of detective work did you have to carry out?
It was nothing as underhanded as that. I wasn't investigating you behind your back or anything. I just asked your mother.
Is that so?
Yeah. I went over to see you. You weren't there, but your mother was. She gave me a cup of tea and told me.
I see. I'm sorry I didn't tell you myself until now.
No, it's alright. You don't need to apologize. I didn't want to tell you that I was moving after all. It's understandable. I didn't want to talk about it. Not with you. It's all my family has been able to talk about for the past few months. It sounds stressful. It is. All this endless talk about moving companies and property hunting and selling our home. My parents were like that when we were moving too. They argued a lot at the time. There's so many forms, so much paperwork, a lot of official documents piled up on my mother's desk. The pile gets higher and higher every day. And so she becomes more and more stressed. Thinking back on it, Mrs. Sakata did seem rather tired when I saw her yesterday. Although she'd been attired as primly as usual, her hair tied back with not a strand out of place, her eyes were half-lidded and carved with dark grey bags. That isn't the only scary thing though. Noelle pauses. Standing against the backdrop of bright yellow sunflowers under the gently dying sunlight, Noelle looks strangely ghostly. Her dress, once pure white, now dirty grey, flutters around her legs. Behind her, the sunflowers continue their dance, caught in the breeze. It sounds as though they're mumbling amongst themselves, having a private discussion nobody else can understand. Moving to England really is frightening. I can imagine. I can't speak English. I don't understand language, and I'll stand out. I look strange. I don't think you look strange. Because you're used to me. But other people won't be. When I think about communicating with strangers in a completely unfamiliar country, far away from home, I don't know what to do. I've been having bad dreams about it. Nightmares. Lots of them. Noelle bites her lower lip. Her body is trembling from tip to toe. She looks as though she is standing in the middle of a Siberian winter, not before a vast field of sunflowers, butter yellow under the darkening sky. When she trembles like that, she looks so frail, so fragile. She seems even more delicate than the doll in her arms. She doesn't often talk for such long periods of time. Yesterday in the woods was an exception, and today too. During the short amount of time I've spent back home, I've seen many different sides of Noelle. Many sides I didn't even realize existed. It's like looking at a painting from a different angle and noticing the little details you never saw the first time around. Or maybe it's like digging for buried treasure and uncovering the dusty bones of dinosaurs, bit by bit, with a fine bristled brush. But in actuality, it's something far more precious and important than all of that. It's about spending time with an old friend, and beginning to understand how deep and complex their mind really is. It's about becoming closer to somebody, and learning more and more about them. It's about human relationships, and deepening your bonds. And I don't think there's anything more worthwhile in this world than that. It is. And yet, I'm going to try. Noelle's words are softly spoken, but quietly hopeful. She sounds optimistic, unusually so, different from the Noelle I saw yesterday, with tears dripping down her cheeks. I have become tired. Tired of being worried. It doesn't get me anywhere, and it doesn't change anything. Even though this is something I can't change, I can at least try to make the best of it. I don't want to be scared. It's painful and it hurts my chest. So I want to stop that. I want to stop being scared. Like a sunflower, Noelle stands tall and proud. Although she isn't painted the same yellow color, her words hold that kind of quality. That self-confidence, unsure yes, but still stubbornly unfaltering, is, surely, the same color as those sunflowers. A bright, glorious yellow. But is that really okay? What do you mean? Is it really so easy to just stop being scared? Maybe it's something you can't help. Maybe. Of course, there will be times when I want to give up. Times when it feels like it's all too much. But because I have you by my side, because you continue to care for me all of this time, I realize something important. I look at my feet, my face light red. I don't deserve that kind of praise. I mean, I did abandon you for the last 2 years. I know, and it hurt, but I was able to survive. It did not kill me. I'll be fine on my own. A small smile. And now I know, this whole time, you were still worried about me. You still considered me a friend, and that is more than enough.
Knowing that there are people like you in this world comforts me. Even though you still make mistakes, and even though you're not perfect, I don't mind. No person is. The fact that you exist gives me enough strength to go on, I think. Even if that sounds silly, I don't know. I think it's like a little silly. Noel laughs softly. Aww. But I have decided. Like these sunflowers, I want to try my best. Although I am small, I will keep on growing. And when she smiles, her whole face glows, just like a sunflower. That single smile is so beautiful, it almost takes my breath away. Aww. And this one's Amu. Suddenly bright pink. Chan! Welcome home! Gah! Mood swing again. A pair of arms suddenly clamp around my middle, hard, making me gasp for breath. Of course, it's Amu. Amu, I can't breathe! Oops. Sorry. Her voice light and lilting, cheerfully sing-song, a sharp contrast to her iron grip. Amu draws away from me, grinning. Why are you here anyway? This isn't your house. I know. I just got bored waiting for you to come back. So I came here. Your grandmother's a really good cook, by the way. Hello, dear. My grandmother is kneeling at the table in the dining room. She greets me with a wave. There's an empty bowl on the table, a set of chopsticks discarded hurriedly alongside. When I turn to inspect Amu, I note there are a few stray grains of rice stuck to her cheeks. Have you been helping yourself to my grandmother's food? Who, me? No. No. It was offered to me. I didn't steal it or demand it. It's true. I like to see a young girl with a healthy appetite. It makes me feel glad, as though my hard work has been appreciated. That's right. I can't stand brats who don't eat every single morsel of a meal. It's such a waste. I know. It is distressing for an old woman like me too. Children today don't understand the worth of a simple square meal. And so the two of them start to complain, just like old women. Well, I guess my grandmother really is an old woman, but Amu sure isn't. Why does she sound so passionate anyway? And does she really have the right to gripe about the youth of today, when she's one of those youths herself? I wince, shifting uncomfortably on the spot. Although my grandmother sounds contented enough, it feels like these barbed comments are being aimed at me. Is she holding a grudge? Or am I just being paranoid? That's a bit both. Noelle stands by my side, shielding her body behind my back. Is she trying to hide from Amu? Nevertheless, Noelle made that resolution, didn't she? She said herself she was going to grow just like a sunflower, lifting her head towards the sky. And that's just what she does. Taking a deep breath, trying to steady the shaking of her body, she peeps her head out from behind me and mutters a small hello. It's nice to see you again, Amu. Oh? Amu looks a little surprised, her eyes widening. I guess she didn't expect to be addressed by Noelle. Not when Noelle often goes to such great lengths to avoid conversation with others. I don't know if she's ever spoken the full sentence to Amu before. It doesn't take Amu long to adjust to this unexpected occasion, though. Yeah, it's nice to see you too. How have you been? I'm alright. Thank you for asking. That's good. Achan said you were feeling kind of down, maybe, so I was worried. You were? Worried about me? Of course. Any friend of Achan's is a friend of mine. Amu says it so naturally, with such a good-natured smile, it's almost impossible not to be taken in by her charms. I have to admire her. Her boundless energy really is inspiring. But we haven't really spoken, so... Then we'll have to make sure we talk more. It's no problem. And speaking of which... Amu looks down at the doll in Noelle's arm. Who's this? She's cute. I decided to name her Himawari. Himawari? Like sunflower? Yes, that's right. Amu grins. Oh, I see. Because of her golden hair. How cute. But, is this really okay? Huh? Is what okay? You talking to me. Why wouldn't it be? I'm talking to you because I want to talk to you, aren't I? I thought maybe you didn't like me. And why shouldn't I like you? I don't have any reason not to. Well, I may seem like a strange person, but even I have some common sense. Why should I dislike somebody as cute as you? Cute? Noelle looks flustered.
It takes her a short while to regain her composure.
It's just I haven't spoken to you very much in the past, and maybe it looked rude. Maybe you thought I was bad because I don't talk, or aloof. I was worried about. Hey, you don't need to worry. I know I can be a difficult person sometimes. Achan tells me that all the time. Because it's true. You jerk, go die. Hey, don't say something that awful with a smile. Sorry, Achan, that's one of my charm points. That isn't a charm point. It's the exact opposite of a charm point. I think Amu is very charming. That's right. Do you hear that, Achan? I'm charming.
I give my grandmother a half-lidded glare. She merely smiles in response, like a benevolent old tortoise, as though nothing at all is amiss. I feel like I've been betrayed. Betrayed by my own grandmother. All because I didn't eat enough of her food. This is indeed a cruel world.
So, Achan.
As Amu says this, she pats, more like slaps my back hard. Ow! Amu doesn't need to eat any more of my grandmother's rejuvenating homemade food. She has enough boar-like strength as it is.
I'm curious. How was your date?
Date? Is Amu still calling it that? Well, it wasn't really, I open and close my mouth, but I'm only able to come out with garbled noises and half-formed syllables. I don't even have a chance to elaborate further because my grandmother cuts me off.
Ah, yes. I'm also curious about my cute grandson's love life. How was it, dear? Did you remember to wear clean underwear?
Fuck's sake. And what does that have to do with anything? A date? Now this is just getting ridiculous. Where did he come from anyway?
Our grandson went out on a date, dear. His nice friend Amu told me. That's right, I did. It's the truth, 100%. That's why they call me Reliable Amu.
Nobody calls you that.
They do. I just call myself it.
That doesn't count.
Why not? I'm allowed to have an opinion too.
Yeah, that's undeniable logic. That's true. This girl, she really is impossible. Oh, is that so? Why does my grandpa look so impressed? Well done, lad. I always knew you had it in you. Is this the lucky lady right here? Noelle squeaks in embarrassment and hides behind my back, her face red. It doesn't stop the barrage of questions that come our way, though.
Did you go see a movie? That's popular among couples, right? Is that what couples do? Or are my sources wrong?
Back when I was courting Jotaro, I made him a packed lunch every day. Small signs of affection can go a long way. I'll tell you, lad, if you want this to work out, you better know your limitations. You might think it makes you less of a man, but it's a good lesson to learn.
Was there a confession scene? Was it all like sparkle sparkle and badum badum?
We used to take nice long walks down by the river. It was so pretty during the spring when the cherry blossoms were in bloom. Don't try and date more than one woman at a time, lad. You think they won't know. You think you're ahead of the game, but soon it'll all come crashing down. You mark my words. It's a mess. I can't even get a word in edgewise. Everybody's talking at once. This really is the West. Okay. Bloody hell. And so I find myself at the train station, holding my suitcase. Amo and Noelle are by my side, and Himori too, clutched in Noelle's arms. They've come to say goodbye. I thought that my grandparents would come as well, but they declined. They said something silly about how if I'd been on a date with Noelle, then I wouldn't want them getting in the way of my farewell with my girlfriend. Just thinking about it is making my face go red. I feel like a boiled radish. Why is Amu such a blabbermouth?
Achan, I'll miss ya.
I look at Amu in surprise. I didn't expect her to be so honest. But even though it is a surprise, I am happy. Just a little. It's nice to know you care.
Of course I care. You're one of my best friends.
Amu's open honesty continues to catch me off guard, even though I've begun to expect it. I feel awkward and I'm not sure what to do with my arms. I let them hang limply, feeling foolish. Yeah, you too. You're a really good friend. Even if she is a blabbermouth, I still care about her. How could I not? I have known her since I was 3 years old.
I'm happy, but I don't know. It feels a little lacking.
Lacking?
Yeah. I thought this final farewell would be more dramatic, you know? Like in those cute girls manga, where the two characters have a super tearful farewell scene in the trash station, and it's all dark and gloomy, and then the guy's all like, I can't live without you, Sachika. Please come back to me. And Sachiko's like, I'm sorry, Kenta, but I can't stay with you, even though I love you. I want something like that. But why Sachiko? Amu shrugs. I just like that name. There's no deeper meaning. I see. I just wanted to have more drama. Everything about this scene seems perfect. It'll be a missed opportunity if we don't seize upon it. I mean, I never see anything exciting in real life, so when the chance presents itself, I need to make the most of it. I need to aim for maximum audience immersion. You're going to become an actress? One can always dream. You've got to risk big to win big. Oh, how impressive. No, don't be fooled by her, Noelle. She's just talking nonsense. And yet, even though Amu and I are bickering playfully like this, I'm not quite buying it. Amu's voice sounds slightly too forced, a little unnatural. I've known Amu for too long. I can tell when she's telling the truth, and this isn't one of those times. She's probably a little sad. Sad that I'm leaving. I can sense as much in her smile. Maybe she's just trying to lessen this tension. She wants to cheer us up, but I don't want to interrogate her, not now. Not when she's trying so hard to be cheerful. Poking into her business too much at this point would just be selfish. All I can do is play along. Time passes. When I look at my watch, I realize I only have 10 minutes left until my train departs. That's hardly any time at all. How did it go by so quickly? It seems like only yesterday that I met with my grandparents out here at the very beginning of my visit. Evening has well and truly has descended upon us. My surroundings are dark, the sky tinged steely blue. The bench, sitting in the corner of the station, looks strangely sad and lonesome, completely isolated, without a single friend. I guess that bench could serve as a metaphor for this whole village. Lonely, surrounded by trees and forests, cut off from the rest of society. And yet, it is in this small, secluded space, free from outside interference, that people like Noelle and I can thrive. But despite this, we can't stay here forever. Time moves on, and all things change. We've both been uprooted from our homes, forced to relocate somewhere else. I have to go back to the city, 7 hours away, and Noelle has to go to England. This village, where all our childhood memories were made, will no longer be our home. The memories, however, won't fade away. They're still inside my mind forever. I don't want to forget. Achan. Noelle is tugging at my sleeve. She stares up at me with an unreadable expression on her face, one that I can't fathom. Yes? What is it? You only have 5 minutes. What? Really? Noelle nods her head. I had no idea. You should hurry up. You might miss the train. Yeah, good point. I wouldn't want to do that. And yet, even though I say that, deep down inside, my feelings are quite different. I don't want to leave. I already had to leave once. Now I feel like it's happening all over again. Saying goodbye to my friends the first time was hard enough. So hard, in fact, I was unable to do it properly. But having it happen twice, isn't that cruel? Isn't that unfair? Why should I be torn away from my best friends, my only life, my old life, once more, just because my parents, without consulting me, decided to move? What about Noelle? She was always so quiet, so shy, so unsure. Doesn't she need me? Does she? I look at Noelle's face. It's filled with a quiet, new determination, the sort of which I have not seen before. Her eyes look harder, filled with life, like a sunflower. I'm sure she'll be able to grow proud and tall, no matter what circumstances she finds herself in. I look at her and I know she'll do fine. No matter what happens, she can keep on going. She has that kind of strength buried deep down inside. It might not be obvious at a glance, but I know. Noelle is stronger than anybody. She doesn't need me to protect her. She's more than capable of doing that herself. That is more than enough to make me happy. It would be greedy of me to ask for more. I can't hang around here forever. I have a house to return to, and my parents, maybe a freshly cooked meal on the table, too, though it's more likely my mother will just give me cold leftovers from dinner and tell me to heat them up in the microwave. I have a new school and new friends, Saki, Miko, and Yuna. I have a whole new life, and they're the ones that share it.
My life has changed. It isn't the same anymore. It's about time I realized this. I can't keep dwelling on the past forever. It isn't healthy. I need to find my own strength. The strength to move on. Using my own power. Noelle's courage has given me hope. If she can do it, then I can too. I must. This time, I won't run away. I'm tired of being a coward. This time, I'm going to say goodbye properly. I stand on the platform underneath the evening sky. Everything looks dark, dull, and murky. My surroundings have lost their color. Even Amu's hair looks strangely grey, less pink than usual. I feel as though, in this strange, melancholy world, maybe there are no people, only shadows. My train is here. I should get going. Hey, I tried to say it, but it's useless. The words catch in my throat, choking me. I can't say it. My mouth won't let me say it. I told myself I would do it properly this time, but it really is painful. Luckily, Amu takes pity on me. She offers me a large smile, though it seems slightly more restrained than usual, and pats me on the shoulder. For once, she does it gently, in a manner that doesn't leave me doubled over, wincing in pain.
That's okay. I'll miss you too, Achan.
Amu diverts her gaze away from me for a few moments. She looks kind of shifty. Why isn't she looking into my eyes?
Not that I'm being all mushy or anything.
Of course not. It is you after all.
It's true. I'm not a sentimental type of person.
So she says, but is that really true? Maybe I'm reading into it too much. Amu's my childhood friend, that's all.
Rather, I'll miss being able to make fun of you. That's all, really.
And she giggles. Her typical devilish giggle. I smile, shaking my head.
You monster. Yes, I am. And this monster thinks you better get on the train before it leaves.
That might be a good idea. I turn, looking back at the train. I don't have that long left, do I? But there's one more thing I need to say before I go. Just one. Noelle?
Yes?
Noelle looks up at me, eyes wide, staring. She's holding Himawari to her chest, clutching her tightly. Noelle will be fine. I'm sure she'll be fine, no matter where life takes her or what happens in the future. I'm not afraid. This time, I'm not afraid of leaving. Because I've learned. I've learned to have faith in my friends. I think that is what true friendship is. Even if we're not together, we'll always be friends. I won't forget this time. I'll write letters to you, I promise. I'll write lots and lots of letters. I don't want to abandon you again. Noelle looks at me, seems to look right through me. And then, after a while, she smiles. A soft, gentle smile.
Thank you, Achan. I'll make sure I reply to them. You...
Another pause. A gust of wind blows through the platform. I shiver, digging my hands deep into my pockets. But Noelle doesn't flinch. Her arms and legs are exposed, bare to the elements. Her pale, milky white skin has turned red from the cold. Despite this, she doesn't even shiver. In this cold, dark place, Noelle smiles. It's a smile that exudes light like a firefly, filled with tentative hope.
You really are my best friend.
Ah. The way we all go. Okay. Ah, that's nice. That's a proper ending now. Ah. Almost 4 hours. Fucking hell. Jesus. Can't stop. Credits. Writing Ebihime. Programming Ebihime. GUI Ebihime. Sprites Blue Forest. X Miss Gardenia. Siegis Avaloki Kerelat Lumina Misgardein Redroma Pluvies Tuneb. Backgrounds a bunch of people. I did it, yes. They lived and they're all happy. I mean, they're going to places, living and stuff like that, but that's just life. And that, as the credits roll, can put up the outro, background screen, whatever, and reflect and all that stuff. This was nice. Aside from the deaths, only 2 bad endings only. So that was a lot better than I expected. I thought I was gonna go on a really sad, depressing tour in a lot of places, but no, that was nice. That was nice. There's 18 other endings, and I have zero interest in finding out what they are because they're... That's adorable. Thank you for playing. Thank you for writing this game as well. It was really good. It was. It was very lovely and sweet and all that. Oh, epilogue. Of course there's an epilogue. I stare up at night sky, my eyes wide. There are so many stars, and they're all so beautiful, twinkling away above my head like sugar sprinkled across a tablecloth. I don't know if I've ever appreciated just how pretty they are before. Amo doesn't care about the stars. She's more interested in things she can catch or climb on or jump over. You can't do any of those things with the stars. You can't even touch them. So she isn't interested. Maybe I can appreciate them more now because I'm with her. Noel. Doesn't make you feel small?
What does?
All the stars. Silence. I look at them. Okay, we're in the future. She's lying beside me, staring up at the sky. Her skin looks even paler than usual under the light of the moon. Amu's skin isn't like that. It's tanned, a caramel bronze color formed from playing outside too much. My skin is probably the same. It's not like Noel's. Is it because she came from the city? Maybe the sun over there is muted, intercepted by all the tall buildings that reach up into the sky. Oh no, this before. No, this is the younger selves. Right, more silence. There's always silence when I'm with Noel, but I don't dislike it. If anything, I find it reassuring.
Not really.
I frown. But there are so many stars, and they're all so far away. It makes the world feel big. Really, really big. But I'm only Lil.
Well, that is true. You are only Lil.
Hey, that isn't fair. I'm a growing boy. And I'll get taller one day, you'll see.
That's the spirit. It's good to have faith in yourself.
You're making fun of me.
I'm not. Honest. I was impressed.
Really?
Yes. Even though it's probably impossible for you to get that taller, you're still doing your best. It's impressive.
Even Noelle teases me. I thought she was going to be different from Amu, but she can be mean too. What is it about me that makes people want to make fun of me anyway? Well, I'll show you. I'm going to eat a lot of breakfast every morning, and I'm going to drink a glass of milk after every meal, and I'll ride my bike a whole lot. That way I'll get taller. I definitely will.
How admirable. Do you want me to write a wish for you on the Tanabata too?
What do you mean?
I mean, I'll write something like, I wish Achan will get taller, and tie it to the bamboo tree. Then maybe Orihime and Hikoboshi will hear your wish, and it will be granted.
Well, I look away from Noelle, blushing. Which one is Orihime, and which one is Hikoboshi anyway? I think they have other names, Altair and Vega? I don't know. Maybe that's rude. I've been writing wishes to them every year, but I can't even point them out in the night sky. Isn't that sad? Isn't it lonely? I wouldn't like being lost all the way up there. The stars look a lot like fireflies, but they're so far away. I wouldn't be able to brush them with the tips of my fingers, even if I did get taller. You don't need to make a wish for me. That isn't fair.
Why isn't it?
Because that wish belongs to you. You should wish for something you want, not something I want.
Do you really think so?
Yes. There are a lot of things you want too, right?
Not really.
Nothing at all?
Well, there is one thing.
What is it?
I want you to be happy. That's all.
Is that really true? She wants me to be happy. My face feels hot. Even though Noelle is my friend, she's still a girl, and hearing girls say something like that is a little...
Achan, are you alright?
I'm fine. I was just wondering if you knew the names of any stars.
The names?
Yes, like there's Orihime and Hikoboshi. That's Altair and Vega, right?
I think so.
But what about the other stars? Don't they have names too?
Well, I think they do. But I don't know any of them.
You don't?
No. I'm bad at remembering things like that. And you can't see the stars very well in the city.
Oh, that's sad. I thought you were the kind of person who would know about the stars.
Why?
That's a good question. Why did I think that? I don't entirely know myself. Is it because her skin looks so pale under the moonlight? Maybe, but that's not it. Then, is it because Noel is such a quiet person? Compared to Amu, and quiet people usually seem to know lots of interesting things loud people don't. Amu, who likes to thunder through the forest and catch interesting bugs and jars, doesn't know what those bugs are called. She doesn't care. But somebody like Noel, who seems so serious, so focused, who can draw such intricate, detailed pictures, looks like she would know about and notice these small things. But that isn't it either. Is it? It's because Noel herself reminds me of those stars. So distant and far away, hardly ever talking to anybody. Lonely and isolated. That's what I think. But I don't know how to say it. I have no idea. Words are too difficult. Much too difficult for me. I just hope by being with her, I'm able to make her feel less alone. I want to stay by her side forever. We're always going to be best friends. Okay, and they will. They ended up being best friends. Okay. Okay, best friends. Ah, oh, that was good. I don't need to chance my heart with anything else. And that is that then. The way we all go. Concluded. That was excellent. I really enjoyed that. That was really, really nice. I'm happy it ended with a happy thing. Yes, it was great. And Ebi Him has a bunch of other visual novels that I like bought recently because it was like on a big sale and whatnot. So eventually I'll get to those. Though fuck me, I have like 100 ones on the list on the back burner. It's gonna take years to get through all of them at my pace. Anyway, with that, it's been 4 hours. I've been speaking for 4 hours. My mouth is dying, so I kind of have to end it as well. There is a thing I do at the end of the things where I go away into the void and read a little thing that I wrote based on a song as like just an outro for the recording that'll eventually go on YouTube, called The Reign of Dio. And I need to find which one it is right now. Where am I? Where am I on this one? Let me see. Dying. Okay, so okay, let me get into the mood properly. Deliver it properly. The Reign of Dio. Act 2. Black Sabbath. Volume 4. Heaven and Hell. Chapter 29. Die Young. Withered by decades, this soul lives on to witness all they knew turn to dust. Lives lost, memories erased, creations forgotten. The world turns bleak in their eyes, wicked beings crawl all over their past. If only they could return to their golden age. Protect what was right, return it all to how it was best. That is what has to be done if the world is to survive. Enveloped by youth, another soul awakens to infinite discoveries. Lives born, memories shared, wonders created. The world shines bright in their eyes, confusing beings sulk in the receding shadows. If only they would reach out to the extended hand. Change and adapt, experiment and fail and learn. That is how they will bring about miracles yet to be imagined. Thank you for listening, and goodbye.